Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is loyalty in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 12, Act 2. It better be a real emergency this late at night. Commander Yura thinks that it is, sir. I was told to come and request that you come with me to the gate. Baki frowned and pushed away the report he had been writing. It wasn't like Yura to break protocol unless there was something important. Sending out a messenger rather than coming himself, well, that was even less like Yura. Something was definitely wrong. All right, Baki muttered, getting out of his chair, let's get this over with. It took a few minutes to make it out of the village at the pace the Chiryunin was going, and the closer Baki got to the mouth of the pass the more uneasy he felt. Tensions had been high in Hidden Sand for months now, and the wrong kind of alarm, false or not, could really cause problems for the population. He knew that there were already whispers among the civilians because of all the new ninja activity. He had even sat in on a few clandestine military tribunals for civies that didn't take the Kazekage stricter policies seriously. More than a few of those had seen massive amounts of jail time or fines dished out, and everyone was getting jumpy. Yura wasn't the type to rock the boat, and that's what worried Baki the most. There were chains of command for just about everything, and his old comrade usually didn't break them. He wanted to ask the Chiryunin just what this was about, but no one was risking sensitive conversations out in the open. You never knew who was listening to them anymore. The narrow passage that formed Hidden Sand's best line of defense was just off in the distance, and Baki didn't see any signs of trouble. Ninja were patrolling the walls as usual, and they were faces that he'd seen time and time again. They might have been standing just a bit more ridged than normal, but it was hard to say tension was anything abnormal these days. Once upon a time he might have given a few of them polite nods, but now it would be an unwelcome break in the precious normality of daily duty. Troublingly, the Chiryunin didn't take Baki to any of the regular duty rooms carved into the rock face. Instead he was led to the on-site hospital. It was under guard now by two sensor-type ninja that Baki recognized. He felt a small pulse of chakra probe him as he passed. A familiar Jounin was waiting just on the other side of the door. Yura, Baki greeted, I hope this isn't as bad as you're making it seem. Yura was a tall, lankier Jounin than Baki was. In the dull fluorescent light of the room he almost looked like a patient. We don't really know yet. I was hoping you could tell me what to do from here. He motioned to a bed in the back where a team of white-clad medics were huddled. Even though he was a seasoned ninja, the small girl laying on the bed was a sight Baki would rather not have seen this late at night. Her flesh looked like it had been torched in a cooker and then put through a meat grinder. Two medicmen were working on the worst of her injuries, and a third was cutting away her clothing with a pair of scissors. Baki looked away when her shirt came away with a few sloths of skin that had been stuck fast to the dry blood. He did notice the Konoha headband on the nightstand next to the bed. No one objected when he picked it up. Who is she? Yura passed a thin folder over and Baki flipped it open. It didn't have any photographs and only a few sheets of paper, but there was a handwritten note stapled to the bottom page. Baki clicked his teeth when he saw it. Well, it's certainly one of them. Baki could see why he had been called in on this. He memorized the pertinent pieces of information and handed the folder back. Our standing orders were to detain her until her master picked her up, not kill her. How the hell did this happen? The other Jounin bristled. My men didn't do this, he growled. It would have almost been threatening if it wasn't clear he was just as worried as Baki was. We found her half an hour ago on the wall, slumped over the guardrail. A few men said they heard something big in the sand, and there are tracks out in the sand. It looks like an enormous snake left her on our doorstep. A snake? I guess there's no doubt about it in that case. Is she the one with the things? Baki lazily waved a finger at his eyes. The medicmen tell me she doesn't have any unusual chakra pathways in her eyes, so she's not the one with the dojutsu. Before you ask, she was alone out there. No one else was anywhere in the pass, we checked. That wasn't what Baki wanted to hear. Sole survivor, then. If she dies on our watch it might cause a diplomatic incident, especially since they were ambushed inside our borders. You can't expect us to patrol every square inch of Suna. We just don't have the manpower anymore for that. A medic looked sharply at Yura and he glared back. He lowered his voice, though. They have to know that we can't know everything that goes on in the Wind Country. No, that's exactly what he can't know. The Kaze cage doesn't want Hidden Sound or anyone else finding out just how thinly stretched we are right now. It's the whole reason for this summit. He motioned for the man to follow him away from the bed so the medics could do their jobs. From the looks of things, they needed every edge they could get. Focus on what we can do now. What do we know about her? You saw the file. It's what we have. Becky grunted. I saw a note with a vague description of 2 Konohinin that may or may not show up in Suna, along with a list of genin names a decade old. We have to have something better than that. Now who's not keeping his focus? We didn't have information on every genin in a given village even during our best days. She has pink hair, that's what we were told by that sound minister. How many Konohinin have pink hair? Exactly, how many do? It might be clan-specific, and if it is, we'll have a name. Becky couldn't believe that Yura hadn't already done all of this before calling him. Things were shaky right now, but that was no excuse for sloppiness. I want to know that girl's name by morning, Yura. The man slowly nodded, and that was good enough for now. What about her injuries? Did she get them in the attack? The medics told me that she had a few cracked ribs, some fresh and some a bit older, along with a bad case of dehydration. Her arm's a mess. It looks like it was field-stitched but then healed with chakra, which doesn't make sense. Past that, she fought with it and busted a lot of the stitches, so it's back to square one. She also doped herself pretty heavily with soldier pills and morphine. That's why she's so unresponsive, chakra depletion and a drug crash. It was a laundry list of problems. Becky was surprised the girl was even still alive. Will she survive? Yura shrugged. It's touch and go at the moment. The bleeding from that stomach wound was easy to treat. Whatever went through her went right through without hitting anything important. There was sand in it, and that helped stop the bleeding. What the medics are really worried about is chakra depletion. She used everything she had and then some doing whatever out in the desert. They're telling me it's impossible for her to even be alive with so little chakra left, but what's there is managing to keep everything running perfectly. They really don't know how her body is doing it, which is why we called in the sensor ninja. He glanced over at the bed with suspicion. They couldn't tell us much of anything other than her chakra pathways were extremely developed for her age, even though she doesn't have a lot of chakra to go around yet. Make a note of that. We might be able to find more information if we cross-reference that with records from the war. It was more than they had to work with a minute ago at any rate. Looking at her, though, Becky couldn't see anything but a corpse. He turned back to Yura. The second they're able to safely wake her, make them. Put her in the village general hospital tomorrow. I don't want any village nin to get wind of this. The medics won't like that. They'll have to live with it. We can't start the summit until she's up and around. Yura cocked his head to the side. The Kaze cage wants to question her himself. He guessed. Becky shook his head. No, she's part of the Oto delegation. That's why I was up late tonight. If she hadn't showed up I would have been out there looking for her. The Jounin scoffed. That's crazy, he said, and privately Becky couldn't help but agree. Then again, who was he to understand how the mind of Orochimaru worked? Chapter 13. If you need something, you can press the button on the side of your bed to call a nurse. Do not move, no, not try and get anything for yourself, do not even try and roll yourself in bed without help. Do you understand? The nurse knew she wasn't going to get an answer, but she had to ask anyway. She had to go through the checklist, had to remain at her nurse station in case the impossible happened and she was actually summoned, had to do a million little things that were wasted on the unresponsive girl in room 369. She had to do it because there were eyes watching her even if she didn't see them. All right, I'm going to be right outside at the front desk, she said, not showing what she thought of the absurd situation in her expression. If you do need anything, I'm a button push away. Only when she was out in the hall among the regular hospital crowd did she relax. Another nurse already at the station looked up. She asked, "How was our little ninja today, Megumi?" The young woman scoffed. "What do you think? You don't take that many drugs and get back up." She had been just as shocked as the other nurses when the Umbu had dropped off the girl in the dead of night half a week ago. "Megumi, one of the late-night resident nurses, had helped move her into the single-patient room and set up the machines helping her breath. A big, scowling man had pulled the hospital director aside and ordered him to keep their new patient alive, as a matter of national urgency. Everyone was still walking on pins and needles around the girl. Megami was the unlucky floor nurse that was responsible for the night shift in that particular wing. She would swear up and down that something strange was going on in that room. There was always the feeling that you were being watched. Both the day and night staff agreed on that. "I don't think that the Umbu are going to take that for an answer," the other nurse at Megami's station said. Lisa said the big one stopped by again this morning. He wanted to know if she was up yet. "They can ask all they want, but that girl's not getting back up. She's been through 3 rounds of detox already and all the strange drugs aren't completely out of her system yet. The gods only know what those ninja drug themselves with. Her toxicology report reads like a pharmaceutical list, not to mention the failed liver. Her room has been turned into a temporary dialysis clinic." "Yeah, but if they want her up." Megami tossed the chart she'd been looking at haphazardly into her to-do stack. "If they want her up and around they'll have to create some kind of miracle science all by themselves," she said. It was useless trying to talk some sense into Ami, though. The other night nurse was a freakish ball of optimism. She even thought everything in the village was going well. It wasn't. Anyone with half a brain could see that. Lines in the market were getting longer and people were starting to really complain about the prices grocers were charging. The Kaze Cage had thrown a few of the worst price gougers in prison, but the smart ones were raising the prices bit by bit so people became used to paying more for a loaf of bread or head of lettuce. Maybe it was time to get out of Sunagakur. A lot of Megami's friends were already talking about it. The ninja were stuck here, but the civilians weren't. They were free to go anywhere in Wind Country that they wanted. A lot of people were saying that the capital was in the middle of an economic boom and Ryo rained down on you from the sky. She wasn't going to believe that for even a second, but surely it had to be better than living under the thumb of the Kaze Cage and his cabal. At the very least, she wouldn't have to put up with situations like this in the capital. The large clock on the far wall struck 10 and Ami got up to do her rounds. Megami sighed and gathered up the charts she'd need for her own patients. Every half hour they wanted her to make rounds now. If the director hadn't put the rule into place months ago, she would have blamed it on the little vegetable. Certainly, though, they expected her to keep a good eye on the girl's room. She slipped the girl's chart under her arm and pushed the door open with a lazy nudge. Several heads turned in the room. There were 3 men in the room. One was seated next to the girl's bed, a taller man was standing by the window, and the Umbu that Megami had seen the morning the strange girl had been brought to the hospital was right beside the door. He was close enough that the nurse could hear him breathe through his half-mask. The smallest man by the bed rose from his chair. "And there's our floor nurse." "You're right on time, Megami-san," he said. His face, illuminated by the lamplight, was pockmarked by age. Set behind thick glasses, his eyes crinkled as his smile tugged at his droopy skin. She knew that look, she saw it every day. "Director Mako, sir. I'm sorry I didn't hear you page me. I didn't know you were in this late." The elderly man walked over and put his arm around her shoulder. "You didn't hear the page because there wasn't one. We're just doing a little midnight consultation. Nothing to get the hospital excited over." "What's her condition?" Megami jumped when the large man next to her spoke. He was still by the door, but his voice was loud enough that it seemed like he were right next to her. His boiled leather vest, polished and gleaming in the lamplight, declared him a ninja. "She's still unconscious." Megami's face burned when the small stutter slipped out. She shouldn't be intimidated by this man. He was in her hospital and the director was watching. This could very well be some kind of performance review. The toxicology reports aren't looking good. She took a dangerous cocktail of drugs. She did at that, the director said. He let her take his seat while he stood next to the head of the bed. "We found opium and morphine in her system, along with a whole slew of chemical enhancements. The ninja called it Hyarugan, soldier pill. They caused extreme biological stress on the user, especially when someone took them in succession. The toxicologists had been buzzing for days that they had real Hyarugan to study. It was usually a controlled substance that only the ninja had access to. It must be the reason the two ninja were here. Others had said they thought there was something off about the room, like it was being watched. Megumi didn't think that went far enough. Did anyone really think they weren't being observed by the Sunanin? Suna never let its secrets out. Ever. That was how every hidden village was with their mysteries. Whenever you thought you had one in your hand, it was tugged right away by the hundreds of little strings you never saw. Her thoughts were broken by the director. He had moved back to his chair and was carefully drawing back the sheets from the tiny girl. Megumi almost looked away when the full extent of her burns and bandages was exposed. She reminded herself that it wasn't just the drugs that had landed the girl here. The ninja also ripped each other apart like dogs when it suited them. There were only around half a dozen patients in this hospital that could boast physical trauma like the little ninja girl in room 369. You could get thrown from a horse or fall from a second-story window and come out better than her. Still, Megumi knew when a doctor needed assisting and stepped up to the bed without prompt. The director didn't do many personal checks, but this was an unusual case and his fingers traced the large bandage around the girl's ribs with the care of a seasoned physician. He pushed and prodded, testing how the skin was healing around the worst of the wounds. There were sun blisters the size of oranges on the girl's shoulders. You could see the water sloshing around in them if you looked hard enough. That wasn't the worst, though. The director pulled back a bandage right above the ribs that was sticky with blood. Something had gone straight through the lower part of the liver. It was failing. "Can you clean this for me?" Megumi had to search for a moment, but she found the medical pan the director had probably brought with him. It was full of polished surgical tools and fresh bandages, tubing, and needles. She grabbed a bit of gauze and started to dab at the edges of the dark purple stab wound. The blood flaked off in large bits of crust that had to be swept, not wiped, away. The doctors had ordered her not to tamper with the bandages too much since the girl was so touch and go. Just a simple bump could make some of the stickwork rupture and spill blood and pus all over the sheets. Director Mako felt around the pan for something else, scratching on the metal with his long fingernails. Megumi wondered if the ninja hated the sound of scraping nail as much as she did. She wished that the director had called someone else for this. She had other patients to deal with tonight, and any time the Sunanin started questioning people about the girl's condition they kept them a while. Since they had gotten the director himself, they must want answers that they couldn't get by skulking around by themselves. It was curious, though, that the director was tapping the vein on the girl's left arm. Training kicked in and Megumi dabbed away a bit of blood that pushed its way past the thick needle used to insert in for. She noticed that the director was starting to sweat as well, so she patted it away with a fresh bit of cloth. He smiled at her and caught her hand for a quick squeeze. "You're a real gem, Megumi," he said. The room window closed with a click. She looked up and saw that the tall man was gone. She had forgotten about him. Sounds from outside died with that click. The director's grip tightened with that click. Director? She didn't know what question she wanted to convey. It wasn't important. Megumi felt the prick of a needle in her neck and swayed. The portly director helped her down to the floor. New beads of sweat were working their way down his face like tiny rivers. "I'm sorry," he mouthed, but all Megumi could see was the darkness closing in on the edge of her vision. Loyalty, Chapter 13. If you need something, you can press the button on the side of your bed to call a nurse. Do not move, no, not try and get anything for yourself, do not even try and roll yourself in bed without help. Do you understand? Sakura nodded her head. "Thank you," she said, meaning it. The quiet little nurse had been kind to her. "It's nothing," Ami replied. She pulled the sheets back away from Sakura and tugged her gown down far enough that she could get to the girl's sun-swollen arms, shoulders, and upper back. The pain was less gut-wrenching today, which probably meant she was healing. Ami unscrewed the cap on a large container of ointment. Sakura hissed when the creamy medicine hit her skin, but the pain faded as it always had as the effects took hold. The horrible burning sensation melted away for a few hours with every application. Sakura hadn't been able to watch the first day because seeing her skin cracked like a dried riverbed made her sick. Now seeing the fleshy pink skin underneath the cracks made her feel better. She was healing. She was alive. She had survived. Your arm is healing nicely, Ami was saying. It was the same thing she said every time she checked it. The field stitches had been plucked out and the whole thing had been properly cleaned and treated with actual medication. Now the only reminders were the half-dozen white scars that crisscrossed her arm where Kakashi had burnt out the infection. Sakura was fine with that. They were a reminder of how she had clung to life when by all rights it should have been stripped from her. Like it had from Hinata. Every time she closed her eyes, Sakura could see Hinata's rotted face staring back at her. She had seen death, held death in her arms, and dealt it out with her own 2 hands. She had killed the Rain-nin for what he had done. It was different than the bandits and the burning pits of bodies out in the desert. That had been terrifying, and the aftermath of knowing just how many people she'd killed still made her sick. She hadn't felt like that when she'd ended the Rain-nin's life. She had felt wonderful, alive. It had been satisfying and exhilarating and challenging all at the same time, fighting for her life, and now that she sat here the victor, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction for having survived. For having won. No, Sakura told herself that she needed the scars. She needed the reminder, because if she didn't constantly remind herself of the cost, the guilt wouldn't be there at all. If she didn't constantly picture Hinata's face, the shy Hyuga who had made her feel like a normal girl again, that terrifying roar in her chest would come back. She let her head sink down into her pillow. There were a great many more things to think about than strange feelings and guilt. Hinata was gone. Her mission was a failure, and now she was alone in a strange village under mysterious circumstances. How had she arrived? The canyon where she had fought the Rain-nin was over 2 days' journey out into the desert. The extent of her sunburn implied that someone, or something, had brought her here, but for what purpose? Had the giant snake been a hallucination or some kind of trained animal? Had it brought her here? Why hadn't it simply attacked her like it had the Rain-nin? There were more questions dancing around her head than there were grains of sand in the desert. Instead of thinking about unanswerable questions, she ran a finger over the wishbone-shaped scar on her chest and upper stomach where they'd cut to transplant her liver. It had been the most serious surgery of her life, and she couldn't even remember it. She certainly remembered the Rain-nin's kunai sliding into her back, though. That was just as good. She could make something up later when she'd tell Naruto and Sasuke about it. Ami had caught the melancholy look that passed over Sakura's face. Does it hurt much? I can ask the doctor if you can be put on a bit more morphine if it does. It was just like Ami to risk another reprimand for that. Sakura knew that the doctors wouldn't let her so much as look at morphine now that it was all out of her system. No, I'm just thinking about my friends. I don't think they'll even recognize me after all this. She remembered Sasuke's coldness to her out in the desert well enough. He'd asked her if she'd cared about all the death, and Sakura had said she wished there had been another way. What would he say about the way she'd killed the Rain-nin? It was no use to think about it now. Sasuke and Naruto were 100 miles away in Konoha by now. And Kakashi? He knows. A tremor slithered up her spine. The feeling that Kakashi was getting too close to the truth had been growing since she had gotten onto Team 7. Sakura knew she had made mistakes and that Kakashi knew far more about her than was healthy. There was never that feeling of imminent doom, though. Not until the minister had said those 2 words that locked everything into place. Sakura knew that she had to find out how near to the truth Kakashi had gotten in order to head him off. And she had already wasted 3 days lying in bed. Sakura settled and let her eyes slide closed. She heard Ami's scratches pause on her clipboard for a moment, but they came right back. In her mind's eye, Sakura followed the nurse about the room as she went about resetting the monitoring machines. Sakura had already memorized the keystrokes to do the same. When the nurse slipped out of the room for the night, the genin knew she was about to get Ami into even more trouble and whispered a soft apology under her breath. Waiting the few minutes to ensure that Ami wasn't coming back was hard. Sitting up was harder. Trying to stand was agonizing. Every bend of her torso made the wishbone-shaped scar on her chest bellow with pain. The metal staples and neat stitching held everything in place, but Sakura knew she was far from her top form. The red scars on her arm hurt as well. Even with regular salve applications, they hadn't completely healed over yet. The bright pink skin between the edges of the cuts stretched and twisted painfully whenever Sakura tried to move her arm too much. It wasn't useless, though. She was able to push herself up well enough and had the dexterity to press all the buttons she needed to press. No alarms sounded as the four popped free of her arm along with all the electronic sensors that monitored her heartbeat and breathing. There would be an uproar when the staff found out she had left. From conversations and the tight watch, Sakura knew she was being kept here secretly. She didn't know why yet, but that was one of the things she was going to find out tonight. Bare feet gently padded toward the window. Sakura felt around the separator in the middle and slid the pane of glass open. A gentle breeze rustled the curtains. It was a cool night in Suna and Sakura was only wearing a hospital slip, but the fresh air felt good. She took 3 deep breaths and filled her lungs until her chest tinged in pain. She tasted the freedom that the night promised. Gently, she leaned her shoulders out over the ledge. It was a 3-story drop to the ground and there was a slight trickle of people going in and out of the hospital. Above, there were another 5 stories. Some rooms were still brightly lit even at the late hour. The one thing Sakura was glad for was the thin slice of light that came from the waning crescent of the moon. It was enough to light her way to the roof. The sand was smooth under Sakura's fingers as she put her right hand to the wall next to her window. She sucked in a breath when a warm surge of chakra sprang to her fingertips. It had only taken the slightest thought to draw it to her. Foolishly, she had expected her physical state to interfere with her ability to channel chakra. In the quiet gloom, Sakura could easily reach down into her stomach and feel the simmering fire of her reserves waiting to be called upon. She hadn't dared test it while hooked up to the machines in case the doctors weren't aware she was a ninja. Her legs went out next, unfolding like spider legs coming feet first out of a funnel web. Knees creaked as they were forced to bend in angles they hadn't been bent in for days. Slowly, carefully, her naked foot was pushed flush against the outside wall. Chakra held it firm as Sakura brazenly swung out of the window fully. She was holding herself with only her left side, letting the right swing free in the air like a door hinge. Everything worked properly as her right toes and fingers met the wall and latched tight. Holding herself tightly with her shoulders and pushing down with her feet, Sakura could keep her torso and the sticks and staples that riddled it lax and loose. Nothing tugged as she slowly skittered her way up the wall, passing window after window. There was no commotion or alarm as she crested the roof. Only the moon illuminated the flat top of the hospital and Sakura held her arms close as she crossed. Bits of loose gravel stuck to the bottom of her foot as she shuffled around the rim. Lights shimmered in the darkness like 100 candles. Suna was built in a canyon, filling the entire rift from edge to edge with squat, sand-colored buildings that rose out of the sand like mushrooms. At the center of the maze sat a massive circular building suspended by massive columns of sand. The giant wind symbol was large enough for Sakura to clearly make it out, even halfway across the village. A sandal crunched gravel on the rooftop. Sakura's heart thundered against her chest and she told herself that the newcomer wouldn't hurt her. "I thought you'd be longer," she said. Her voice wasn't shaky, but Sakura knew that her breathing gave away how nervous she really was. Fear and unease were constant companions to her now. It was time to master them. "You're being watched, of course. We knew the moment you stepped outside of your room." A man stepped up beside her and Sakura found looking up into the eyes of a Tsunagakuer Jounin that towered well over her head. Sakura guessed that he had meant to sound menacing and his face, the half she could see, certainly matched the voice. A single brown eye regarded her. He looked at her arm, at the scars, and then the slip of a hospital gown. Sakura saw the flap of his half-veil flutter when he grunted. "Your village has provided you a line of credit for mission-critical gear and we've agreed to outfit you. There are clothes back behind you." Sakura turned and saw a pile of fabric sitting a dozen feet away on top one of the roof ventilation ducts. She didn't know what kind of meeting the Jounin was talking about, but if they'd already been in contact with Konoha then they knew that her mission had changed. Likely, this was the fastest way to find the minster. The clothes picked out for her were simple, a loose t-shirt top, cured leather leggings, and a few pouches for all the things she didn't have anymore. Sakura looked back and saw that the tall Jounin wasn't paying her any mind, so she slipped the clothes on without much thought. They were warmer than the thin hospital gown. Her Konoha headband was at the bottom of the pile. It had been polished and its weight back atop her head was a welcome comfort. The man gestured to a fire escape on the opposite side of the roof. Your master was going to fetch you tomorrow, but since you're ready I can take you to him now. For the record, my name is Beiki. The paperwork for your official duties here as a bodyguard is already settled. Only myself and a handful of others are aware of the meeting with the Kaze cage, so we're taking the long way to the tower. Sakura's heart started to thrum in her ears. This was all starting to sound much deeper than a simple trade talk. What did you tell my village? Sakura asked to distract herself and hide how unsettled she was. Konoha would debrief her as soon as she returned home, and the one thing Sakura did not need was a conflicting cover. That could be taken care of now. That you arrived a day after the agriculture minister, but in bad need of supplies and hospital care. That's what the line of credit request was for, it gives more of a legitimate paper trail. You'll have a full list of items we requested ready by the time you're to leave. His tone had made the explanation seem like a dismissal, and Sakura kept the rest of her questions to herself. The wrought iron gate that closed off the utility section of the hospital creaked as Beiki pushed it open. It was easy for Sakura to keep pace with him even with her injuries. The streets were empty and there was enough moonlight to see by. Suna had dazzled from the rooftop, but down here, on the ground, Sakura could see signs of hard times. Garbage had been left in piles outside of townhouses and no one was out enjoying the nightlife. After a quick scan, Sakura noticed that there weren't actually many places to host a nightlife. The only buildings she saw that beckoned people inside were seedy-looking bars that splashed gaudy sale signs advertising the cheapness of their house brew in the windows. All the little things she'd grown accustomed to in Konoha were absent. There weren't any restaurants or clubs where adults went to spend their time late at night. It was eerie to hear the crispness of her footfalls on a street that should by all rights be crowded with people. A lack of lamps let the darkness creep in from the desert and wash over the buildings, making them look sinister and foreboding. Alien. A quarter of an hour passed before the Kaze cage dome finally peeked over the tops of the buildings. Beiki hadn't explained himself any further in that time, and Sakura hadn't asked any questions to fill the silence, partly because she was afraid trying to learn too much would make her guide upset and partly due to the burning in her chest from the long walk. Her stitches were starting to ache with each new step. Seeing the massive sphere of sandstone that marked the end of their journey was a blessing. It was a scant 10 minutes later that Sakura was standing in the lobby of the massive headquarters, looking very out of place in her civilian clothes and Konoha headband. Beiki was talking with the receptionist. He was too far away and was speaking too softly for Sakura to try and eavesdrop. Instead, she busied herself with memorizing the layout of everything she could see. The same airy architecture of the village was shown here in the open windows and squat, far apart walls. There was enough room to rest an entire battalion in here if you pushed all the furniture to the walls. It was probably what the designers had in mind, and, since the entire thing was shaped like a ball, the space would be greatest in the middle. The entire tower was a fortress designed for a multi-tiered defense. The conversation at the desk stopped. Beiki motioned for her to join him. "Come on, Sakura," he said. It was strange hearing her name cut through the silence of the lobby. Of course Beiki would know it if he had already met with the minister, but hearing it aloud stripped a bit of her armor off. She wasn't the mysterious ninja of room 369 anymore. She was back to being Harino Sakura, Konoha genin who was sorely out of her depth. She followed a step behind the jounin as he took to the stairs. It was late and not many ninja were working in the tower, but they passed a dozen drowsy unfortunates on their way up to the third story. They didn't walk far from the stairs after hitting the landing. Beiki led her down a connecting corridor that opened into a wide circle filled with doorways. He stepped up to the third door from the left and tapped twice dead center. It wasn't long before the door swung open. Beiki took 2 large steps backwards and gave Sakura a hard push on the small of her back. She stumbled through the dark doorway like a drunk returning to his home after a night at the bar. "We'll send for you all when it's time for the meeting." He reached out and grabbed the doorknob. "Don't wander. You're all being watched." The door slammed shut and darkness descended on the unnerved genin. There was movement to her side. Sakura's head snapped to the side and she met the eyes of the boy that had answered Beiki's knock. He was huge, much taller than Sakura, and broader in the shoulders and chest than most adults she knew. "It's you," he said, sounding surprised. It took a few moments for Sakura's eyes to adjust to the low light, but there was enough spilling from the gap around the door to see the fleshy features of the large boy. She didn't recognize him. "Do I know you?" "We met at the caravan," he said. "I was one of the minister's guards." "Come on, we've got a little time left before the meeting." Sakura nodded. "I'm Sakura," she offered. The boy moved past her with a muffled reply of Jirobo. Sakura followed him into the depth of the room. What had seemed like a small space now opened into a massive storage room. Sakura could see a few tables put end to end down the middle of the floor and scattered couches and chairs. Most were stacked neatly in towers, but some had been pulled down for recent use. There were 2 other people in the room. Jirobo sank down onto a couch next to a dark-skinned boy who was sitting with his head lolled back, while on the far side a boy sat by himself. Neither one seemed very interested in her, so Sakura sank down into an empty chair to rest. Her injuries were distracting throbs of not quite pain that raced along the length of her abdomen scars. The long walk from the hospital had taken a lot out of her, and she traced the stitching through her shirt with her finger. Blessedly the fabric didn't stick to the cuts. Something thudded against the leg of her chair. "You're in my chair, bitch." Sakura bit back a startled chirp at being so thoroughly surprised by someone. She was already halfway up from the fright and in no mood to argue. A red-headed girl roughly pushed her aside and took chair. She wasn't nearly as silent as the others, and the smattering of conversation ceased. Embarrassed, Sakura squeezed onto the sofa next to Jirobo. The redhead popped a bag of potato chips open and loudly began crunching on them. After a moment, she snapped her fingers. "I recognize you," she said. "You called me a fat troll of a woman out in the desert." Her smile turned feral. "I never got to thank you for that." Her chair scrapped loudly on the stone as it skittered backwards. "Teiwa! Stop flapping your mouth and give me some chips." The boy who had been sitting next to Jirobo was suddenly in front of Sakura. Teiwa clicked her teeth and dropped a few chips into his waiting hand. One of his hands, that is, he had several. Sakura hadn't noticed it in the dark, but there were 6 arms jutting out of his body. Sakura had heard of physical abnormalities in ninja, but this was the first time she'd ever seen one. "You're such a prick, Kidomaru. Next time get your own fucking snacks," Teiwa snapped. Sakura let out a sigh when the girl dragged her chair to the other side of the room to sit by the quiet blue-haired boy. Jirobo leaned over. "She'll forget about what you said to her in a few days. It's best to not get on her bad side, though. She isn't very ladylike." That was an understatement. For even someone as big and strong-looking as Jirobo to be giving that kind of advice was indication enough. "I'll keep that in mind." She caught the eye of the multi-armed boy as he shuffled back to his seat on the couch. "Thank you, but you didn't have to distract her like that. I don't want you getting into trouble with her because of me." The boy tossed a chip into his mouth. "Don't worry about it," he said between crunches. "Teiwa always has a pole up her ass about something. Besides, she wouldn't have killed you. We have our own orders, after all." "From the minister, right?" Sakura asked. "I know we're supposed to be going with him on some kind of meeting with Suna. You don't already know?" He sounded pleased, though Sakura couldn't guess what he was getting at. "Well, that's different. Why don't we play a little game to pass the time? If you will, I'll smooth things over even more with Teiwa for you. I'll even give you some hints." Sakura crossed her arms and leaned back into the cushions. "What kind of game?" she asked, curious. Keeping her mind busy on this kept it off her injuries, and not having that violent girl angry with her would be good. "It's about who the minister really is, right? You are a sharp one. How about this, I'll only give you hints when you ask for them. If you can work out who the minister really is with 3 or less hints, you win. If you can't, I call Teiwa back over here and she beats you senseless." "Yeah, that works for me. Go on, start working it out. You've only got about 20 minutes before he comes and fetches us for the meeting." It wasn't an idle threat. Sakura could tell from Kidomaru's body language, his relaxed posture, that he wouldn't think twice about making good on the rules if she lost. Jirobo didn't look like he was going to intervene either. Sakura's heart was thundering in her chest. She didn't stand a chance in any kind of fight the way she was right now. She had to play his game and win. Calm down. Think. It wouldn't be fun for him if there wasn't a risk of losing. He isn't doing this just to hurt me. Kidomaru was simply meeting her look with a cocksure face. He wasn't being malicious, he just didn't care. That meant there was a chance to win. Her tongue flicked out over her dry lips. If I get it with only one hint, you have to answer any question I want. The words spilled out before Sakura let her mind properly filter them. The thudding of her heart wasn't so unpleasant anymore, the feeling going through her skin felt like as if she had slipped on a favorite silk shirt. This was a game she certainly didn't want to lose. Now you've made it an interesting game. Kidomaru exclaimed with a chuckle. Alright, I'll tell you anything you want. You've only got 15 more minutes, though, so make them count. Sakura grinned. Well, it's not that hard if I think about it. If he was simply the agriculture minister, then you all wouldn't be sitting here instead of being with him. That means he has power in the village itself rather than just the government of Rice Country. I know that none of the Fire Nation government figures can order around their guards when they get some from the village. Kidomaru waved a hand, but he was smiling. That's a big leap of logic. Our orders could have multiple facets. Suna isn't as stable as some of the other countries we've been through already, so naturally we have to take other precautions. Some might involve being in this room at this very moment. You can't know otherwise. That was true enough, but Sakura already had another avenue of deduction ready. But if that were the case, you wouldn't need to disguise yourselves as bodyguards. I've seen you all up close as guards for the minister, but I didn't recognize Jirobo. He knew me, though. That means you were all disguised in some way to fool the other ninja from my village. The more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed. What could 4 kids give away that was worth the elaborate disguise they had used? Not even the Umbu had seen through it. Or, if they did, they made no mention of it. Those could have been other. Your friend already gave it away that the female guard was her. Since you all seem so close, I don't think you'd split. You must have some way of switching the 2 guards between the 4 of you, or maybe genjutsu. Either way, I'd say that all of you were there, since traveling with us was the only way for you to get here. Don't try and say that you went through the desert, either. If you did that, the chances are good that you'd have run into either the bandits or the rain-nin at one of the watering holes. I don't think either would have let you pass through. The boy's smile grew. Alright, so you figured that part out. Still haven't answered the million Ryo question yet, and you've only got about 8 more minutes. So, the bodyguards had all been with the minister in disguise. Something about them, some detail, gave away more information than Oto was comfortable giving out. Why, though, would they risk such distinctive bodyguards then? They had likely been with the minister since leaving Oto. Life in the village continued on without them. Their authority couldn't be that much. The minister, on the other hand, met with at least 3 different village heads. Do you know how much information Konoha has about Oto in the library? Sakura asked. Her breath was coming out in gentle puffs and her body was trembling with excitement. Something was starting to roar in her ears. You have no cage of your own, and Rice Country doesn't have a daimyo. I thought it was weird that the agricultural minister would be able to go around the continent when agriculture is the most important product Rice exported. He would be too important, too needed back home, for a trip like this. Rice Country hasn't had a hidden village for very long, and the country is too inexperienced when it comes to dealing with other countries to trust trade negotiations to an official like that. You need someone who's well-traveled, someone who would rate distinctive security guards, who would be forced to travel incognito, and who was experienced enough to get as much information as possible from the trip. Jirobo was looking at her as if she had grown a second head, but Kidomaru was laughing. You didn't even need the hint, did you? No wonder he wanted a delay until you could join us. Events were swirling around Sakura again in a way she couldn't comprehend. Why wait on me, though? Why help me out in the desert? What does Orochimaru, the leader of Otogaku, want from me? Who can guess what he's thinking? Kidomaru asked. His ponytail bobbed when his topmost arms shrugged. I'm not going to try and second-guess him. Jirobo grunted. He said you were our go-between with Danzo. This is the first time he's actually met with a cage. The other times we just followed him to council meetings. We waited an extra day for you to get here. A whole day for one little girl to get out of the hospital. The thrill she had been feeling turned to a foul sickness in the pit of her stomach. I'm nobody. Less than nobody. Kabuto had me doing his dirty work for months before I met with Danzo, and even then I'm sure he was just trying to quietly kill me. Sakura could recognize when someone was trying to convince themselves of something, but she didn't care. Thrusting her arms around her chest, she said, "It must be something else. He didn't know if I would come out of the desert alive. He didn't know I'd even be on this mission in the first place." Jirobo and Kidomaru shared a look and let the conversation die. It had to be a coincidence. Sakura didn't want to think about what she could possibly offer the most notorious missing nin in Konoha's history if it wasn't. Chapter 14. Hands over your head. It was difficult for Sakura to swivel her right arm so far up, and the Sunanin wasn't giving her the luxury of slow movement. His rough hands yanked her swollen arm around in its socket when she didn't move fast enough, poking and prodding at her faded stitching. The sting from the sudden shifting didn't compare to the lancing pain from her healing cuts when the man ran a hard finger up and down her arm. Someone heard Sakura's grunt of pain. The other Suna Chiryunin reached over and caught his partner's hand. She was already checked for implanted weapons at the hospital. He was younger than the man searching Sakura. Fresher. Jirobo and Kidomaru had gone through his checkpoint quick and painless without any issue. Behind Sakura there was still Teiwa to go, and every so often the redhead would let out an impatient grunt. This single security checkpoint had held them up for over half an hour already. The Chiryunin searching Sakura didn't stop his probing. When he yanked his arm out of the younger man's grip, he wrenched Sakura with him. Everyone gets checked. Fresh cuts get checked, clothing gets checked, their mouths and hair gets checked. No one sees the yondaime without being checked. They're just kids. They're Orochimarus. They get checked. The man punctuated each word with an angry press of his thumb over a cut. Sakura grunted when his thumb caught on the tender edge of one of her scars. His grip wouldn't even allow her to squirm. This marked the third checkpoint they had gone through so far, and the most invasive. The first was a simple metal detector on the third floor of the tower, and then a brisk frisking at the next floor. No one had poked and prodded. No one had told her that there would be any checks at all. The others had borne the insults in silence with only the occasional remark, but none of the others had some angry Suna Chiryunin ready to split open their skin to look for hidden knives. The worst had been the blue-haired boy, whom Sakura now knew as Seikon, having to explain why there was a twin version of himself growing out of his back. Just seeing that thing had nearly made Sakura vomit, and here someone was adding pain to that. Her stomach was doing flip-flops. It hadn't helped that Orochimaru hadn't shown up at the appointed time. Kidomaru had said it would only be a few minutes, but they had all sat in that dark room for another hour before being fetched by some aide to the Kaze cage. He hadn't mentioned Orochimaru at all and only gave directions to head to the top of the tower for the meeting. None of the group had argued, but Sakura could see the tension behind Kidomaru's flippant smirk. It was pulled taut over his lips. This had been unexpected, even by his sharp mind. There was a skittishness to the entire group after the summons. They feigned nonchalance well enough, but Sakura could see the cracks in their facades. They weren't used to being so exposed. These were Orochimaru's private guard. They weren't meant to be paraded around in figurative, broad daylight. Being searched and disarmed was pushing their last vestiges of their nerve. Even Teiwa showed her frayed emotions. She pushed past Sakura, sending the younger girl stumbling, and walked up to the young Chiryunin. "You check me," she ordered. "Hurry it up, too. Orochimaru is waiting on us." When the older Chiryunin reached out with his free hand to grab at the redhead, Sakura stopped him. She could tell that Teiwa was being pushed too far. "We're diplomats. Diplomats are supposed to have security allowances. You're guards, not envoys. Don't think that you can argue your way through here." Sakura's words were working, however. The man sounded less sure than he had before. Sensing the opening, his younger counterpart led Teiwa away a few paces and began patting her down. The old Chiryunin growled and yanked at Sakura's long hair so hard it made tears spring to her eyes as he took his time checking every inch of her scalp. It was another 5 minutes before Sakura joined the rest of the group in the waiting room beyond the security checkpoint. Teiwa had breezed past the laxer inspection of the younger guard and was leaned up against the far wall. She didn't so much as glance at Sakura when she sat down next to Kidomaru. More waiting, it seemed. One of the boy's arms reached out. "Here," he said, dropping a small black band into Sakura's hand. "Hair tie." Teiwa said yours was too long to wear loose. Sakura looked over at the girl. Was this a peace offering or an insult? Either way, it probably wasn't wise to reject it. She swept her pink mane back into a thick rope of hair and double-looped the tie around it. Now it rested in a long ponytail against her spine. If it was some kind of joke Sakura didn't mind, her neck was a lot cooler now. The wind country's warm morning air was starting to blow into the building and beads of sweat were starting to run down her neck. For the sake of her robe-wearing companions, Sakura hoped that they wouldn't have to wait much longer. That thought made Sakura uneasy. She was comfortable around the foursome, too comfortable. She had to constantly remind herself that these people weren't her friends. Kidomaru, for all his smiles and jokes, wasn't her friend. Jirobo wasn't looking out for her, certainly Teiwa hadn't hid her annoyance either and Seikon hadn't even spoken yet. These people were, if not her enemies, her current jailers. No question that if she tried to run or spoil the mission in some way she'd find a kunao in her back, security checkpoint, or not. That she was still alive only showed Sakura that she had some further purpose to serve. Whether that purpose was to meet with Danzo again, as Jirobo had implied, or something else, Sakura didn't know. She would find out whenever someone higher up than her decided it was time for her to know. "You look like someone just stabbed you in the gut," Kidomaru said. The flippant way he broke the silence made Sakura jump. She could feel the boy's smugness. Jumpy. That's not good. Didn't anyone tell you that being tense like that will make you die young? Jumpy people are the first ones to lose their heads in a mission. Figuratively or literally. All 6 of his arms shrugged. Loss of one leads to the loss of the other. Sakura tried to laugh, but it came out as more of a cough. Considering how many injuries she'd racked up the last few days, losing her head might not be entirely unbelievable. "Sorry, I'm just feeling really out of my depth here," she admitted. "I still don't feel well, either. If things come to fighting. If things come to you fighting, neither of us will have done our jobs," Teiwa snarled from across the room. "Not that a piece of trash like you could actually do anything in a fight other than get the shit kicked out of you." Again. Seikon, the strange and disturbing boy that had led their journey through the Kaze Cage Tower as their leader, laughed at that. "I don't know, Teiwa, she seems really good at catching kunao in the gut. Maybe we could use her as a shield? I figure a few dozen could fit in her before we'd run out of skin." Sakura shrank back in her chair. Kidomaru laughed along with the 2 next to her and she wondered how much of his cordiality was due to any real desire to be kind rather than just boredom. It was a 4-man cell, Sakura reminded herself. She was the outsider. The unknown element. Any team would be tense and unwelcoming under these circumstances. At least, she hoped that was the case. Jitters she could deal with, outright hostility was something she couldn't deal with. They worked for the same person, after all, and that should count for something. Otagakuer couldn't be that different from Konoha, could it? She doesn't even say anything back. What a worthless bitch. Sakura felt the air around her shift and suddenly Teiwa was looming over her chair. The redhead looked down at her with a deep sneer and real disgust, not jitters. "I just called your lame ass worthless and deadweight. Fucking say something." Kidomaru shifted. "Hey, Teiwa, that's enough. She's not here to be a bodyguard. You know that." "No, I don't know that and neither do you. I don't know jack shit about this mission. Something smells bad here and it's coming from her. Orochimaru made us sit on our asses for days while she sat in bed like a piece of butcher's meat. I've had it with being out of the loop on this and I'm going to get some fucking answers." Sakura nearly screamed when Teiwa grabbed her bad arm. The sticks were gone and the worst of the cuts had been healed, but she felt the new skin there stretching in the older girl's iron grip. "Come on, bitch. Tell us what you know about this. What the hell are you doing here? What the hell are we doing here? I don't know. Please, I'm just as in the dark as all of you are. The grip tightened even more and Sakura saw spots. If you are not going to tell me willingly, I guess I'll just have to beat it out of you. Vision swimming, Teiwa's other fist balling up and pulling back was the only thing Sakura could see. Fast as an arrow, the fist was suddenly zipping toward her face. Sakura's free arm came up to block, but even that quick motion made a fresh wave of pain shoot down her spine. Unwillingly, she flinched as her brain wondered how much an actual block would hurt. The tiny bit of time that took wasted all of her movement to block and Teiwa's fist suddenly took up Sakura's full field of vision. But it stopped. Close enough that Sakura could pick out every nick and callus on each of Teiwa's fingers, the fist stopped. With a shudder, Sakura's breath came back to her and she realized the pain on her arm was gone. The girl's grip had turned to a simple hold that she easily twisted out of. The shock of being attacked finally gave way to instinct and she pushed back from the fist and tumbled over when the chair didn't accommodate the jerky motion. I knew that if I left you four alone too long you would get restless, but to treat my guest like this. I am a bit disappointed, Teiwa. A pair of sandals were at eye level. Sakura looked up, and up, and up, until she could see the face of the tall man looming over her and Teiwa. He was one of the tallest men Sakura had ever seen, easily topping anyone in the room. He was wearing simple long robes, but his spindly physique was noticeable. His long arm was lazily outstretched, not at all tense, and he was holding Teiwa's arm right above her wrist with his thumb, index, and middle fingers. He'd stopped her punch with just 3 fingers. Teiwa looked terrified. She hadn't moved an inch, still awkwardly lurched forward from throwing the punch. As Sakura picked herself up off the floor, she could see the girl's legs shivering. The others weren't faring any better, either. They were staring at the man with unabashed anxiety. The man was smiling, but Sakura didn't feel any amusement coming from him. With his thin lips and pale skin he looked like a walking corpse. The only thing truly alive about him were his slit, snake-like eyes. They were bright and vibrant and twinkling with cruel mischief. As if he sensed the scrutiny, those eyes dropped down to Sakura and she understood why the others were so afraid. When he looked at her it felt like she were a mouse staring into the eyes of a hungry cat. There was only one person this could be. Orochimaru, Sakura murmured. Those eyes of his crinkled at the corners and the feeling that she'd just stumbled into some kind of cosmic joke intensified. He released Teiwa and she jerked away like his fingers were fire. Those same fingers came down to help Sakura get to her feet. Sakura realized from the second her hand touched his that Teiwa hadn't been overacting for wanting to get away from him. His skin felt wrong somehow. It was cold and clammy as the dead. He didn't let her go a second too soon. Orochimaru neatly folded his arms and looked at each of his subordinates in turn. Well, I suppose things have been rather slow the last few days and you've all become rather anxious. His gaze caught on Teiwa for a moment. That's no excuse to tease our important comrade, though. It's rather unsightly, isn't it? The girl nodded frantically. Why yeah. Real unsightly. I wasn't really going to hurt her or anything, Orochimaru-sama. I was just playing a little joke. No more joking. We're at the most important juncture of the mission, after all. It is time for a little professionalism. Everyone straightened up at that. On some unspoken command, the rest of the group got up from their seats and took up flanking positions on their master. Only Sakura was left standing out of place, feeling like an idiot. She wanted to speak up and ask just what she was doing here, but this man, was her superior, the end of the line. For all intents and purposes, it was like meeting the Hokage for the first time. He considered her. Orochimaru didn't say anything or give an order, he just looked her over with a critical eye. It was the same kind of look she'd catch Kakashi giving her team when they were training. An appraising look, that was it. As if he were grading a test she didn't know she'd taken. And then he said something that caught her completely by surprise. Stick out your tongue, he ordered. It was such an odd order that she delayed long enough that his eyes narrowed a fraction. Quickly, she corrected that and did what he asked, but Orochimaru wasn't gentle when he pulled it out further. They are going to test for compelling jutsu, he explained. Sakura felt the buzz of chakra travel down her throat and pool at the back of her mouth. She wondered what it was Orochimaru was doing until she felt a knot of chakra, different chakra, unwind itself. With a start she realized what that was. "You took off the seal Kabuto put on me," she breathed. "The one he put on me to keep me from revealing any secrets. You're no use to me if you are not able to speak at the meeting. And it is time that you are formally inducted into my village." He smirked and Sakura felt the hairs on her arms stand up. "Your reports on a great many things have been interesting reading material. We'll speak more on that when we're away from walls that have ears, but know that you were also impressive against the Rainin. If he had gotten away it would have been inconvenient for me." "How did you know about that?" "I was the only one that came back from the desert end." Orochimaru answered by holding up his other hand. There sat a very familiar ring, shaped like a coiled snake, wrapped around his ring finger. "I said it would be your way into Tsunagaku, didn't I?" Everything started to click. It was a summoned animal, wasn't it? Somehow you can put it into a ring and talk to it or see through it. Maybe you can control it remotely. The leader of Oto's eyebrows ticked upwards a tiny bit. "Impressive. You worked all that out from just seeing the ring. Really, you are something special." Sakura shook her head, amazed that the entire web of her life was starting to smooth out into one, easily seeable thread. "I've seen it before. A year ago, when Kabuto first made me do his dirty work, he was talking to a snake. He was giving you a report and I stumbled across him doing it, didn't I? What was he doing there that day that made him risk giving you a report directly like that? What did I get dragged up into this for?" Orochimaru smiled, wide and gleeful. "Something far bigger than you were, at the time." Still smiling, the Otokage waved his little troop onward toward the door at the far end of the waiting room. Sakura didn't move. He was the reason that everything had spiraled out of control. All her problems boiled down to one sloppy report from Kabuto to the man a few strides away. Right now she could run and never come back. Would he chase her? Was his meeting more important than that? No seal. Could she get back to Konoha and tell them everything before they could get her? The others didn't react to her pause. Orochimaru ushered them into the room first and Sakura could see something that looked like a massive conference room beyond the door. At the far end, other parties were starting to arrive as well, one of them in flowing white robes and a hat that looked like the one the Hokage wore. Orochimaru paused at the door. "If you are going to rebel and tell Konoha everything," he began, voice calm as if he were discussing the weather, "then it would be best if you observed this meeting. I'm sure the third would be interested." Sakura stared after him as he strode into the room. He'd guessed what she was thinking, but he hadn't tried to stop her. What kind of plan was that? She knew a way through the desert, she'd memorized all the maps from the caravan. In a week she could be back in Konoha, well ahead of any kind of plan Orochimaru could hatch here. Would they forgive her, though? She'd spent a year under Kabuto's thumb as his catspaw. What could she bring them that would gloss over that fact? All she truly knew is that Orochimaru had been visiting other villages, that Kabuto was an agent in Konoha, and that Danzo had some dealings with Orochimaru that might include a civil war. Danzo was clever enough that he could probably wriggle out of whatever charges she could level at him and she had no actual proof that Kabuto was a spy. They'd watch him, sure, but she'd be either hanging from a noose or down in a dungeon somewhere. If he never slipped up and got caught, she'd never get exonerated. Sakura's tongue flicked out over her dry lips. There wasn't ever any other option, was there? Just as she had seen from outside, the inside of the conference room was enormous. Statues of men in cage robes lined the walls and loomed over the table where Orochimaru and the Sans Kaze Cage were taking their seats. The Kaze Cage, whose face Sakura couldn't see because of a mask covering his face, was nearly as tall as Orochimaru. Flanked by half a dozen guards and other people wearing robes, his entourage was certainly more impressive than the 5 children assembled behind Orochimaru. A pulse of chakra washed through the room and it made everyone shift. The compulsion check, Orochimaru provided as he pulled out a chair for himself. Paranoid as ever, Kazekage Dano. The Kaze Cage looked to one of his guards, who nodded slightly. We know all about your penchant for using dead bodies to do your dirty work. Since you requested this meeting you can't be getting uncomfortable about our methods. His eyes went to the others. Using children as your shield, though, is low. This is not the place for them. Orochimaru clicked his tongue. Should Kazekage Dano really be lecturing me about proper childcare? Your youngest son is lurking around here somewhere, isn't he? You shouldn't be upset that mine are better behaved than your Gaara. All of the Sunanin glowered at that, even the Kazekage. Their side of the room vastly outnumbered Orochimaru's. The elderly Suna counselors took their seats to the effect that half the table was taken up by Sunanin. Orochimaru, at the head of the other end, sat unperturbed at the array across from him and simply continued smiling in a condescending sort of way. Though his face was covered, Sakura knew that the Kazekage was fuming at the haughty treatment. Spin your tail, Orochimaru, he grunted. Let us hear what is so important that a traitor leaf scurried across the continent to tell us. If the proposal is not sufficient, we will capture you and turn you over to Konoha. Sakura went stiff. What kind of negotiation was this? She looked to Kidomaru to gauge his reaction, but the boy was simply keeping a close eye on the Kazekage's men. It was like he wasn't even paying attention to the talking. Was that what she was supposed to be doing as well? She was another bodyguard, right? Slowly, she began to take stock of the arrayed ninja as well. The big Sunanin that had brought her to the tower, Baki, was there along with a host of others. If her hunch was correct, he was a Jounin, which meant all the others were probably the same rank judging by their matching jackets. That was at least a dozen Jounin, along with the Kazekage, and whatever rank his counselors had. On their side, there were just 4 guards of determinant ability, herself, and Orochimaru. Sakura knew that Orochimaru was an S-class criminal, but beyond that who knew what he could do? Even if he was on par with a Kage, he couldn't take on all the Jounin here at the same time he fought the Kazekage. What are you doing? Kidomaru muttered, getting in close and shaking Sakura out of her thoughts. Orochimaru-sama is waiting for you to sit down. Don't just stand there like a slack-jawed idiot. You're not here to be a guard. Looking over at the Oto leader, Sakura saw that Kidomaru was right. A chair to his left was pushed out and he was glancing at her out the corner of his eye. Had he said anything? Were they really waiting on her? Quick enough to aggravate her chest sticks, Sakura bolted to the chair and threw herself down into it. Orochimaru turned back to the Kazekage. Well, to put it simply, I wish to make an alliance between my Otagakuer and your Sunagakuer. A few of the Suna counselors began to whisper to each other after that, but the majority was quiet. They'd expected something like this, Sakura imagined. To what end? The Kazekage asked. Oto and Suna are many leagues from each other. Anything you could offer us would be limited by transportation ability, that is assuming you have anything that we could want. Your so-called village is nothing more than a cowed daimyo and a few caves. What could you offer one of the 5 great nations that would even interest us? One of the 5 great nations? How is it that a village that has no clients can be considered great? Now all of the counselors were whispering to each other, even the Jounin looked uneasy. Sakura wondered what Orochimaru had meant by that. Surely Suna had clients? It was a major power in the world, one of the 5 great shinobi nations. The Kazekage slammed his fist down on the table, silencing the noise from his side. The bottom of his mask was fluttering from his harsh breathing. I will not sit here and allow you to insult this village. Whatever you believe about our condition is just that, a belief. The reality is much different. Is it? Perhaps my subordinate from Konoha can cut to the middle of this. Sakura's stomach lurched. I can't do that, she hissed, low enough that only Orochimaru could hear her. We're just antagonizing them. Any more and they'll. She stopped. Orochimaru was looking at her. Not glancing, not looking past, completely focused. It was the feeling she'd gotten when he had first appeared, only tenfold. He'll kill me. The thought surged through her mind with a clarity that made her blood turn to ice. He would kill her without a thought and no one would care. It would be one more odd action by Orochimaru and the meeting would continue. Sakura had to speak. Sunagakuer, it's dying. The entire Suna delegation grit their teeth and Sakura thought they would actually make a move toward her, so she clenched her eyes shut and let the words spill out. There are no shops open. The buildings are falling apart. When I walked through it at night, it was like the village was deserted. As though a child like you would know anything. One of the old counselors shouted. I've had enough of this garbage, Orochimaru. You insult us too much by having this girl even be here, let alone speak. You're wrong. I know what a successful village looks like. I've lived in Konoha my entire life. I've seen people and businesses and prosperity firsthand. Suna doesn't have that. There had to be something that caused that, some kind of trigger. What had Orochimaru said? Clients? No clients? Why would they have no clients? Why would the village be suffering like this? It came to her suddenly. Something strange that she'd noticed before, back in Konoha, but hadn't thought about. Why were we hired to guard Orochimaru's caravan, even though it was going to Suna? She asked, working it all out as she talked. Because no one trusts Sunanin enough to even hire them inside their own country. Even though none of us knew anything about the desert, it wasn't weird to anyone that we were the ones hired for it. It was unthinkable that a village could fall that far without it becoming obvious, but what other explanation was there? Why else would no one even think twice about hiring Konohanin to guard a caravan inside of Suna? Not only that, there were bandits and other ninja running around with impunity inside the country's own borders. How are you even operating as a village anymore? That one unguarded, unfiltered question sent a ripple through the entire Suna side of the table. Sakura kept her eyes clenched shut, but she heard chairs skittering backwards and the sound of footfalls growing closer. What was done, damned if she didn't say it, damned if she did. Konoha truly has remarkable shinobi. Everything stopped when the Kaze Cage spoke. Sakura cracked her eyes open, only to see two Sunanin a few steps away. The masked Cage and Orochimaru were the only ones still seated, the latter still wearing his unflappable expression. Orochimaru gave a flippant, exaggerated shrug. Shall we continue without pretense now? Even a child is aware of your situation after seeing the village. Kazekage Dano, you can't be thinking of continuing the discussion. This is too much of an insult, Kazekage Dano. We can demand whatever reward we want from the leaf if we turn him over to them. All the counselors and shinobi crowded around the Kaze Cage, each shouting louder than the last. With a flick of his hand, they were silenced. It costs us nothing to listen to him, he said in a measured tone. If I don't like what I hear, we can do whatever we want. Orochimaru, speak plainly, what do you want from us? The destruction of the current Konoha. The Kaze Cage drummed his fingers across the table. The current Konoha? Explain yourself. Shimura Danzo. He has already drawn up certain concessions that Konoha will give if you agree to the plan we've created. Orochimaru produced a scroll from his sleeve that he haphazardly rolled across the table. A Sunanin stopped it before it reached the Kaze Cage and handed it over only after thoroughly checking it. It took more than a few moments for the Kaze Cage to read through whatever was on it, moments that Sakura used to try and find some sense of mental balance. She had known that Danzo was after something like that, but to actually see it start to take shape was something completely different. The wheel of history was turning right in front of her and she was an actual observer. The moment stretched out into an unbearable wait, the sound of the scroll being carefully rolled back up thundered in the silence. The Kaze Cage took in a deep breath that made his mask flutter. When he opened his mouth, everyone listened. How can Tsunagaku trust Danzo in this? The Kaze Cage said at last. He is known in all the villages as one of the most subtle men in the shinobi world. He is more likely to use us, and you, to eliminate his political rival and then destroy both our villages. Each of us will have our own motives, my goals won't be yours. It becomes interesting when the contest comes down to who has the deeper plans, doesn't it? Perhaps you could get even more if you are deeper than the rest of us. The Kaze Cage grimaced. And your contribution to this, you're certain that it can deliver? He asked, running his fingers over the scroll. We would be risking much on this, secrets of our village would be revealed to the world, they would know about our Gaara from this. Even once the war is finished there would be the risk we would be attacked by another village to spoil it. Orochimaru didn't deny that. That's the way of things, isn't it? It would be boring otherwise. He did bother to take out another scroll, though, and a small case containing a brush and inkstone. "I think, though, there is something more I can offer you," he said as he began to write. It was a short message, only taking a moment, and soon the Sunin was passing it off to one of the Sunanin. This time the Kazekij's reaction was immediate. He read the words and dropped the scroll to the table as if it burned. "You are reaching, Orochimaru," he said, "but your ability to gather information is frightening." Then he looked at Sakura. She swallowed a lump in her throat and forced herself to sit straight and meet that look. What had Orochimaru written? What had he gotten her into now? The Kazekage was still staring, searching for something in her eyes. Sakura felt some small bit of satisfaction that he was the one that looked away first. "How certain are you?" he asked Orochimaru. "As certain as I could be of anything without testing," he replied, again shrugging. "If I'm wrong it is no real loss, if I'm right it would minimize your risks considerably." Another long moment passed, only this silence was broken by the Kazekage picking up the second scroll Orochimaru had given him and tossing it into one of the flickering braziers lighting the room. Sakura tensed, as did everyone else in the room, sure that the action meant that the deal was off and blood was about to be spilt. Orochimaru let out a low chuckle. "Your answer, then, is?" The Kazekige's eyes showed his answer. It was a unique look of distaste that washed over his visible face that could only come from having to touch something thoroughly disgusting. "The hidden sand agrees to your terms as written," he grunted. It sounded like the words were wrung from his tongue like water from a rag. "However, if we see you not upholding your end of this deal we will withdraw. Ensure that Root understands this." And that was it. Sakura watched as the Suna delegation followed their leader out of the conference room like a murder of crows following their leader, dragging most of the tension out with them in their wake. In its place they left an enigmatic Orochimaru who didn't look the least bit victorious at having gotten what he wanted. He was simply staring at the door, lost in thought. She caught herself thinking of Orochimaru like a person, like someone sharing her feelings. He wasn't. He was the reason she was being forced to betray her village day in and day out. He was the reason why she always had to look over her shoulder for an executioner that had sniffed her out. Not anymore, though. Could she get away now with all the information she had? If she did, there was certainly enough to go forward with. She could shine enough light on Danzo's plan that he wouldn't be able to escape scrutiny and she could wash away the stains on her service. Thinking about all the accolades you can get if you run to the third and tell him all about this. Orochimaru was no longer facing the other end of the table, he had turned his chair and was now giving Sakura his full attention. Hands laced, chin resting lightly atop them, he almost seemed bored, but the smug little smile he hadn't been wearing at winning the back and forth between him and the Kazekage was back. "I'm sure he would give you a wonderful pat on the back and a little speech about hardship and the will of fire and other things that I had to listen to for years. What would you get, though? Would he make you a Chiryunin? Give you some kind of monetary reward? That's not the Sarutobi I know." Sakura's face drew up like a crumpled sheet of paper. "Not having to worry about being murdered by my own village every day is reward enough," she snarled. "Not having to risk being killed by a cage because I called his village weak and poor is reward enough. I simply made you see this through. After all, you were the architect of this treaty." "Me? I didn't do anything. You secured an alliance with Danzo and Root. Without that our options would have been far more limited," Orochimaru pointed out. "The mission was originally Kabuto's, but I'm certain you knew that. He sent you there to die and instead you excelled. If not an architect, you laid a wonderful foundation." What could she say to that? She'd realized that Kabuto had set a trap for her and had taken pride in escaping it at the time. Now that overzealousness was coming back to bite her. "So you could have just as easily had Kabuto here today." Orochimaru shook his head and smiled with a fondness she hadn't thought the man capable of. "Who knows what that kid would have done? Would he have gone along with my orders or would he have driven Danzo off? Really, I can't predict him at all." "It sounds like you don't really trust him," Sakura said, wary at how cordial Orochimaru was being. "How can you be so calm about your main spy not following orders?" "Because no matter what he does he also has the talent to get the results that I want." Suddenly the Sunin's head swiveled toward the door at the far end of the room. He looked at it for a moment, his eyes losing some of their luster. But that's enough free information for our good allies today, I think, he said, getting to his feet. After all, we have to get our new comrade ready for her journey back to Konoha. As it turned out, Sakura's line of credit had been extended to mission-critical gear that she could purchase at her own discretion, although she was sure whatever she got would be looked over by the official penny pinchers at the village. She was able to further minimize costs when Orochimaru informed her that there was another caravan going to the Kusagakuer that she could book passage with, a few days with them to get out of the desert, and it was a short jaunt to Konoha from the border. When he wasn't being terrifying, Sakura realized that the Oto-Sunin was a fount of shinobi know-how and wisdom. He had only said a few words to them before sending his bodyguards out for supplies, but it was all reasonable advice about what foodstuffs to get for desert travel and what type of equipment to buy. It wasn't odd, of course, that he would know any of that. Sakura had discovered through a tiny bit of conversation that he had been the student of the third Hokage, along with the other two Sunin, before he'd left the village. That, and the fact he'd been in the Second and Third Great Wars, meant that he was probably more knowledgeable than even Kakashi. Sakura was the first to get back to the safe house. After an hour of shopping, her equipment pouch was filled to the brim and once again sitting snugly on her belt. She'd gotten a few sets of simple Suna clothes, nothing bank-breaking, and had confirmed the details with the caravan she'd be traveling with. It was a large passenger convoy without much baggage beyond what the travelers were packing, so it would take a quick pace through the desert. Her afternoon ticket was nestled safely in her pouch along with the money she had taken for further travel expenses. At first she thought she had the sparse house to herself, but she soon spotted Orochimaru lounging by an open window. A book was sitting between his spindly fingers and every so often he'd flip the page, uncaring of Sakura moving through the room. Unfortunately, he was taking up the entirety of the ratty old sofa and the only other place to sit was on an equally ratty recliner across from it. If Sakura didn't take it, she knew one of the others would have no hesitation and then she'd have to stand for the rest of the afternoon or sit on the floor. Making up her mind, she sank into the chair and tried not to grunt too loud when an errant spring poked her thigh. For a few moments, the only sounds in the room came from Orochimaru's page flipping. Sakura rummaged through her equipment pouch, attempting to keep busy, but there were 1,000 questions at the tip of her tongue. Would he answer them, though? He was an intimidating, frightening man that Sakura couldn't figure out, and she didn't have the time for a character study. Right now, before she got on that caravan to go home, she had to decide on a course of action, go straight to the Hokage and tell them everything, trusting that they'd understand her situation, or continue going along with this plan until she could find a better way to wriggle out of it. Certainly, Sakura told herself, she wouldn't help anyone attack the village. It was her home, it was where her family and friends lived. Generations of Haranos had called it home. You might as well ask, Orochimaru said as he flipped another page, accurately guessing what she was thinking. Gods above, but that man's intuition was terrifying. Sakura wasn't even surprised with his insight at this point. You said before, at the caravan, that Kakashi knew something. How do you know? Intuition, he said. Kakashi-kun was an Umbu and a student of the fourth. He's very good at sniffing out puzzles. A student of the fourth Hokage, Sakura wanted to throw up her hands and laugh. The entire world was stacked against her. Knowing better than to ask how to avoid the impossible, she shifted gears. Those ninja out in the desert, they were Rainin. Why were they after you? The shift didn't throw Orochimaru. Any number of reasons, he replied. My bounty is several million ryo and a Megakuer was rebel after the Second War. They also border the Fire Nation and could want to curry favor with Hidden Leaf. Really, there are too many ways a tiny village like that would use me. You're talking like it's a weak village. It managed to launch a surprise attack a few days from Hidden Sand. Orochimaru looked up from his book and chuckled. Does that say that a Megakuer is strong or that Tsunagakuer is weak? Sakura considered that. She'd mentioned something like that at the meeting, but could a country like a Megakuer really be strong enough to launch large-scale missions inside the Wind Country? Even if Suna was in decline, they must have believed the risk was worth it. Undoubtedly there was probably truth to Orochimaru's explanation, but for them to risk so many members of their village to attack a caravan guarded by Konoha Umbu inside of the Wind Country, the prize had to be more than just some quick cash or a favor. Both, she answered after a moment. I could argue that the Wind Country is too big for any nation to effectively patrol, or I could say that Omegaku recovered from the war faster than anyone thought. The truth is probably somewhere in the middle. Another presence in the room chose that moment to make herself known. Blah, 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 who cares so long as we kill all the trash that tries to kill us. Sakura's head snapped over to the door. She hadn't heard Teiwa even come in. She was carrying a few bags of food, which she promptly dumped on the dusty countertop in the gutted kitchen, and set about rummaging through them. It doesn't matter what some village did or didn't do, she continued, but only if the shitheads paid for it in the end. The redhead walked over to Sakura with one of the bags and held it open. There were several loaves of bread inside along with some canned drinks. A suspicious look from Sakura made her expression sour. I'm making an effort, trash. Don't spoil it. Considering that she hadn't eaten since leaving the hospital, Sakura wasn't about to mince words. She grabbed one of the loaves as well as a drink and gave Teiwa sincere thanks for them. Orochimaru simply waved Teiwa off when she looked to him. Jirobo should be back soon, she said, climbing up on one of the kitchen's stools and pulling out some food for herself. Kidomaru is still up on the roof with Seikon and Yukon. Says that there are at least 10 Sunanin in a building a few houses down from us. They probably have listening devices, but we've already put up a seal. It should hold for however long we need. We're leaving tonight, so that should be fine. It took a moment before Sakura realized Teiwa was looking at her for an answer as well. My caravan loads up in a few hours. Another caravan? Going to get your ass kicked again on your way back home. It's an easier way to travel and it draws less attention, Sakura replied, not rising to the bait. I can't afford a fight in my condition, and if I get home too soon the village will realize that I didn't really spend my time here being a guard. Not that you did much of anything anyway. Probably should have just left you out in the desert to rot with the rest of the corpses. Sakura gripped the armrest of her chair hard enough to make her fingers shake. She glared at Teiwa's vicious smirk, but the redhead's features quickly melted into someone else's, a young, round face with empty eye sockets and maggots rolling out of her mouth. Clutching her stomach, Sakura bent over and fought to keep her lunch in. Teiwa clicked her tongue. Man, I feel sorry for whoever you hired to drive your ass back to Konoha. They're going to end up having to bury you in a day. I hope they got you to pay beforehand. Shut up, Sakura groaned. She wasn't going to give Teiwa the pleasure of seeing her throw up. The older girl didn't, in fact, listen. Sakura heard her hop off her stool and start to walk over. I was listening, you know? You're so paranoid about what that Kakashi guy knows or thinking about why some piece of trash did something to you. You know why? Teiwa ducked her head down so that she was eye level. Because you're a weak piece of shit, she said, smiling. Mission is over, Pinky. I can hit you all I want now and no one will stop me. I can even come find you out in your little caravan in a few hours and we can find out exactly what Orochimaru-sama meant by telling the third about us when you get back to your trash village. Run. The thought went through Sakura's mind with a deadly urgency. Teiwa might really kill her. Orochimaru hadn't said a word this time. If she was lucky, she could make it out of the barrier they'd put up and maybe get to the Sunanin watching the safe house. They could be a distraction to use to escape. The Sunanin wouldn't let anyone rampage through their town. She could be to the caravan early and prepare in case Teiwa really decided to track her down. Maybe, even, she could find a new one and buy passage on it. No way to find her then. It was a plan, a good plan, but her body didn't listen. When she went to slip around Teiwa, her back stiffened like an iron rod and her thighs pushed her upwards. Teiwa had been too close. The girl couldn't pull back in time to avoid getting cracked by Sakura's forehead. Teiwa rolled with the impact. She let her legs bend and tipped over, coming to rest a few feet away in a crouch. A few specks of blood had dripped across the space between them in the motion, but only a tiny trickle was coming from the Otonin's nose. In the end, the hit had been far too shallow and jerky and Teiwa had gotten away from the worst of it. Orochimaru's book closed with a sharp clap of pages. You really shouldn't joke like that, Teiwa. Some people may not take it as harmlessly as our friend. His legs moved slowly, swinging over the edge of the couch he'd been lounging on. Every motion gave the impression he was simply lazing about still, but the sensation Sakura felt when her body had moved had yet to settle. The air around Orochimaru seemed to buzz with tension and it made all of her hairs stand on end. The room was quiet except for the Sunin's footsteps as he walked between the two girls on his way to the kitchen. He stopped for one sliver of a moment in front of Taewya, looked at her, and then continued on his way. "This isn't over," Taewya mouthed. The look on her face was murderous and the trickle of blood coming from her nose only heightened the effect. With that look, though, she left it at that and stormed off toward the back rooms of the safe house with her share of the food. Sakura didn't even bother watching what Orochimaru was doing. Her chest was thrumming in tune with her heartbeat. Now she realized why her body had moved. She'd wanted to fight. She still wanted to fight. She wanted to win. Not a fake, Pyrrhic victory like she'd won in the desert, but a true win. One where she didn't have to worry about how long she'd have to recover, or one where no one had to die because she wasn't strong or fast enough. Just a true, honest success that she could feel proud of. She heard the springs of the sofa groan when Orochimaru sat back down. "I'm pretty weak, aren't I?" "Incredibly," Orochimaru said. Sakura looked up and saw that the man was slowly peeling a boiled egg, looking thoroughly amused. "However, Kabuto would have done away with you if you did not possess any talent. There is room for growth." "If I stay with you," Sakura finished, filling in the blank. "Why are you even giving me a choice? You could put the seal back on me right now before I leave." "I could, but I enjoy seeing things work out for themselves." His long fingernails cut under the shell of the egg like a knife, expertly sloughing off the shell like it was a husk of dead skin. He popped the entire thing into his mouth with one smooth gulp and swallowed. Sakura had never seen a more disturbing sight. Something was sitting on the armrest of her chair when she looked back down. "To give to Danzo," he said, already peeling another egg. "I wouldn't suggest going to that one if you are having second thoughts, though. He doesn't share my gentle nature." Sakura slipped the scroll into her pouch, only a little bothered by its abrupt appearance. Whatever she ultimately decided, it would be useful. "How will I find him?" "Oh, I wouldn't worry about that." She accepted that crypticness at face value. "Do you have anything in particular for me to say to him or any additional orders?" To her surprise, Orochimaru stopped with his lunch and stared intently at her face. No smiles, no smirks, just naked assessment. "Simply keep your usual journals, you and your team amuse me to no end. Further orders can come later." He wasn't telling her much. Despite what he might say about not caring what she'd do, he hadn't revealed any kind of timetable for the so-called destruction of Konoha or the details of her deal with the Kaze cage. "By the way, I wouldn't try and open that scroll on the road if you get bored. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you." Now Sakura was starting to see why everyone walked on pins and needles around this man. To say nothing of whatever power he had, he didn't leave much to chance. He'd been very measured with what he'd said in front of her and had left much of the talk with Kaze Cage to the two scrolls that he had passed to the man. And that look he'd given her after the second scroll. That look still made Sakura shiver. Orochimaru had included her, somehow, in his plans. Only the gods knew what he'd written in the scroll she was carrying back to Danzo. Turning it into the village could land her in even more trouble. Feeling aggravated and still more than a little jumpy from tiff with Taewya, Sakura slowly got to her feet. "The caravan will be going through the night, so I need to sleep. If there's nothing else." She'd only asked to be polite, but Orochimaru held up his hand. "Just one more thing." Something flew at Sakura's face and her good arm intercepted it just before it thumped against her head. The etched musical note was smooth and cool under her fingers and the forehead protector glittered in the sunlight coming through the window. Orochimaru didn't need to say anything else. He chuckled at her and went back to peeling his boiled eggs while Sakura retreated to one of the empty bedrooms to check her equipment again. Gods above, but that man's intuition was terrifying. Chapter 15. Sakura walked along the swollen bank of a river. She stretched, enjoying the feel of the mid-morning sunlight against her bare arms and the weighty tug of her breakfast on disused muscles. Sakura rolled her shoulder, making the string fish she'd caught earlier flop about. Yesterday she'd taken out the stitches on her arms. The long, crisscrossing scars constantly itched, but they were healed, even the tiny holes left by the stitches had closed. Movement in the water caught Sakura's attention. With a flick of her wrist, she sent a kunao into the head of a fat catfish that had strayed too close to the bank. It marked her third catch of the morning and there was a good 4 pounds of meat on it. Sakura pulled in her catch and bounded into the tree line. River wasn't host to any hidden villages that she knew of, but it maintained close ties with both Suna and Konoha. Furthermore, it was a fairly rich land that was ripe for bandit attacks. Being spotted by a bandit group or a passing ninja platoon was not high on Sakura's to-do list. She pulled out a few slips of paper, a fine brush, and an inkwell she'd bought in Suna. The academy had taught classes on fuinjutsu, sealing techniques, and Sakura had excelled in it just like her other classes. However, since it was such a complicated technical branch of jutsu, the practical techniques taught had been extremely limited. Things like locking a desk drawer or hiding an object inside a seal had been the extent of the lessons. Kakashi had built on those early lessons and taught a little bit more on the rare occasions he would change up their exercise routine. It was one of those techniques that Sakura was now employing. She neatly wrote the symbol for warning on each of the tags and set about placing them around her position. Each was in the line of sight of another, unbroken by limbs or trees, so that the chakra Sakura had put into them could flow uninterrupted. It was the most simple of fuinjutsu, this warning trap. She waved her hand between the seals and felt the tiny flicker of chakra that indicated movement across her barrier. If anything bigger than a mouse scurried between the seals, Sakura would know about it in an instant. That done, she went about skinning and cleaning her breakfast. After a few moments, it became clear to Sakura just how much she'd recovered. Her kunao behaved like the fine instrument it was rather than like the lump of iron she'd been treating it due to her mangled arms. Her skin still stretched painfully every once in a while when she made certain motions, but Sakura guessed she had around 90% of her old dexterity back. That simple realization lightened her mood considerably. The caravan ride through the desert had been 2 days of helpless paranoia. Would Orochimaru change his mind? Would Suna let her out of the country? Were there more Rainin lurking out there, somewhere, in the dunes? Sakura had claimed a corner of the baggage wagon and stayed there, not even venturing out for meals until they'd left the sands behind for a solid half-day. She'd left the wagon train at River and had thrown herself into the dense forest. Miles upon miles of trees and rivers, and simply losing track of herself had calmed Sakura down. The first night no one had come for her in the dark was the tipping point. Now, fully seeing the extent of her healing, Sakura felt like she had a handle back on her situation. The 3 fish that made up her morning catch were all gutted, cleaned, and skewered on makeshift spits. While they cooked, Sakura took everything out of her pack and spent a few minutes cleaning sand left over from Suna out of it, as well as giving her kunao a good cleaning and sharpening. They were cheaply made and heavy, but Sakura was glad to have them with her. She counted herself fortunate that any of the outfitters had bothered with her at all, considering all she had to pay them with was a flimsy promissory note from Konoha. Her fingers brushed over a plate of polished metal that had been hiding under her blank scrolls. A quick glance up made Sakura feel silly as she confirmed that, yes, she was wearing her forehead protector. She'd forgotten that Orochimaru had given her one as well. The little musical note stared back at her and Sakura had to fight the urge to simply chuck it into the water. Sakura didn't want to admit that she needed Oto. The careful house of cards she'd been trying to build over the last year was falling around her head and Orochimaru was the only lifeline. That terrified her. Orochimaru clearly wasn't the type of person to rely on if you had no usefulness. Sakura knew that she was useful in some capacity to Suna and the planned invasion of Konoha, but no matter how much she thought about it she couldn't discover a reason why. With Kakashi getting suspicious, Sakura didn't have a choice but to dance to the Oto leader's tune. She could be reasonably sure he wouldn't let her die until she fulfilled her duty to minimize risk for Suna. She shoved the forehead protector back into her pack. Her good mood was ruined and not even her breakfast turning out well brought it back. Sakura wrapped the rest of the fish up, it would keep for another few hours, and carefully removed the tags that made up her fuinjutsu. After erasing as much of her kemp as she could by burying the remains of the fire with a quick doton, she filled her water skin at the river and continued following the river's winding course south, looking for a place to cross. River country was aptly named. There were several large river systems that ran every which direction, creating massive marshes that existed only in this particular country. Sakura remembered from her geography lessons that all the flooding created excellent farmland for conventional crops, as well as rice, which made the medium-sized country one of the largest agricultural producers in the world. Although it was neutral, River sold most of its goods to Suna considering how little arable land they had. Konoha bought some things, such as exotic fruits, but the Fire Nation could produce its own food as well as buy from smaller countries such as rice, grass, and rain. Sakura hadn't seen any rice paddies, fields, or swampland yet. She had been following this river since she came across it, looking for a suitable crossing point, but so far had not run into anyone. Even if she had been trying to avoid people, Sakura hadn't thought she'd be this successful at it. She hadn't even seen a boat yet. Considering the sheer size of the river beside her, Sakura knew that it had to be one of the main arteries of the country, and yet there were no people. It wasn't until late morning that Sakura saw her first signs of human habitation. A small fisherman's net was sitting in the shallows. From her vantage point in the trees, Sakura scanned the riverside as far as she could see for the owner. Sakura didn't see one, but she did spot a few puffs of gray smoke floating up over the distant treetops. She moved in until the small shanties came into view. A small village of 2 or 3 dozen huts built by the water made up the main part of the community, and there was a system of piers jutting out into the river. Ships of different makes and sizes crowded around the piers like thorns on a rose vine. Sakura clicked her tongue. As much as she wanted to avoid the village, hiring a boat to take her across the river was very, very tempting. With some luck she could pay a fisherman a few ryo and be across in a matter of minutes. A few of the villagers looked at Sakura when she walked in. Her clothing, dark slacks, and a loose black tank top, set her apart from everyone else in their handmade straw raincoats and wide hats. Sakura, who was used to only Konoha and the surrounding area, couldn't help but notice how poor everything looked. From the building construction to the pothole-riddled main dirt road, the village was dilapidated. It wasn't how Sakura had imagined a river settlement on one of River Country's grand waterways to look. No one approached her. After their initial interest, the few villagers went back to their business of tending to their homes or cleaning their fishing equipment. Sakura wandered along the houses, trying not to show her shock at the village's state, and headed for the docks. The ships she'd spied from the trees had all been in good shape and the piers looked good. The reality, though, was that they were in the same condition as the village. A grand total of 8 ships were moored the 2 piers. All were different makes and models, but their state of casual disrepair was shared. The sound of creaking planks brought Sakura's attention to one of the ships. A man appeared from under the deck, hacking and coughing, and shuffled up to the railing. He sucked his yellow teeth and spat a large glob of chewing tobacco over the side. Their eyes met and Sakura saw the wispy white hairs of the man's mustache bristle as he snorted at her. "No," he flatly said, and then shuffled away from the railing. Sakura couldn't resist. She walked closer to the bobbing, flat-bottomed ship and leaned out over the water to get a better look inside. It was a simple fishing boat, only around 20 feet from stem to stern, and all the rigging piled up on the deck made it seem smaller than it was. The man, whom Sakura assumed was the owner, stepped around the deck, looping rope around his arms as we went. "What do you mean, no?" Sakura asked. "I mean that whatever you want to ask me, the answer is going to be no." He tossed the coil of rope he'd been working on over his shoulder and started gathering tackle. "I've raised 3 kids and I can spot trouble coming a mile away." Was she that obvious? "I just want to ride across the river," Sakura argued. "If you're going out anyway, you could just drop me off." "And why would you want to go over there?" The fisherman grunted. "The only things over there are alligators, swamp, more alligators, and even more swamp." "Because I'm trying to get back to the Fire Country." Sakura resisted the urge to run a finger up to her forehead to make doubly certain she'd removed the thing before entering the village. "Once I get across the Funaho River, I'm almost there." The old pulleys of the riverboat stopped their squeaking as the old captain let his rope go a bit slack. "You think that this is the Funaho, kid? You're not even close. Hell, you're not even on the right side of the country yet." The squealing returned, though Sakura heard a chuckle in the fisherman's voice under all the noise. "You're standing in West Pike and this little stream is the Soja. The Funaho is a good 100 leagues away by boat." Vertigo hit Sakura so hard she nearly rocked back on her heels. 300 miles away. How is that even possible? The fire country is only 600 across. There's no way this place is wider than that. I didn't say that it was, the old man shot back. It's 100 leagues by water until you're in the Funaho. Most of that is going waterway by waterway, up and down the country, until you can snake your way over to it. Angrily, Sakura shook her head. What kind of system is that? She huffed. Why haven't you all built canals or bridges? The old man hefted a coil of rope over one of the rusting cleats ringing his boat. His back creaked and snapped, but the only discomfort he showed was a twitch of his lips. I'll be sure to tell my cabinet ministers all about your wonderful proposal, he snapped. Why are you complaining to me about it? No one wants to spend that kind of cash to fix things that the damn ninja might break again next week. Ninja? What do ninja have to do with your bridges and canals? Sakura's question was punctuated with a loud curse from the fisherman when his foot crunched into a cleat. Gods blast it, girl. Look what you made me do. He hissed, shooting the genin a hard look over the gunnel. I can't have you pestering me when I've got work to do. Get out of here. Find someone who doesn't have to make a living to bother. Sakura looked up and down the pier. Even this late in the morning they were alone. All the other boats silently bobbed up and down in the lazy current. It seemed wrong to her. It was too quiet and peaceful in a little hamlet like this. All the people she'd seen coming in had been young children or women, the handful of men she'd seen had been the most suspicious and she'd felt their eyes on her the entire walk to the river. No, she decided. She wouldn't bother someone else. The captain here had all the answers she wanted in a boat to get her going toward Konoha. The captain didn't hear her flip over the rail of his boat, but he did feel the delicate tap on his shoulder. When he found a smiling Sakura standing behind him, he shot away from her so quickly that he crashed into a stack of coiled rope across the deck. What was that about ninja? She asked pleasantly, voice smooth and even as a stream. I'm really interested in that. Of course you'd be one of them, he muttered. I knew this would be a bad day when I ran out of coffee this morning. And my bones aching. It's all bad luck. The ninja, mister. What about the ninja and the canals? Why can't anyone use the canals? The captain's eyes narrowed. You should know, shouldn't you? You're the ones that plugged them all up. The entire country would rip you ninja apart if we could. The venom in the man's voice threw Sakura for a moment. I didn't do it, she sputtered. I just got back from a mission. I don't know anything about what's happened in this country. Sakura's words did little to put the fisherman into a better mood. He struggled to his feet and hawked up a glob of saliva to spit into the water. He stepped around a capstan sitting amidships, putting it between him and the little girl standing near the wheelhouse. I don't care who you are, but I don't want any blasted ninja on my boat. You people use our country like your own damned highway, and when it suits you, you rip it to pieces. People have to make a living here and all you do is disrupt that. Sakura shifted with the boat as it bobbed in the water. She didn't know what to say that would diffuse the situation. The idea had been to just give the captain a little bit of a scare so that he'd give her his attention, but now she'd really stepped into it. Maybe I can help. Stuff it, kid. You can't do anything for us other than bring more trouble with you. If you want to help, then get out before you drag us into more ninja bullshit. Ninja bullshit. Sakura felt the weight of Orochimaru's scroll sitting at the bottom of her weapon pouch. As strange as it felt to admit it, Sakura couldn't help but agree with the fisherman. She didn't know anything about any canals or bridges being destroyed in river, but it sounded like the kind of thing a village would do. Like the captain said, Konoha and Suna used river like their own personal highway. Anyone who wanted to hurt either village would create a few potholes in that highway. Regardless of understanding, Sakura couldn't leave it at that. I want to leave, she said, but I can't spend a week picking my way through the country. You should be nicer if you want me gone quicker. The captain caught on quick. With a voice as dry as a summer riverbed, he said, the canals are all blocked. The daimyo is working on getting them cleared, but there are dozens of them and as far as I know none are finished yet. Then what's the fastest way to get back to Konoha without taking a boat ride for a week? Swim. Sakura gave him a flat look, but behind her eyes the gears were turning. This sounded like more than just run-of-the-mill sabotage if it involved that many canals. Has your daimyo put in a mission with Konoha yet? Let me go ask him, he's below deck, cooking breakfast for me. You're being childish, Sakura griped, folding her arms. Even your village could put in for a mission by itself. It probably wouldn't even cost that much just to clear a few waterways. The captain looked at her like she'd grown a second head. You want us to use what little money we have to pay Ninja to fix a problem that Ninja created in the first place? Piss on that, we'd rather starve. Judging by how the village looked, that probably wasn't too far in the future. I said I could help you. If you take me to the border, I'll clear any waterways that we come across. And next you'll try and sell me a nice house on a lake in the wind country. I wasn't born yesterday, girl. A tiny slip of a thing like you couldn't clear a blocked toilet. Sakura only clicked her tongue at the insult. She knew what she looked like, a little girl in ratty clothes demanding answers to questions that children don't usually ask. These people weren't from the village and didn't know what even a fresh genin could do. I can pay for the use of your boat, she tried. I have an official IOU from my village. You can just write in the number you feel is appropriate. House. Wind country. Lake. Questionable real estate practices. Right. It'd been a long shot anyway. Time for more drastic measures. What are the canals filled with? Dirt? Mud? Stone? Some kind of cement, the fisherman humored, not really paying attention anymore. I saw one of the canals myself 2 days ago. It's the same stuff they use in the cities to put their big glass buildings on. How some ninja managed to magic that stuff all the way out over the water is a damn miracle, though. Cement. So, they used a doton. Sakura knew that the man wouldn't understand one type of jutsu from another, but she had a point to make. I've got just the ticket. One last smile and over the side she went. The captain rushed forward to the railing as fast as his old legs could take him, but all that was left of the girl were ripples lapping at the side of his boat. Sakura heard the old fisherman shouting for help above, but she continued her dive down to the bottom of the river. The water was so muddy that she couldn't see more than a foot in front of her, and the anchor chain she was pulling herself along with was her only guide. A few seconds later and she could see even less as the sunlight from above was swallowed by the silt and murk. It was another moment before her fingers scraped the muddy bottom, pushing into however many years of trash and fish droppings might have accumulated down there. Calling up the chakra came easily. The familiar buzz of a molded jutsu was a pleasantly warm feeling that chased some of chilly water. Sakura knew she had to prove she was worth listening to, and that meant drawing a bit of attention to herself. She pressed her hand into the more solid earth below the mud at the riverbed, intent on finding a good spot for a practical demonstration of how useful she could be at clearing waterways. A pillar of rock that rose higher than the fisherman's wheelhouse should do the trick. Only, that didn't work. Sakura's chakra didn't go into the rock like she wanted, but instead dispersed out into the water. The sensation was so strange that she nearly gasped in a mouthful of river water. She focused again, taking precious time to go over each seal, and pressed her palm to the bottom and pushed with a fair chunk of her chakra. Sakura discovered that something had gone horribly wrong when the water began to shift around her. What had been a soothing current transformed into a pulverizing maelstrom that ripped her away from the boat's anchor and shot her straight to the surface like a geyser. The fishermen's hysterics had drawn a crowd, and a few of the village's men were swimming around the pier when Sakura burst from the depths. People on the pier shouted and rushed to catch the girl before she fell back in. "What in the hell were you doing?" The fisherman shrieked in his crackly old voice, leaning halfway over his ship's railing. "Were you trying to sink my boat with your water magic because I wouldn't do what you wanted?" His hand shot out over the water and pointed to a fair-sized whirlpool a few feet from the stern of his boat. It was rapidly being smoothed out by the river's natural current, but the villagers were already starting to whisper. The man who had caught her now looked as if he were holding some kind of viper by the nape of the neck. Sakura spared him any more discomfort and dropped to her own 2 feet. She wobbled, discovering that most of her chakra was gone, but hid her exhaustion with a cough that brought up a few specks of water. How had things gone so wrong so quickly? Sakura had expected a quick demonstration that she would be useful in traveling from river to river, and that would be that, back home in half a week. Kakashi had once said that civilians are easily impressed by jutsu, which was why the village received so many frivolous bodyguard requests. It should have been simple, she'd done the same jutsu 100 times before. Something had gone wrong under the water, though, and now her little show had turned into a big disaster. The faces on the villagers told the story well enough. Everywhere she looked, Sakura saw fear and hatred. People didn't see Haruno Sakura, genin of Konoha. They saw the ninja who had ruined their canals and disrupted their lives. And she'd just gone and done some damn fool thing to scare them. "I wasn't trying to hurt anyone," she said. Her voice cut through the whispers and she spoke to a silence only broken by the sound of the river. The old lessons of her days running errands for Kabuto came back to her. Unpleasant as they were, Sakura was thankful. "I just wanted to show the captain that I could help him get through whatever kind of blockade those ninja set up in the canals so he would take me back home to the land of fire. I'm just a genin, a novice, so I screwed it up. I'm sorry." No matter how frightened, angry, or suspicious someone was, a doe-eyed 10-year-old girl apologizing could work miracles when she needed to get out of trouble. Sakura had gauged her crowd well enough. The crowd of young mothers and children were swayed. The few elders who could smell a half-truth were in the minority, and they had their own reasons to hold their tongues. "She can use the ninja water magic." An ancient man hobbled through the crowd. His robes denoted him as some kind of leader, and Sakura gave him her deference accordingly. "If she can clear the canals, even just the ones near our village, we could reduce the tax load our governor will demand of us. If all she's asking is passage to the border, then it's a price we should eagerly pay." The announcement caused an immediate stir, but no reaction was as swift or as loud as that of the fisherman Sakura had first spoken with. "I won't have it," he growled, looking down on the dock from the deck of his boat like an old raven perched in a tree. "You're all mad. Crazy. She nearly sank every boat in dock, and you want to send her on up the river with hopes and prayers. You don't even know if she can do what she says she can about the canals. Look what she did just now. I made a mistake. The water reacted to my chakra and I couldn't control it." The blank faces of the villagers made the tiny seed of a headache deep in Sakura's head go into spring bloom. "My magic. I couldn't use it underwater, but I can on land." At least, Sakura hoped that she could, because she was striding toward the end of the dock. She kicked her sandals off and felt the packed dirt of the village's road under her toes, pushed with her chakra and let it root her to the ground. Molding chakra like this was basic for earth manipulation, but Sakura didn't trust her chakra levels to hold out if she tried to be fancy again. This time she had to make it work. The old captain was still braying to anyone who would listen from his floating pulpit, but her mind was 1,000 miles away. "Work," she ordered. It had to work. Her palms hit the ground. Doton. Earth flow spears. Like a finely crafted watch, all of the little chakra connections running through her body clicked into place. The molded jutsu flowed from her chest and out through her arms and into the ground. She reined the jutsu in and limited it to a small patch of dirt off the beaten path, and a massive spike of natural rock speared upwards. There were gasps and even a muffled scream behind her. Sakura allowed herself a smile of triumph and leaned up against her creation. She slapped her hand against it. "How's that? This kind of thing is my specialty. Even if I'm just a novice, I can do this much and more for as long as someone takes me down the river." The village elder was the only one that didn't look impressed. He turned to the boat captain. "Well, Floki? What do you say now?" Floki looked as if he had swallowed something foul. The wrinkles crisscrossing his face deepened even further when he frowned at his gaping villagers. Someone pushed their way through the crowd when the fisherman didn't answer. It was a young man, tall and lean, with a blonde beard only just starting to come in thickly. He was wearing a smile that reminded Sakura of her own blonde teammate back home. "Since he's being such a stubborn old goat, I'll take this girl down the river on my ship and we'll try and clear a way through. She has fresh rigging and is ready to sail." The aptly called old goat snorted just like one. "If only your ego could float a boat, Voss. If it could, we could just sail over the forests and be done with the water. No, I'll take the little biddy to East March Canal. When she can't clear it, I'll let her off there and come back. That was the end of negotiations. In the hours that followed, Floki's boat was outfitted and made ready to steam up the river. Despite his protests and complaining, people brought things for him to offload at villages they'd stop at along the way to the fire border. Dried fish, casks of oil, and other things that Sakura had imagined a riverside village to make piled up on the deck. Floki took careful stock of each piece, going so far as to write out a receipt for the person who delivered it to him. Somehow, seeing the old captain scrawl and scratch in a business ledger was immensely funny to Sakura. She could observe all the preparation from her chosen resting spot at the very bow of the ship without being noticed herself. Sakura didn't dare let anyone see just how exhausted she had gotten from the botched jutsu. Now, she wouldn't try and fool herself. Her chakra reserves were anemic even on her best days. Without something like a soldier pill, she wouldn't be able to use any more jutsu until she got some rest. But that botched jutsu still bothered her. It was true that she hadn't touched bottom before trying to use her Doton the first time, but the second try had been square on the money. Sakura had used her earth flow spears in more strenuous conditions before, both on the run and in the air, and they'd still activated without trouble. She'd had to concentrate a bit more at first when sending the chakra through the air and into the ground, but with practice it had become simple and automatic. Well, she had thought it'd become simple and automatic. Apparently moving the chakra through water was another skill altogether. Instead of a spear of rock, she'd made a water spout. At least the water hadn't exploded like it did back in Suna when she'd thrown her chakra around against the rain nin. Thinking about that, though, reminded Sakura that the campfire had also reacted as well. A spear of fire wouldn't be nearly as forgiving as one of water if she messed up. Did other ninja have trouble when their chakra reacted to different elements, or was it just her inexperience showing? I'm sure you have some kind of special blood that makes you go like this. The rain nin's face was back, leering at her through a memory. He had wanted to collect her just like he had Hinata's eyes. That meant there was something worth collecting about her, didn't it? The rattle of the boat's old diesel engine flaring to life cut the disturbing thought short. Fumes from the lone smokestack puffed up into in the air, and Floki let the boat's horn flare loud and long as people on the pier unhooked the dock lines and tossed them up onto deck. Words of encouragement were shouted from the gathered crowd, and Floki answered them with a harumph loud enough to be heard over the engines. Sakura shook her head. They wouldn't be at the canal until late in the afternoon, and now was the time to rest, not think about annoying old goats and botched jutsu. Chapter 16. To her considerable aggravation, Sakura discovered that falling asleep on a boat was much more difficult than it had any right to be. The pitching and the rocking and all the creaking from wood that was probably older than she was kept the girl from falling very deeply into her nap. Every time something nearby would groan just a little too loud, she'd be wide awake, and it would take another 10 minutes to go back to sleep. As tired as she was, Sakura gave getting a decent few hours of sleep a dozen different attempts before admitting she was defeated. She would have to sleep when the captain slept. If the captain slept, Floki hadn't left the ship's wheel in hours. Sakura had tried to spend the time taking in the scenery, but cypress after cypress going by could only keep her entertained for so long. Only the rare animal sighting could pique her interest, and those were few and far between with all the noise the old boat was making. Sakura did have one way to waste some time, though. She had once had a pair of marbles that reacted to her chakra, a basic item for studious genin, but they were lost with all her original gear before getting to Suna. Instead, Sakura substituted the marbles for her canteen full of water, which she was now trying to manipulate in the same way. Sakura didn't want the water to interfere with her Doton jutsu again in case she had to use one out on the water. Going was slow. Water was a very, very different element than rock and earth. With the earth, a good jutsu required the user to push as much chakra into it as they wanted and force the jutsu out. The same idea didn't work at all for water, which was easy to push chakra into but hard to mold into a jutsu. To Sakura it was like trying to look in two directions at the same time, the push of the chakra and the molding of the jutsu. A bit winded and annoyed at her lack of progress, Sakura pushed the glass away and got to her feet for a good stretch. She walked over to the railing and leaned out over the water. No matter how much she looked at it, one bit of river looked the same as any other. "Hey old man, do you really know which way we're going?" she called out. "We've already passed a few forks in the river." Even from down on deck Sakura could see Floki's grimace. I've spent more time on this river than your mother has spent on her back, brat. Just sit back down and let me work so you can fail and I can go back home. Delightful as always. Sakura clenched her hands a few times and counted to 10 before trying again. Why are you being so difficult? I need your help and you need mine. We should be working together. Because you're a ninja. All you lot do is drain us of our money like swamp leeches on a catfish. You didn't have to bring me if you hate me that much. That other guy volunteered to take me. Floki sucked his teeth. His eyes strayed from the river for a moment and he fixed Sakura with a look. That's my business, he spat. You just sit there, shut up, and be happy that you managed to con the village elder into believing that a little squirt like you can do anything for us. Rolling her eyes, Sakura didn't ask any more questions after that. She went back to the bow and sat down with her legs between the railing, letting her feet dangle near the water. Sakura tried to remember the last time she'd relaxed like this and found she couldn't remember. Before she'd graduated the academy, and before Kabuto, she and her mother had gone to places like the park or some of the playgrounds scattered around their neighborhood. Even back then, though, she'd been more ninja than little girl, what with her habit of pointing out all the various things that could be used as improvised weapons or poisons. Her mother had stopped taking her places altogether when Sakura had earned the privilege of being able to carry a modest weapon pouch with her outside of school. She dipped her toes into the cool river. Did she really mind that, though? Sakura didn't feel angry at the memories, just a tad wistful. That had been a different little girl, one overly proud of learning academy lessons faster than anyone else and eager to share. Was it any wonder it had made her mother uncomfortable? She was as much a civilian as the people back in West Pike. Her mother knew that jutsu weren't magic, but beyond that she was probably as unnerved as everyone else. You know how to keep quiet when your elder tells you to. Maybe you're not so bad. Sakura hid her surprise at hearing the captain so close with a loud scoff. You got me thinking about my mother, she said. I'm wondering if she's secretly as scared of ninja as you are. Floki was amidships fumbling with a crate of fishing supplies. Looking up at the wheelhouse, Sakura saw that he'd wedged a stick under the ship's wheel to keep it going straight. I'm sure she's scared shitless of you and your little magic tricks, he flatly jibed. Now come help me with rigging up some trawling rods or you'll be licking the deck planks for dinner. Baiting tackle wasn't much different than making traps and Sakura took to it without much direction. Even though Floki was as scathing about her work as ever, in less than half an hour 6 rods were baited and dangling off the back of the boat. To Sakura's relief, the old man went back to steering the boat himself with only a grumbled order to watch them. The back of the ship was more or less as exciting as the front. Sakura could have gone back to paddling around in the water with her feet, if not for the wicked way the boat's prop churned. Sakura, like many ninja, wasn't well versed in mechanical technology, it was a civilian science. Electrical science had its place, but ninja typically eschewed things like bicycles, motorbikes, and boats because they could travel quicker and quieter with just chakra. Quiet and quick were two things Sakura would never say about this boat. It was 25 feet of flat-bottomed junker that had been patched and patched and patched again over the years. Sakura was no religious scholar, but she was sure in some corners of the world something this old would be taken out of the water and venerated as some kind of eldritch boat god. With its growling engine and breath full of black smoke it certainly looked the part of a vengeful monster prowling up and down the river. Not that Sakura had much experience with ships or being on the water. One didn't find too many boats in Konoha and even less of an opportunity to ride on one. Sakura thought she remembered that there was a public ferry in some village a few miles to the east, though she'd never been there on a mission or otherwise. You know, this is my first time on a boat, Sakura said aloud. You're a pretty bad host. Aren't you worried you'll give me a bad impression of all boats and fishermen? No. Sakura made a face and went back to watching the rods. She decided that was going to be her last attempt to draw the old man into a conversation. If he wanted to go the rest of the day without talking, then so be it. She pulled back out her canteen and went back to her chakra experimentation. The silence lasted for nearly half an hour. One of the rods started squealing as a fish pulled out the line. Sakura had no idea what to do, but she jumped up and locked the reel up. The boat's engine died and Floki was down off the wheelhouse in a flash. Out of the way, girl. he barked, yanking the rod out of Sakura's hands. He flipped the drag switch and the squealing stopped. You can't choke it up like that or the line'll snap. You have to let them run with it until they get tired. Grab the gaff. Sakura had no idea what a gaff was, but an angry explanation from Floki sent her scurrying. When she finally found the thing, he took it without a word of thanks and continued his battle with whatever was on the line. Sakura was put in charge of hauling in the other rods so that the fish didn't get tangled, and she found the work a welcome respite from her boredom. She was even a bit anxious to see what they had hooked. Floki managed to surprise her as well. With a gaff in one hand and the rod in the other, he didn't look nearly so gnarled as he did standing behind the ship's wheel. He was old, of course, but in his element Sakura almost convinced herself it was a stately old. His beard bristled when the gaff came down, straining well-worn muscles, and when he finally hauled the fish over the side he gave a deep grunt that could have been mistaken for a roar of triumph. That quickly changed when he got a good look at the catch. Piss on it. All that work for an alligator gar. The fish was aptly named. It was nearly as long as Sakura was tall, with massive fins and a broad snout filled to the brim with nasty-looking teeth. Even the thing's scales looked like the great plates of its namesake. Sakura stood well away as it thrashed on the deck, getting impressive height itself and also swinging around the spar still stuck in its side. "What's wrong with it?" Sakura asked. It looked perfectly fine to eat to her. The gar's middle was bigger around than her thigh. Floki squinted up at the sun. "Nothing is wrong with it, but gar meat has to boil a good bit before it's fit to eat. Supper will be later than I thought, even if we put anchor down now." Sakura didn't like the sound of that. The gar had stopped thrashing and Floki yanked his gaff out of it. "You said we could get there by this afternoon," Sakura griped. "I need to get back to Konoha." The captain ignored her objection and hooked the gar's gills with the spar. "I won't sail on this river at night. There are too many sunken logs and rocks that are closer to the surface now that the water levels are down. We're only a few miles from the nearest canal and we'll be there before you even wake up in the morning, so no more bellyaking. I want help cleaning and gutting this fish, or you'll have to catch your own dinner." Sakura recognized a losing argument when she heard one. Reluctantly she followed Floki to the back of the wheelhouse where his modest kitchen was. She was given the job of watching the stove and preparing the broth for the stew, by following a very strict set of instructions that had been barked at her, while the old man went at the gar with a massive skinning knife. Making the fish broth was fairly simple, so Sakura had ample time to watch how the fisherman went about his business. Floki carefully skinned the gar after gutting it and took the time to set the skin out to dry. When she bothered to ask why, he'd surprised her by saying that gar skin made for decent leather and the scales could be used to coat a plow. When Floki finished, there was more cleaned meat than the pot could hold. Floki packed what was left into a untrustworthy-looking freezer and gave the rest to Sakura to dice and put into the pot while he went and anchored the ship. Sakura, who had never cooked anything more difficult than scrambled eggs, thought it all turned out rather well. It did take a rather long time for the gar meat to get soft enough that it mixed in well with the rest of the soup, but the end result was much better than the hasty breakfast Sakura had cooked for herself that very morning. Even Floki found little to complain about after he came in. "It's not terrible," he muttered when Sakura asked how it was. He didn't bother to hide his grumpiness at seeing the girl's smug smile after that. A monkey could follow a set of directions on how to make fish stew. More importantly, shouldn't you be studying or training or something to clear that canal instead of angling for compliments? It doesn't really work like that. I can't prepare anything until I see what kind of jutsu was used. If it's really cement, I can do something about it, but it might be something completely different. You might just think it looks like cement. I damn well know what cement is, since the entire village helps whenever someone wants to put up a new shack to squat in." The entire canal was filled with the shit. Sakura nodded and shoveled another forkful of stew into her mouth. She was already on her second bowl and was grateful that Floki didn't make an obvious note of it. Considering all she'd really had since leaving Konoha were the lackluster meals with the first caravan and disgusting hospital food, the gar stew was a godsend. She stifled a contented burp as she pushed away her bowl. "Well, if it really is cement, I can get rid of it. With the earth magic or the water magic." Floki was trying very hard to sound nonchalant, but it was obvious he was curious and had never dealt personally with a ninja before. It's not really magic the way you're thinking. They're just jutsu, techniques, that we're trained to use. His fuzzy white eyebrows knitted. With a sudden inspiration, Sakura pointed to the stookpot. We follow a recipe of sorts, add the ingredients together, and out comes what we want to happen. Floki looked a bit less confused after that explanation. So anyone can use those techniques as long as they have the right recipe? I suppose that's why you all hole up in your hidden villages so that nothing gets out. Sakura reached across the table and took a loaf of bread from the captain's plate. She challenged his grunt of protest with a level look of her own and promptly chomped down on one side of it. Something like that, Sakura said between chews. She held up a finger and easily slipped into a lecture. You have to train really, really hard to be able to use your chakra. Chakra, that's the ingredient that you use to make a jutsu function. It took me years to learn how to draw it out. There was no helping the captain understand the concept of chakra, it was something you had to experience yourself. The first time Sakura had ever felt that mysterious fuel bubble up from inside, she'd thought she was sick and going to die. Silly, but Sakura comforted herself by remembering she'd only been 4 at the time. But I'm right about the villages, though. You all do keep your blasted secrets hidden in there so you can charge us honest folks more. The accusation in the captain's voice rolled off Sakura like water off a duck's back. It's a business. You wouldn't teach everyone all your secret fishing tricks, right? Same principle. A cross look told Sakura just how much Floki appreciated his profession being compared to ninja work. We don't get to just hoard money, Sakura tried. We pay through the nose to live and work in the city to the point where basic mission pay is next to nothing for genin. She didn't bother mentioning that nearly all genin lived with family. A few odd ones would stay in the lowest ninja bracket for years, or even decades, but they were the exception. Chiyunin practically ran the entire village, so keeping a steady flow of graduates was important. Floki dismissed all that with a distracted wave of his hand. The captain had started rooting around in a floor chest when Sakura began trying to make excuses and returned to the conversation with an open pack of cigarettes. He lit one up and took a few puffs, poignantly ignoring Sakura's loud, fake coughs. What kind of expenses could you possibly have, he huffed, swinging around his cigarette. Have to buy food? Clothes? Considering how much you all gouge us for, that's nothing. Sakura began counting on her fingers. Hospital bills, rent, equipment costs, licensing fees, occupational insurance, separate taxes to the fire country, training equipment, and lots of other things. A great snake of smoke slithered out the corner of Floki's mouth as he let out a lungful of hot air. Your parents take care of that, he decided, though it was only after a long consideration of Sakura's words. Taxes and insurance and everything else. I'm sure a kid like you has no idea what your village does to the small folk that have to pay for your missions. Floki wasn't wrong. Sakura honestly had no idea exactly how much her village charged per mission, since the actual fee was determined by the Hokage and other village elders. Generally a D-class mission was affordable for nearly anyone, but above that involved actual shinobi work and thus the price was much greater on average. Considering the travel time and nature of work, what she was going to do for Floki's village would probably be a C-ranked mission if the village had accepted it. Demurring from arguing mission price, Sakura focused on the other part of Floki's comment. I'm technically an adult. Once I got my forehead protector, I received the right to take care of my own finances. Forehead protector. Sakura reached into her pouch and brought out her Konoha headband. When she handed it over to Floki, it gleamed in the low lamplight. It shows our loyalty to our village. So why aren't you wearing it? Floki asked, turning the polished slab of metal over in his hand. He let out a whistle when he ran a finger over the fine leather strap it was mounted on. Something this nice should be shown off. I don't know who I'll run into in this country, she explained, accepting the headband back and safely stowing it away again. Konoha has enemies and I'm a lone ninja operating without a team on an unsanctioned mission. I could run into factions that are unfriendly to my village and cause problems for you. She really didn't expect anything like that this close to the fire country, but then she'd never expected to get attacked on the way to an allied village either. Sakura's unease didn't extend to her companion. You don't know what a problem is, Floki scoffed. Protect me? What can a little twig of a girl protect anyone from? You can talk about being an adult all you want, but in the end I have grandchildren older than you. Floki leaned over the table and cocked his head to the side. In the lamplight, Sakura could make out a long white scar that ran from his jaw and down past his collar. That is from an actual fight, girl. He sank back into his chair and jerked the collar of his shirt back up as if he were exposing himself to a crowd. Another long drag of his cigarette and he muttered, "Blades and blood, that's a real fight. You can't throw a fancy headband at a pirate hacking your crew to pieces. You can't run off and beg some ninja to take a mission. You just suffer." The boat was silent again except for the creaking of the wood as it bobbed in the water. Minutes later it became too much for Sakura and she left the captain with just his smoldering cigarette and the memories she'd clumsily drudged up. Morning came too soon for Sakura. After the awkward and unpleasant turn the last night's dinner conversation had taken, Sakura had retreated to the deck of the ship to find a place to sleep. In the end she'd never been shown a specific place to even stow her things, so Sakura had curled up on a deck chair for a few fitful hours of sleep. Like the rest of the boat, the chair had seen better days and her back had more than a few kinks and splinters in it from all her tossing and turning. That hadn't woken the girl up, though. No, it had been Floki loudly ringing the ship's bell that had done that. Sakura shot an annoyed look up at the wheelhouse which the captain accepted with unabashed and unsightly, for his age, glee at having a petty bit of fun. "Wake up, girlie. It's time to fail miserably." At least he didn't seem to be brooding about last night. Sakura rolled to her feet and groaned at how badly her back creaked. Floki certainly sounded chipper and it only took Sakura a moment of looking around to see why. The boat had been moved down the river and now it was moored next to a modern-looking dock. It was jarring to see metal buildings and piers that were clean and maintained when all Sakura had been around since leaving Suna was wilderness and shanty towns. It was their destination, or so Sakura imagined. She'd certainly never seen such a thing in all her life. The river had been artificially split and diverted down a perfectly square canal that branched off into a clear field. It looked like that was where cargo would have been unloaded from the larger ships so that they could float down the canal without scraping bottom. Floki's little boat didn't have that problem. The captain revved the ship's engines and took them into the mouth of the deserted canal. There were places along the bank where once the canal's operators would have sat to collect tolls from the passing boats, but all the stations were empty now. Sakura imagined that actual ninja sabotage would have frightened the usual workers away until the river daimyo could coax them all back and fix the canal. Another few minutes passed before the blockage came into view. Sakura stepped up to the bow of the boat and leaned over the rail as Floki maneuvered them to the edge of the canal. "It'll take a few minutes to hook a line up there without any of the blasted channel workers around," Floki griped as he climbed down off the wheelhouse. "We could hook it with the gaff and try to lasso the damn thing, or you could just walk up the damn wall and leave me on deck." Sakura sent the befuddled captain a pleasant smile from the top of the canal wall. "I would offer to help," she called back, "but you said before we left port that I only had a day to fix this mess before you leave me behind." It seemed a bratty thing to do, but Sakura wagered the old man could use some time away from her as much as she needed some time away from him. Too much unpleasantness had been dredged up on both sides. The buildings dotting the canal zone gave Sakura ample opportunity to stretch her legs. She walked a few feet, stretching out her muscles, before leaping to the top of a freight container sitting by the canal. Soft hollow echoes followed her as she began a small journey around the yard with short, chakra-infused bounds. The feel was nostalgic. Sakura had only just begun to travel like this along Konoha's rooftop ninja highway before the mission to Suna. With her chakra buzzing in her chest and her body warmed up, Sakura angled toward the canal and landed atop the concrete damming the canal. The view from above confirmed what she'd seen from the water, 60 feet of solid concrete higher than the mast of Floki's ship and as wide as the canal itself stretched below her. Sakura kicked off her sandals. The concrete was cool and hard under her feet, not yet warmed by the day's sun. Her chakra surged, but struggled to sink into the mix. She had to concentrate on getting any kind of red on the substance. A few minutes later, Floki showed up at the edge of the canal huffing and puffing from the climb up the side. He didn't step out on the edge, but called out, "Got anything done yet?" Sakura bit back a snap. "It's weird," she said instead. She struggled for a proper explanation of what she was feeling. Remember what I told you about chakra last night? How it's the mix that creates ninjutsu. Sakura had her eyes closed so she couldn't see if the man nodded or not, but he didn't make a sarcastic quip, so she continued. I'm using my chakra to see how the cement was created. If I can figure out the jutsu the ninja that created this used, I might be able to just unravel it and save us a lot of time and trouble. The clicking of a lighter told Sakura the old captain had come prepared for a long wait. Tell me again how you can see anything with your eyes closed. Sakura was thankful that there was a breeze and that she wouldn't have to smell those awful cigarettes of his. It's an extension of my body, I guess. The chakra comes from inside me when I mold it. Sakura slowly began making her way toward the center of the concrete. She could feel something inside the block resisting her. It wasn't alive per se, but it was unnerving to force her chakra up against. You're putting your body down into that concrete. Floki let out a loud harumph as he cleared his lungs of smoke. I don't get it. How can you put your body down into a big chunk of rock? I don't see you doing anything but walking around. Sakura opened her eyes and smiled bashfully. I don't really understand it myself. Using my chakra like this is something I have to do when I use Doton Jutsu, so I thought I could get an idea of what jutsu caused this if I studied it first. That, and Sakura wanted to test just how her chakra had changed since her fight with the Rain Nin. Throwing out her chakra through the ground and using it to sense things was the basics of Doton Jutsu, but she'd suffered more than a few setbacks recently, with the failure at Floki's village instantly springing to mind. Sakura didn't believe that her inability to sense very deeply into the cement underfoot had anything to do with that, though. There's chakra still in this cement, Sakura said with conviction. Chakra wasn't alive, but it would resist other chakra trying to interact with it. You said that this plug was made days ago, which means the chakra used to create it was amazing. Why's that? Sakura walked over to the edge of the block and looked down. It wasn't a universal cut of concrete, but instead it looked like someone had poured it from the edge of the canal. The concrete looked melted closer to the water, like a candle burned down to its base. Whoever had done this was Sakura's better when it came to Doton Jutsu. Sakura couldn't even use a basic one when she'd been underwater. That wasn't all, though. Sakura used her chakra to break off a chunk of the concrete and carried it over to where Floki was sitting. The girl felt far more comfortable standing on solid, natural ground than on top of someone's jutsu. The concrete is strange, Sakura said, answering the earlier question. It felt like something had been mixed with the Doton Jutsu to create the concrete, but Sakura had no idea how that had been achieved. Think you can figure it out? The girl turned the piece of concrete over and over in her hands, lacing the thing with her chakra until she could feel the rock moving between her fingers like putty. She twisted and turned the rock this way and that, separating the hard bits that she couldn't mold from what she could. To her surprise, it was the softer bits that she had the trouble with, harder chunks mixed with her earth-natured chakra easily. Floki fell back onto the grass and closed his eyes. I can see that you're busy, so just wake me up when you want to give up. I'll drop you off at the river fork so you can hoof it to the next village. That turned out to be the last bit of commentary from the difficult captain, and Sakura gladly forgot his presence as he dozed in the morning sun. She went back to studying the broken-up piece of cement, seeing how her chakra changed, and didn't change it. She tried to remember a lesson from the academy or something from a book that would help. As a rule, the academy had never taught anything beyond the most basic of jutsu. Irika and the other teachers had stressed chakra control above all else. Sakura knew that was right, since good chakra control was necessary to use any jutsu at all, but she'd never had trouble with control and had thus ignored most of the lessons beyond learning what she needed for an exam. Kakashi was likewise unhelpful. Her sensei had focused on mundane things like stamina training, taijutsu, and his philosophical life lessons that he would impart from time to time. None of them really stuck with her, and they seemed far too broad to apply to anything serious. Surprisingly, the only time during training that ninjutsu had really been the focus had been when they'd had a free practice day with Kakashi's supervision. Sakura had been hiding the full depths of her training at the time, but Sasuke and Naruto had no such qualms. It had been one of the only times Sakura had actually seen her teammates use their ninjutsu. The Kage Bunshin wasn't an elemental technique, but Sasuke had been practicing his Gokokyu no Jutsu and hadn't minded the audience. Sakura still remembered the feel of the chakra that Sasuke had been molding to use the technique. With a start, Sakura realized she hadn't recognized the sensation as elemental chakra until this very moment. The dense, fierce chakra that went into the Gokokyu no Jutsu had been written off as her standing too close at the time, but now it was crystal clear that she'd been feeling the chakra being molded and just hadn't recognized the sensation. The desert, the rain-nin, the campfire, it all snapped into focus for Sakura at that moment. She'd learned the feel of fire elemental chakra when she'd reached out to the campfire in the desert. In fact, she'd actually used it to attack the rain-nin. Sakura looked back down at the broken-up cement with bolstered curiosity. She cleared her mind and started lacing her chakra back into the parts, only this time she wasn't molding it. What had been a difficult, rigorous exercise was now simple. Her chakra flowed into the entire block of cement. She could sense how the earth chakra mixed with the second and third type of chakra. Somehow whoever had made this plug had managed to use earth, water, and fire chakra. It boggled Sakura's mind that the three elements could have been mixed in such a way. Suddenly the issue of removing such a thing seemed more unreasonable than ever. Don't think like that, Sakura thought, and she gave herself a light pat on the cheek. Her skin felt clammy and damp under her fingers. Molding so much chakra for such delicate work had taken a lot out of her, but she couldn't stop yet. Especially not now after she'd finally figured out the secret to the cement. She did, however, sit down again to rest. Her mind pulled inward, quieting her worries and doubts. Sakura forced herself to look at the plug as a problem to be worked out and not some physical obstacle to be overcome. If this were a question on an exam, what kind of answer would she give? 3 chakra natures, all mingled into one substance, had to be removed. What was the most efficient way to do so? The most logical step would be to reverse engineer the jutsu. Every jutsu had an off switch, so to speak, that a user could activate to end the effect on jutsu that didn't originate inside a user's body. However, this was not jutsu that used 3 different types of chakra natures. Sakura had never encountered such a thing before and doubted that she'd ever be able to understand such a thing. Next would be physically breaking the block apart with brute force. Putting aside the question of actually knowing a Doton jutsu powerful enough to do such a thing, Sakura had an added stipulation of time. Recovering from using that much chakra would take hours of rest, maybe even a full night's sleep. Floki wouldn't wait that long for her. The more she thought, the more Sakura accepted that she had to find something to neutralize the cement quickly and without much effort, something that she could easily reproduce at future canals, something that didn't involve actually learning the full intricacy of the jutsu. Her thoughts drifted back to how she'd managed to change the cement with her earth elemental chakra. It had broken apart into 2 different substances, a dry, brittle rock and a malleable type of clay. Sakura correctly deduced that the clay was earth mixed with water, which meant that the rock was the earth mixed with fire. Why hadn't she noticed that the remaining rock had been part earth and fire? Why had it been easier to mold with earth chakra than the clay? Sakura looked down at the scattered pieces of cement she'd been experimenting on. The dry rock had been broken up into tiny pieces mostly by her earth elemental chakra, while the clay had continued to resist manipulation until she'd used her normal, unmolded chakra. In fact, Sakura hadn't even realized that the first bit was mixed with anything until realizing that it was a multi-element jutsu. Only one explanation raised its head after Sakura eliminated everything else: the jutsu that had seemed a simple Doton, that had then transformed into a 3-pronged jutsu, was actually in 2 parts. The ninja had used earth and fire chakra in the original jutsu and then had applied water after the fact. A smile tugged at the corner of Sakura's mouth. The old man was actually right, she chuckled, happy that Floki was still asleep. She didn't want him gloating. It wasn't a jutsu, not really. The plug was natural quicklime, the chemical building block of simple commercial cement. There were no tricks to it other than its quick production and solidification, likely caused with the introduction of water. Some kind of earth and fire jutsu had created the original mix and then the ninja had added a water jutsu to make it solidify. It was why the water didn't truly mix with the fire and earth. If she was right, then the solution was remarkably simple: eliminate the water inside the cement and break the brittle rock apart. Floki sputtered when Sakura prodded him awake with her foot. "I need you to move." It's not like you're going to be doing anything, he grumbled. Still, the old man hobbled over to where Sakura directed him with only a little more fussing. He could see the purpose burning behind Sakura's eyes. She had an idea, thought she had an idea, about how to actually fix this mess, and he wouldn't be the one to muck it up by being obstinate. Sakura took her time walking back to the plug. She recalled memories, pleasant and unpleasant, from deep within her mind. Thanks to her unique memory, everything was crystal clear once she had a grasp on what she wanted. In particular, two things came to the forefront, a feeling and a sequence of seals. Slowly she forced her fingers into unfamiliar shapes. Chakra boiled up from her chest, racing down pathways never before used for jutsu, pushing and straining at her body so much that Sakura thought she'd throw up. When she clenched the final seal, the feeling redoubled and Sakura couldn't keep her mouth shut any longer. She coughed once, twice, and then violently hacked up dark globs of spittle and phlegm. Sakura wiped her mouth. What she had feared was blood was actually her own spit mixed with a flaky, powdery substance. Soot. Suzuki's seals came faster and with more confidence the second time. Sakura copied everything she remembered her teammate doing, from the way he arched his body to how deep a breath he took. The chakra she forced to feel like it had in the desert when her body had done it unconsciously. This time she could feel the heat radiating out from her chest and didn't resist the nauseous feeling as it burned up her throat. A modest-sized fireball erupted from the supercharged gas pouring out Sakura's mouth. It ignited right in front of her face and she fell back on her backside as the hot blast wave washed over her. She reached up and frantically rubbed at her eyebrows just to make sure they were still there. "Did you see that?" she yelled out to Floki. "That was a fireball. I did it." Floki couldn't respond, his jaw had gone slack at the first puff of smoke. Sakura hopped to her feet and flashed through the seals once again. A sheer feeling of triumph burned through her hotter than the fire chakra she was molding. Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Again the feeling of superheated gas burned through her throat and it erupted into a conflagration that scorched the top of the cement plug. The flame rolled over the cement like liquid fire, but Sakura could only hold the stream for a few moments before her breath gave out. The genin sucked in another lungful of air, but her chest didn't want to cooperate. Instead of another belch of fire, all that came out was a strangled cough. Deciding that she'd already pushed it a bit too much for a new jutsu, Sakura stepped over to the canal bank and sank down into the grass for a rest. While she had been experimenting with the katon, Floki had recovered. The captain now hobbled as fast as his sea legs would take him over to the girl. Sakura grinned and let him recover his wits when he sank down beside her, but soon enough he was talking. "I've never seen a damned thing like that. You spit out an explosion like some kind of dragon." A change had come over the captain and now he looked at Sakura with an expression of wonder more at home on the face of a child than a grizzled old-timer. "Are you going to blow up that sodding plug with your bomb breath?" Sakura laughed at that even though the action caused another fit of coughing. "No," she sputtered, "not with the bomb breath." As best she could, she began explaining just what she was trying to do with the cement. Heat would evaporate the water out of it and allow her Doton Jutsu to simply collapse the whole thing like a giant block of sand. Floki understood her a bit more than Sakura would have given him credit. "So you're making a clay pot?" It was such a strange, basic concept that Sakura could only nod dumbly at the captain. Why not make a kill, then? It took the rest of the morning, but the two managed, with the help of a few Doton spires and an electric winch from Floki's ship, to tear down some of the prefab warehouses surrounding the canal. The metal walls and roofs settled over the cement with a few feet clearance and Sakura's renewed efforts were having a much greater effect. By noon most of the cement slab was a deep black color and the metal kiln was starting to warp from the heat. It had been half an hour since either of the two had been able to get close to the oven and the river country summer heat was helping their efforts nicely. After a lunch of leftover fish broth, Sakura felt confident enough in their efforts to attempt to break the block down with a Doton. Floki watched anxiously from the bank as Sakura crawled down the canal wall to the base of the concrete plug. Even down close to the water the heat was incredible. Sakura fought her body's natural instinct to stay away from such a heat source and started molding her chakra into more the familiar earth nature she was used to. She'd never tried to create so much sand at once, but now that they'd done so much she wouldn't fail. She couldn't fail. She pushed her hand up against the scalding cement and sent her chakra into it. Nothing resisted her as the brittle rock bent to her will, grinding and condensing and gnashing itself into a more powdery existence at Sakura's command. Floki let out a whoop as the plug shuddered. The structure started to sag in the middle as the lower levels were turned into sand, but then the entire thing shifted and slid into the water like an immense grey waterfall. Water that had been bottled up on the other side of the plug surged over rubble, letting up a cloud of hissing steam as the channel hit the blistering sand. Sakura scurried back up to the side and avoided the worst of it, but she still felt like she'd waded through a swamp when she reached the top of the embankment. She looked around for her partner in crime and spotted Floki only just disappearing down the rope ladder that led to his ship, still laughing like a maniac. The old captain still had trouble believing it, but the roll he felt from his ship couldn't be denied. Water was starting to flow back down the canal and the current would soon take his boat up and over the scattered debris that remained from the little ninja's demolition job. He clambered up to the wheelhouse and flipped on the engines, just in case he had to maneuver back if the current became too strong too soon. Things would be different now. Better. With the canal open, village ships could come and go as they pleased to the better fishing grounds in the larger rivers. They wouldn't need to go trade, not with all the things they'd loaded into his boat before he'd left the village. Now he could go and carry on their trading for them at the river capital. Thinking of his village made the captain glance at his radio. In his excitement he'd forgotten about it. "Breaker, breaker," he intoned, barely containing his excitement. "This is Captain Floki Thorson of the Sepia. Voss, I know either you or your wife is listening. Get back to me." Barely a minute passed before the radio started crackling. Voss's young baritone voice came through the speaker. "Floki? You old goat, are you on your way back to the village?" "Not a chance. East March is clear. Do you hear me? The East March Canal is clear. The little kid did it. Clear. Did I hear that right? You said she cleared it." Floki clapped his free hand down on the ship's wheel. "Clear as the space between your ears, Voss. Our girl magicked the cement right out of the canal like a great big sand castle. We're going to push through to the capital and break down every one of these dem plugs we find." There was a squeal from the CB as multiple new transmissions tried to come in all at once. Most were fishermen on the river from villages surrounding Floki's own, all asking about canals in their area being clear. The captain was in such a good mood that he didn't mind repeating things again and again for anyone that asked, and he was very pleased to get a hold of one of the East March Canal operators who was listening from his houseboat. The man promised to get in contact with his section boss and likely they'd all be back at work in a few days. It was a radical change from a few days ago when he'd first heard about the wave of sabotage in the country. Floki had been sure that was the death of his little village. No canals meant no fish and no trade after all. There was nothing a community of a few dozen could do about it if it involved ninja. "Breaker, breaker for the Sepia. You said you were at the East March Canal." Floki grinned and pressed the transmit button on the side of his microphone. "That's right, breaker. Consider the canal between the Soja and Nagi rivers open for business." "That's good to know, Sepia. You're heading for the capital from East March? We'll follow you right in." A moment of dead air went by before the broadcaster responded, "Give your ninja girl our regards." As other captains echoed that sentiment, Floki promised them all that he'd do just that. Though, he couldn't remember when he'd mentioned he had a ninja with him. Chapter 17. Give your ninja girl our regards. Kuratsuka winced. Her father was a man of few light moods and he sounded particularly upset. Naturally, it was understandable considering what they'd just discovered, but now he'd be grumpy for the rest of the trip. She looked over glumly at Akatsuka when their commander crushed the CB's microphone in his hand. She opened her mouth to say something, but a throb from the thick vein straining on the side of his neck kept her silent. "Our mystery ninja has overcome your sabotage," he remarked, crossly, but still supremely controlled. There wasn't any hiding that he was more than a little disappointed, though. "This is an important mission and now we have loose ends. East March was one of the canals you did, wasn't it? I thought I could trust you with the smaller ones, Kuratsuka." Her father's tone made the young girl want to jump overboard. "I thought my quicklime would be good enough. It was cement. Cement was supposed to keep boats out, right?" You didn't tell me I had to collapse the entire canal. That excuse wasn't cutting it. I left the method up to you and your method has failed. You rushed the mission too much and cut corners. Kitsuke drummed his large fingers across the boat's wheel and stared out over the water for a long moment. Finally, he sucked his teeth and yanked back on the throttle. What little headway they'd been making out river country came to a sudden halt. We can't leave it at this. We're going back. Kurotsuka didn't want to hear that. She hated river with a passion. It was too hot, too humid, and too boring for her. Dad, you said that you didn't expect the sabotage to last forever. It's been 2 weeks already. That should be enough for anyone. Wrong argument. Kitsuke rounded on his daughter with an even deeper frown than before. I didn't think my daughter would be so eager to see her first mission outside of the village fail so badly. You must be rethinking your ambitions. More training is needed. More training is needed. Kurotsuka knew what her father meant by that. She'd be breaking rocks out in the mountains for days, maybe longer. For sure until the Jounin thought the lesson had set in. She remembered how she'd begged and pleaded to go on this mission, how she'd made promise after promise. Days in the mountains, and if grandfather found out. Properly reprimanded and fuming silently, Kurotsuka swore bloody vengeance on whoever had been dumb enough to wreck her work. Her father couldn't get this tub back into river fast enough. Loyalty, Chapter 17. Sakura resisted the very tempting pleasure of belching as she stepped over the extended gangplank to the sepia. It was late in the afternoon, cool and breezy, and her belly was full of the finest food the fishermen of river country could offer her. No more slipshod fish stew for Sakura, only fine meals in captain's quarters for her now. What had started as a 2-person pilgrimage to the East March Canal was now a flotilla. Trailing behind Floki's sepia were no less than a dozen boats. When Sakura looked out over the river, their lights glimmered like stars bobbing on the water. More would come and go in the morning, sailing off to different parts of the country, but there was a core of ships that were going to follow them right into the river country's capital. Those captains would be the cargo traders that had happily been entertaining her for the last few nights. 3 canals had already been cleared in as many days. Sakura had little to do at most of them. Her trick with the fire could be replicated by anyone with industrial equipment. Just this morning 2 of the larger ships had backed up to a cement plug and shot engine exhaust for a few hours while Sakura slept in and enjoyed breakfast in the stateroom of a 2-decked, flat-bottomed barge that was carrying exotic silks and spices from wind country. When the cement had been dried out enough, Sakura had simply broken it down into sand to the admiration of the river-going masses, and the whole cavalcade had continued on. You look more stuffed than a goose fattened up for a festival. Floki was sitting in the wheelhouse, looking down at the girl on deck, holding what looked like an entire bottle of champagne in one hand. Sakura made a show of patting her stomach and laughed along with the captain. The old man was much more pleasant to be around these days, and he no longer took every opportunity to insult her. Sakura wondered if that was because he'd come to respect her abilities, or because he was suddenly the Poseidon of river country for having been the one to ferry around their ninja. I knew people would be thankful, but I didn't know they'd be this thankful. Captain Paul opened fresh crates of food for me tonight, Sakura said. She would have felt guilty if the food hadn't been so very delicious. He's the spice trader from Wind Country, isn't he? The one in the big barge? He sent me a whole crate of fresh whiskey. High-dollar stuff, too. Floki waved his bottle. My guess is that he'll make a lot more trading in the capital than he'll waste keeping us happy and moving in front of his competition. You know how they are, the spice must keep flowing, and all that trader babble. There was no denying that they were in some rich company. Sakura and her mother lived a comfortable life with her father's pension and only having to take care of 2 people, one of whom was now drawing a paycheck, but some of the opulence that Sakura had experienced in the last day dwarfed anything she'd ever tasted back home. Already she had a small stack of gifts from grateful admirers that ranged from rolls of fabric to spare fishing tackle. Whatever the captains nearby had, they shared when she cleared a waterway for them. Sakura stretched her arms as she walked up to the top of the wheelhouse. Where's the next canal? She asked. No more canals. This close to the capital everything was bridges. The captain set his bottle aside and spread out one of maps. Once we're out of the capital we sail right into the Funaho. And from the Funaho, the land of fire. Sakura followed the wide line of the Funaho River all the way up the northern border of the land of rivers. She could slip into Konoha from a dozen different places and be back home in less than a day if she pulled out all the stops. That thought brought both elation at the prospect of getting home and trepidation at the thought of what might be waiting for her. Kakashi knows, Orochimaru's voice whispered from the depth of her memory. Sakura hid her worried expression behind an exaggerated yawn. You'll wake me up before we get into the capital, right? I want to see it. Sure thing, kid. Sakura nodded and stumbled down to her cot on deck, not noticing the blank expression on Floki's face. The captain grunted and tilted back his bottle, settling in for another hour of solitary drinking in the dark. True to his word, Floki laid on the ship's horn early the next morning. Sakura didn't even grumble much as she snapped awake at the jarring noise that had woken her up for most of the river trip. She rolled out of her deck chair and gave the captain her customary sarcastic wave at the wheelhouse, to which he blared the horn at her again. She looked out over the water. Boats were still trailing behind the sepia and deckhands were plodding around their decks stowing rope and line and unfurling canvas. The trader that had hosted her the night before was sitting on a great big deck chair, fanning himself and speaking with his first mate. He noticed Sakura and they exchanged waves. Floki, she called out, how much longer until we get to the city? We'll get there when we get there, he grunted, not turning away from the wheel, and Sakura realized he was in one of his moods this morning. Probably drank too much last night. Sakura clicked her tongue. Well, Floki was entitled to a few bad mornings. Instead of dwelling on it, she began her morning stretches. The deck of the sepia was large and clear enough that Sakura could improvise a bit of a workout for working out the many kinks ship life put in her joints and muscles. She did a few toe touches and back bends, seeing how well her range of motion was. To her immense satisfaction, she could bend all the way back until her hands touched the deck without her chest scar making so much as a peep of discomfort. The Y-shaped incision from her Suna operation had already turned white and Sakura wondered if the medics had been having fun with her when they'd said she'd have to stay bedridden for the better part of a month. With everything working, Sakura walked over to the mast and leaped up to hang on the boom. The first time she'd done pull UPS on the thing Floki had raised a horrible racket about, monkeying up on important equipment, but Sakura had pointed out that they rarely used the sail instead of the engines and that it was unlikely that her slight weight would break the thing. The captain had still complained and even now she could feel his glare between her shoulder blades as she did a few experimental reps. If there was one bright spot to getting so grievous an injury and so tedious a recovery as Sakura had, then it was that it kicked her out of the rut she'd sunk into after graduation. Physical recovery demanded physical exertion and Sakura was forced to confront the fact that she'd been neglecting her exercise. The ninjutsu experience she'd gained since exiting the academy had been immense, but the paces Irika and the other instructors had put them through had fallen by the wayside. Sakura had never enjoyed personal training. What cool and mysterious boy would want to date a girl that was sweaty all the time, and it showed in how slowly her body got back into its usual condition. On top of that, Sakura had never considered herself to be a reservoir of chakra and all the new jutsu she was putting into practice were wearing her down considerably. She should be thankful for the quick physical recovery, but Sakura knew that her body would give out if she didn't put aside her distaste for physical conditioning. And so she trained. Not in jutsu or chakra control like she would have preferred, but instead working up a sweat with push UPS and sit UPS and what little legwork that could be done on the cramped boat. It was blistering exercise. Sakura had more cramps and aches now than right after getting out of her hospital bed in Suna. Remembering how easily the Rain Shiryunin had dominated her physically, though, was good incentive to try and get up to snuff, as were the lingering memories of how her body had performed when it was flooded with the power of a solider pill. Trying to recapture that feeling without having to rely on some kind of drug was very, very tempting. Girl. The sudden attempt at conversation from the captain broke her rhythm. Sakura clenched her teeth and forced her arms to yank her back upwards. I already told you I won't break the darn thing, she grunted. Had she stopped on 58 or 48? You made me lose count. She didn't need to see the man roll his eyes, she could hear it in his voice when he said, so sorry. Won't bother you again. He waited until she'd started again and then laid on the ship's horn. Sakura was so shocked by the sound that her hand slipped from the boom and she landed butt first on the deck. "Real mature," she shouted over the man's raucous howling. Before a proper scolding could form, Floki mastered himself long enough to point toward the stem of the ship. At first she couldn't see what he was pointing at. Trees covered the riverbank in a thick mat that went all the way up to the water. A further moment of scrutiny, though, showed her what the captain had seen. Smoke. Smoke above the tree tops. Sakura struggled to her, leaned over the bow railing. Thick, black plumes of smoke, lots of smoke, were lazily puffing into the sky from somewhere downriver. Now it was obvious why Floki was making such a fuss. They were nearly to the capital. She bolted down into the cargo part of the ship where she kept her, mostly, clean set of clothes, hoping that they wouldn't get there before she could freshen up. When Sakura reappeared on deck a few minutes later, she was treated to the extraordinary sight of River Capital's skyline. Everything was over the water. Every building, every walkway, every shop, and office and restaurant, all of them stood over the swirling headwaters of the Funaho River on great stilted platforms for as far as Sakura could see. Buildings as tall as Konoha's tallest apartments shot up from the river like wooden cattails. Closer now, Sakura saw that even the space under the stilt city wasn't wasted. Small 1- and 2-man boats plied the waters between the supports. "It's something else, isn't it?" Sakura blinked away her eye at the city and turned. Floki was walking up the deck and the background growling of the engine, that Sakura had all but gotten used to these last few days, was gone. The Sepia was simply bobbing in the river, well off to the side. Soon Sakura saw why that was. All the ships that had been following behind them had now broken away from the pack at the first smell of civilization. Traders hungry for profits were now pushing their barges for all the power they could, gunning it down the river with heedless abandon. Each of them could see the goal in sight, a city that had been starved of goods for nearly 2 weeks, freshest pickings for those who got to the dock first. There was no doubt that word of their little exodus had already reached the capital, and the merchants, and starved customers, would be ready and waiting. Floki shook his head at the sorry display, making his cigarette trace red line of embers in the air. The river barges were too slow and bulky to give each other a proper race, and the shouts and curses of the crews when one boat bumped into another filled the river. Idiots. They'll be in customs for the rest of the morning no matter what time they get there. "Where are we going to dock at?" Sakura asked. "At Tannhauser Landing. That's one of the fishmonger berths, closest to the canals leading out to open sea." Twin belches of smoke poured from his nostrils as the worst of the mid-river commotion passed them by. The fishing boats that had been with them trudged along next at a much more reasonable pace, and Floki hobbled back to the wheelhouse. As the engines throttled back up, Sakura settled against the railing so she could watch them come into port. It turned out that Tannhauser Landing was on the other side of the city, and she was afforded a wonderful view of the riverfront districts of the city. The effects of the infrastructure sabotage were obvious, even to Sakura. Small ships the size of the Sepia lined most of the pier space that they passed, and it was reminiscent of the situation at Floki's village. These small fishing boats and barges were all bottled up in port with the canal closings. Bigger ships, which Sakura assumed were ocean-going due to their size, were the only ones out in the water. It took close to half an hour to navigate to the landing Floki wanted. Konoha was a large city in terms of density, but the river capital was spread out for a good 2 miles of river and riverbank. The Funaho at this juncture was fed by 3 different tributary rivers, and the sheer span of the river made Sakura blush at her earlier fantasies of swimming across it when she'd first crossed into river. With the morning fog still clinging to the water, Sakura couldn't even see the far bank. Floki laid on the Sepia's horn as they made their way into dock. Tannhauser Landing was a wide semicircle of piers and docks and boat ties that broke the long parade of warehouses that went right up to the water. Unlike the smaller landings they'd passed earlier, Tannhauser still seemed to have quite a bit of business. The big ocean ships that prowled the river seemed to congregate here. As Floki brought them in, Sakura realized that the Sepia was the smallest boat at the landing. There were people waiting on them at the dock. Sakura shied away from the railing even as Floki stomped down from the wheelhouse to get at the securing ropes. He tossed them down to the pier and the workers tied them off and dropped a gangplank. Floki motioned for Sakura to come over. "I'm going to go check the ship in with the harbor master," he said. He glanced back at the coolies already spreading out on the deck, opening the large cargo hatch in the center and maneuvering a pier-mounted unloader into place. Let them take care of everything. They'll unload your things too. Sakura had to think a moment about what Floki was talking about. When a flash of red fabric caught her eye on deck, the gifts that various captains had given her over the last few days sprang to mind. She nodded, having no other ideas of what to do with the gifts. It wasn't like she could cart them all back to Konoha with her. No one bothered her while Floki was inside the harbor master's office, and Sakura took the opportunity to walk up to where the harbor proper met the streets of the capital. It was jarring to have a complete look at a landscape and not see water, but that's what Sakura had as she peered past the chain-link gate that kept the crowds out. It was still early and this didn't look like a real urban hangout spot, but there were still throngs of people making their way through the streets. Unlike Suna and its obvious decline, River Capital was a city on the upswing. If Sakura strained her ears, she could hear the sounds of furious construction rising above the din of the industrial noise and the river. In the distance she could see the tips of cranes peeking up over the skyline. The telltale blaring of the Sepia horn dragged Sakura's attention away from the city. Floki waved at her from the wheelhouse and she walked back to the boat. There was a finely dressed man with him. Cropped and styled brown hair, thin wire glasses, and a pressed business suit, he certainly looked out of place standing next to the Sepia and her captain. When Sakura bowed, the man simply held out his hand for a more civilian handshake. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you," he said as he vigorously shook Sakura's hand. "We've all been following your progress through the country for the last few days and I must say that you do impress. I always aim to please." Sakura glanced at Floki and saw him shrug. He obviously didn't know any more about this than she did. "I don't mean to be rude, Mr. Ning." He gave Sakura's hand another firm shake. "Maoto Ning, Under-Secretary of Commerce for the River Country Council." With the introductions out of the way, Sakura was able to politely pull her hand away. "It's an honor, Ning-san. I didn't expect a reception." "It was an honor, right? An undersecretary was an important person. We didn't know exactly when you would be getting in or there would be a bigger one here, you can count on that. Half the coolies in the city would be here just to shake your hand after what you've done for them." He reached into his suit pocket, pulled out a thick letter, and handed it over to Sakura. "That's from Secretary Ishii. He wanted to be here personally, but only half the council is in the capital due to the infrastructure sabotage." At Ning's obvious prompting, Sakura broke the fancy seal on the back of the envelope, and very nearly dropped it in shock. She pulled out a stack of ryo that was as thick as her hand. Sakura didn't dare count it all up, but she did thumb through the stack's edges and saw that they were all 20 and 50 ryo notes. Likely she had over 1,500 ryo in her hands. It would take dozens upon dozens of little D-rank missions to generate that much money. As impossible as it was to miss, Ning laughed at Sakura's shock. "That's a gift from the River Country Council for services rendered." Sakura licked her dry lips. If Konoha found out that money had changed hands between an official government and her, a lone ninja that hadn't checked in with the village for days, there would be hell to pay. Someone could say it was signs of her going rogue or stepping, well, above her station. On the other hand, how would they find out? It was a gift for actions she'd done of her own volition. No one had hired her to do it. "Take the dem money, girl," Floki said as Sakura turned the thought over and over in her head. "You won't be holding onto it for very long since I expect you to help with fuel fees, docking fees, and the customs deduction for the cargo." Ning waved his hand. "All fees and customs have been waived for your ship, Captain, and all its goods. Surely you didn't think that your role in helping your country would be overlooked." "Thank you kindly, Mr. Ning," Floki replied, his eyes wide. He turned to Sakura with a smile. "Well, you'll still be getting off some of that for fuel costs, but you'll have a pretty little stack left. Maybe you'll have enough to pay someone to get close enough to hose you down. You're no spring garden yourself." True enough, there hadn't been many chances to shower and days of sweat and grime had built up. Boat captains might be understanding about such things, but thinking about how long it had been since she'd even changed clothes made Sakura flinch. Another few days and she would have taken a dip in the river, alligators, or no alligators. Looking at Floki and Ning's expectant expressions, Sakura slipped the envelope of Ryo into her pouch and bowed to the undersecretary. I guess I'll be accepting this with thanks, Maoto-san, if only to spare my company his delicate nose. With the money she could at least cut the paper trail her outing would give Konoha. Cash had a way of disappearing like an official village IOU never could. The undersecretary clapped his hands. I was worried I'd have to beg, he said with a laugh. Now, if you two will excuse me, I have to see to your account with the harbor master. Lady Sakura, Master Floki, once again the river country thanks you for your initiative. If you should need anything, my office will always be open. Sakura and Floki both expressed their gratitude to the man and Sakura pocketed his business card. She didn't expect to pay a visit to the Capitol building during her stay, but having any kind of contact with a river official couldn't hurt. Ning again told them to drop by if they had any problems before heading off to the squat little harbor office to get their fees waived. Floki let out a low whistle when Ning was far enough away not to hear it. Do you have any idea how much money that suit just made us? Saved us, you mean, Sakura corrected. He didn't really give us anything other than my envelope. Don't you remember what I said earlier about the traders? How they'd be bottled up in customs for the whole morning. Floki gestured out over the water to a few barges that had moored nearby. See any cranes or cargo being unloaded? We're going to be the first inland traders this place has seen in weeks. Supply and demand, girl. Sakura saw what he was driving at, but she regarded him with more than a little dubiousness. You think a few hours are that much of a head start? Whoever will be buying your things will have to know that we came into port with a group. You can't jack the price up that much. The captain crossed his arms. I guess they don't teach economics up in your ivory ninja towers, do they? He didn't wait for the inevitable sarcastic response from his one-girl audience. You just go waste the day spending your little bit of lunch money and leave the heavy lifting to me. We'll be out of here by tomorrow morning. Sure, sure. The call of a nice, long shower was starting to grow louder in Sakura's ears and she couldn't be bothered with a lesson in river country microeconomics right now. Go ahead and sell my gifts too, would you? I can't take them with me. Is the great and fearsome ninja differing to her elder's wisdom? I'm shocked you trust me that much. Sakura waved over her shoulder as she stepped down the ship's gangplank. I trust that you'll get the best deal you can because most of the stuff in your hold is from your village. They'd string an old goat like you up if you slacked. The rumbling of the harbor complex's chain-length gate finally drowned out Floki's griping. River Capital was just as lively as it had seemed from the water. Sakura slipped into the crowd and quite quickly, and happily, got lost in it. She'd missed this kind of urbanness that was absent from both Suna and the places she'd been to in River so far. In Konoha, the crowds were so thick that midday you could be pulled along with a stream of people from one end of the village to another without seeing anything on either side of the street. Getting around back home had used to be a hassle, but Sakura only realized how much she enjoyed urban living when she was taken away from it for a few weeks. Sakura discovered that the harbor area was part of a larger industrial district that included warehouses, boat outfitters, and more than a few bars that Floki would probably be belly up in come nightfall. Most were built out of simple bits of wood that looked like they'd been fished out of the river. Given the disheveled, blue-collar style of the people milling around, Sakura decided that it was fitting. People didn't so much as gloss at her here either, considering the state she was in, just another child worker running an errand. There were enough kids in the crowd that she blended right in. That blanket of anonymity didn't last long. Sakura went with the crowds up the river, toward the nicer-looking parts of the city she'd passed coming down the river. There wasn't a sudden, obvious divide between the working district and the living district, but subtly the buildings began to seem of firmer make and the people in the street wore nicer clothes. Sakura was getting looks now as she squeezed by shoppers and businessmen and women. Before she knew it, the plank streets had lost their grubbiness and now came in varnished hardwood. The channels that cut into the heart of the city from the river were filled with water taxis advertising rates. Buildings that had seemed large from the water now became overwhelming. In the shadow of one of those titanic waterfront skyscrapers, Sakura pushed her way out of the crowd and found a step to sit on. It was starting to heat up and she'd been walking for a solid hour. The city was amazing. Suna had been near death, but river capital was overflowing with people and commerce even though the interior of the country had been cut off for days. Sakura imagined that it would get even livelier in the afternoon and resolved to go out and see some more of the city, once she'd managed to find a hotel for the night. She'd seen plenty, of course. Some were nothing more than bunkhouses back in the warehouse district, while others were functional works of art sitting beside the boardwalk with their carved facades that beckoned to people of means to come inside and enjoy. Sakura, having never stayed at such a place, had no idea how to actually go about renting a room and had dragged her feet past a dozen adequate businesses on her walk. Sakura wanted to find a hotel quick now that she was drawing unwanted attention. A gaggle of laughs and hoots drew Sakura's attention a little further down the building she was using for shade. There was a group of young adults, perhaps 5 or 6 years older than Sakura was, that spilled out the large glass double doors that Sakura had avoided stopping in front of. With their trendy clothes and personal effects, Sakura instantly tagged them as tourists. They probably were fresh off one of the big ocean boats that plied the coast. As they disappeared into the crowd, Sakura took serious note of the building she'd been standing beside. It was tall, at least 10 or 11 stories high, looming over the river and many of its neighbors with its gleaming, dark wooden exterior. Certainly it was one of those ritzy hotels Sakura had seen up and down the boardwalk. It looked expensive. She could probably afford it, especially for just one night, but a lone girl renting out a hotel room was pretty suspicious, wasn't it? Civilian kids her age usually weren't by themselves in a big city like this. Would checking in here draw more attention than wandering around for another hour? It does look nice, though, Sakura thought. She hadn't slept in a real bed for a solid week and hadn't bathed since getting out of the hospital in Suna. It wasn't like she was going to make the village pay for it, either. She had money. Showing up back home with so much Ryo would actually be a bad thing. People would ask questions about what she did to get it. Decided, she skirted the edge of the crowd and went through the double doors of the hotel. Belatedly she noticed the fancy sign above the door that read Alistidi Hotel. Seemed fitting enough. If the outside had been pleasant to look at, the inside of Alistidi was a feast for the eyes. Rich hardwood covered every inch of the lobby's floors and the morning sun was allowed to spill into the room from top to bottom bay windows that looked out over the river. Never before in her life had Sakura seen such a den of opulence. Not even the Hokage Tower back home was this nice. She ignored the looks and whispers from some of the guests in favor of staring slack-jawed like a true yokel at everything she saw. Further in, Sakura could look straight up from the middle of the room and see the sky. The middle of the building was hollowed out with the top capped with an enormous skylight. All the hotel's rooms were lining the central atrium and Sakura saw people walking along the railing. The magic of the moment was broken by a harsh cough from the service desk. Behind the beautiful mahogany counter, a well-dressed man of youngish years stared at her with a gaze that was one tick away from being murderous. When Sakura didn't immediately jump to attention, his little pencil mustache started to bristle. "Can I help you?" he asked, louder and rougher than his fake cough. Sakura imagined that the man had a point to be abrasive, given how nice everything in here was and how shabby she looked. To Sakura's annoyance, the top of the desk very nearly went over her head and she had to stand on the tips of her toes to not completely embarrass herself. "I'd like to rent a room," Sakura said. She hoped her voice sounded as even as she had intended. It didn't. The concierge looked at her as if she were a small child who had wandered in off the street. Which she was, really. "Are your parents guests here? Do you know their room number?" Even that sounded forced. It was obvious the man was just trying to hustle her out of the hotel without making a scene. "My parents are 100 miles away. I just told you that I want a room. We do not allow children to rent rooms. If your parents are not guests, then..." Sakura cut him off by slamming her forehead protector down on his very nice desk. "I want," she said again, slowly, "a room." The man looked at the polished bit of metal like it was a snake ready to bite. It was the same kind of reaction that Floki had shown at his village when he'd found out Sakura was a ninja. He flicked it away as if its sitting on his desk was somehow ruining it. Still, to Sakura's satisfaction he pulled out a check-in book. "How long will you be staying? What accommodations do you want? Will your business affect the other guests?" "One night, just a basic room, and of course not." Sakura made an effort to keep a smile on her face if only to annoy the man. She became a tad worried when he smiled back. Our regular rooms are all booked up, I'm afraid. Of course they were. Sakura may not have known much about checking into a hotel, but she certainly knew when someone was lying for their own convenience. It took a bit of effort not to groan. So what do you have available? Only our luxury suites, he said, growing smugger by the second. They run for 500 ryo a night. The man's pen clicked as he pulled it from his pocket. Shall I book one for you? The look of serene grace on his face was beatific. At this moment he was euphoric in the knowledge that soon the dirty little maybe a ninja would be out back on the street and out of his hair. Therefore, it was an incredible surprise when Sakura started counting out ryo. I'll pay in advance, she said, slapping down a third of her available funds on the desk. It was worth the money to see the concierge look as if he'd just swallowed a frog. His little mustache was now just a thin line above his clenched lips. Deciding to take a bit of pity on the man, she asked, is there a place close to the hotel where I can buy a few changes of clothes? A perfectly manicured finger pointed to a hallway on the far side of the lobby. The hotel boasts a full boutique. Are the prices there as reasonable as your room rates? Sakura could hear the concierge's teeth grind and his pen slipped from writing in the registry. Our prices are competitive for the area, he snarled. Sakura decided that was enough revenge for the time being. She thanked the man when he informed her of the Aristides' various amenities. The suites all came with 3 complimentary meal servings per day as well as laundry and water taxi services. She would have to check out before noon tomorrow, but that was fine with Sakura. Surprisingly, the Aristides boutique was somewhat reasonable with its prices. Most everything inside was obviously intended for tourists, but Sakura found a few pieces of clothing with decent stitching and practicality. 3 full sets of casual clothes ate another 200 or so ryo, but it was money well spent. She was still wearing the dirty clothes Baki had given her in Suna, after all. Next to that, even a burlap sack would be a welcome change. Ignoring the looks staff and the other guests were giving her, Sakura happily started up to the floor of the hotel where her suite was. It took more than a few minutes to make it all the way to the top of the atrium, and Sakura was starting to breath heavy when she reached the last stair landing. It was quiet at the top. Sakura took a moment to catch her breath and surveyed her new home for the time being. She'd left behind the bulk of the guests a few floors down, and it looked like no one even shared rooms up here with her. There were only a handful of doors, too. Sakura looked at her key, room 603. That was directly across from her, on the side facing the river. The splendor from downstairs was nothing compared to what waited for Sakura when she opened the door to her suite. A beautiful sitting room was before her, complete with a love seat and a few chairs, but then the space opened into a lavish living area. Sakura trudged inside and tossed her bags onto a leather sofa that was sitting just inside. Space-wise, Floki could have sailed 2 of his boats into the room and have room to spare. To one side, Sakura spied a kitchenette behind a cutaway bar that faced the enormous bay windows that dominated the riverside wall. As a ninja, she naturally was wary of so much open glass, but the view was undeniable. The entire Funaho Delta was spread out before her. Sakura felt so out of place here. There were paintings and sculptures and potted plants of all shapes and sizes in this suite. There was even a piano set off to one side. Not even 3 hours ago she'd been asleep in a rotting old deck chair on the sepia. Moving on, Sakura finally discovered exactly what she'd been dreaming of, a massive 4-poster bed that took up nearly an entire wall by itself and, even more glorious than that, a full bathroom with a sunken marble tub. Sakura wasted no time opening the water full blast. She gathered more complimentary hotel hygienic amenities than one road-weary girl could carry and dumped a precious mini bottle of shampoo into the water. When it was good and sudsy, she shed her clothes and sank into sweet-smelling bliss. The bubbles and water did much to ease the many knots and kinks that had worked their way into Sakura's muscles over the course of her mission. Her tub at home was only big enough to stretch out in, this one was suitable for dog paddles if she so desired. Sakura took a deep breath and let her head sink under the suds and water, nearly forgetting the lack of air for a pleased groan as the heat seeped into her scalp. Sakura wouldn't have believed them if someone told her that she could still get sunburned with a full head of hair before this trip. It was a solid hour before Sakura felt clean enough to grudgingly get out of the tub. What had gone in as a dirty, smelly kid came out pruned but groomed kid. Sakura wrapped up in one of the big, fluffy hotel towels and stepped up to the vanity. Like with the complimentary shampoo and conditioner, there were basics waiting on her such as a nail file and a few combs and brushes which she availed herself of. Hairs grown, Sakura mused as she brushed her pink mop out. By her estimation it had added an inch or two since leaving Konoha. It didn't really matter to her since she was fine with letting it grow as long as it would, but now it rested nearly at the base of her spine. She opened a few of the vanity's drawers and discovered just what she was looking for, a handful of hair ties. A few minutes of finagling later and she had her locks in a passable braid. Tightly wound, it still reached her lower back, but now it was simply a weight resting on her back and not a constant distraction. Well, it wasn't a distraction as long as she reminded herself it most certainly did not mimic Ino's preferred hairstyle. Even if it did, I wear it better, she told her reflection. That bit of business concluded, Sakura wandered back into the bedroom, her bedroom, and looked over the outfits she'd bought. River's climate was nowhere near as harsh as Suna's, so she felt comfortable with just a pullover short-sleeved tee and some cakey tourist shorts. She stepped up to the mirror and almost didn't recognize the girl staring back. The Suna sun had cooked any exposed skin during the hazy span of time she'd been unconscious after beating the rain in the desert. Suna's hospital had tempered the worst of it with ointments and oil treatments, but there was sun scarring on her arms and legs in the form of dark, rough patches of skin. The blotches mixed with the white scars that stood out even starker against her tan. Not all the chances were so negative, though. Sakura tensed her arm and was pleased with the way it instantly firmed up. Her morning exercise was starting to pay off, there was a deftness to her movements now that hadn't been there before leaving Konoha. In short, Sakura felt good. She felt fit and clean and rested and, most importantly, recovered. The day she'd woken up in the caravan's makeshift hospital seemed a lifetime ago, as did her injuries. A good soak in a hot tub had been just the thing to wash away the last lingering aches. She practically skipped back to the suite's living room. The kitchen was bare of anything to fix, but she did discover a room service menu sitting on the bar. Unfortunately, breakfast had already passed, she'd spent too long in the tub. A trip to go and find something to eat suited Sakura. She wanted to move around some after being trapped on the Sepia for days on end. Without all the extra baggage Sakura had carried up with her, the trip back down to the lobby took only a few moments. Guests gaped and grumbled when she squeezed past them on the stairwells, but Sakura, seized with a new wellspring of energy, nimbly avoided any type of collisions. The tight squeezes and exasperated looks reminded Sakura of the gymnastics she'd been pulling at home every morning for the last few months. She could only imagine the looks she'd get if she started using chakra to cling to the walls. Maybe she'd do it just once, on her way to check out tomorrow. No one glanced at her when she made it to the ground floor. The unkempt girl in rags with ratty hair covered in 100 miles of dirt and dust was gone and now she blended in with the other preppy tourists. She was just another face in the crowd, until the concierge caught her eye. He waved her over and Sakura readied herself for another round with the man. "Madam, you will have to forgive me," he said the moment Sakura was within hearing distance. "I was discourteous and rude during your check-in." That was certainly not what Sakura had expected. It threw her for such a loop that she kept the anxious man waiting for a beat longer than was probably healthy, given the way he was wringing his hands. She did remember how to be polite eventually. "Oh, it's no problem. I know what I must have looked like walking into such a nice place like this. It was still irresponsible of me to be so off-putting. It's entirely my fault and..." Sakura held up her hands. People were starting to stare again, only this time because of the gratuitous apologies being heaped upon her. "Did you get in trouble with your supervisor or something? You can tell him that I love the room, it makes up for everything. No complaints from me." The concierge reached under his desk, fished out an envelope, and held it out. "I am pleased to hear everything is to your liking. If there is anything you need, please ask." There was an official-looking seal on the front of the envelope that Sakura didn't recognize and it was sealed with a fancy bit of wax. She popped it and quickly scanned the contents. "Lady Sakura, cordially invited, dinner reception." Sakura's forehead crinkled when she got to the end. They're having a formal dinner at the Capitol building and they want me to attend? What is this? They have one every week and they always invite people of note. It's quite the honor. The man squirmed a bit. More than just quite an honor judging by how apologetic he'd gotten. A courier delivered it a few minutes ago. I was about to have someone run it up to your room. Sakura considered that. Mao Dongning, the Undersecretary of Commerce, must have had a hand in it. She hadn't wanted to skirt any closer to the taking on clients without village permission line than she already had, but Sakura had to admit she was a bit flattered. Anything that could cowle a concierge at a fancy hotel like this was probably pretty important. I don't have any clothes for a fancy party like this, she said, not so subtly glancing up at the man behind the service desk. Of course, the Alistidi boutique also stocks evening wear. Sakura shifted closer. And everything there was so beautiful, but after making myself presentable for the hotel's standards, as well as paying for a suite, I just don't know if I can swing the cost. Perhaps, for a valued guest, you could enjoy a premium discount. Oh, but that's still so much and I have a long way to go. I don't want to spend all my money now, you see. I guess I'll just have to tell Maoto-san that I can't come. He's the Undersecretary of Commerce, you see, and there was the look of barely contained loathing Sakura had come to expect from the concierge. His little pencil mustache didn't look right unless it was bristling. Perhaps the honored guest should simply pick something out, he said, pulling the words from his mouth as if someone were pulling teeth instead. The Alistidi would be honored to oblige. To correct our earlier rudeness. Sakura smiled and said her thanks before skipping back toward the boutique. Tonight just got a lot more interesting. Chapter 18. As it turned out, wearing the equivalent of an entire half-year's pay was not as comfortable as the hefty price tag would imply. Sakura tugged and pulled on the obi of her kimono until it tightened up, but she was sure it wouldn't stay there like it should. The fit was unavoidably loose due to the Alistidi not having anything her size. As it was, she was lucky to even have this slightly too large festival kimono on such short notice. The hotel boutique's staff had pulled it out of storage just for her when everything else fell short. They'd only just finished the alterations an hour ago. When the boutique's staff was told she'd be going to one of the government-sponsored state dinners, and that cost was no issue, they'd pulled out all the stops. Sakura had her hair professionally washed and it spilled down her back in a fluffy pink wave, her nails colored and cleaned of a week's worth of grime, and her skin perfumed, powdered, and treated with oils made to bring out her lovely tan from under all the unsightly blemishes. To everyone's credit, there were only a few blanches when the full gamut of scars had come out. That, more than anything else, Sakura appreciated. Feeling like a storybook fairy princess, Sakura was being whisked through the city in one of the hotel's water taxis. The ferryman grunted every time she shifted her weight to look around, but Sakura couldn't help it. They were going deep into the floating city and the new sights and sounds demanded to be gawked at. As grand as the Alistidi was, the buildings here rose so high that it looked like they could touch the clouds and were packed thick as matches in a matchbox. Something loomed in the distance, a break in the urban sprawl that more and more boats were moving toward. The ferryman's pole went to work, flashing this way and that, nosing the boat further into the press. Boats were pressed so close that conversations drifted over the water to Sakura and she could clearly hear the voices of her neighbors in the water. Is it like this every day? And then some, young miss. The ferryman motioned to the tributary canals with the top of his pole. All the entrances into Old City are clogged at afternoon. Sakura was confused for a moment, but she realized what her ferryman meant as that odd break in the skyline came closer. As it happened, it wasn't a break at all, it was a wall. A low, wide wall that was only broken by the canal flowing through it. Compared to the modern buildings on either side, it seemed downright primitive with its brick construction. The press of boats bottlenecked at the opening. The ferryman pushed and plied his way until he was at the outer edge of the press. "Young miss, you'll want to reach your hand out as we go under," he said with a smile. "I never bring a tourist through without letting them get a little local luck." Thoroughly confused, Sakura opened her mouth to ask why she should do that, but the ferryman was grinning and urging her to stick out her arm. As the current took them under the wall, Sakura did what he wanted and let her fingers drag across the stone. "No, no. The root, young miss, touch the root." Dumbly, Sakura followed the man's eyes and saw a bulge in the rock a foot or so above eye level. She strained up in her seat to brush her fingers across the wood and found it to be polished smooth as a river stone. Something else was there. Just a tiny tingle, but Sakura felt it surge up her arm. Chakra in the wood. Did a ninja make that wall? She blurted without thinking. The surprise on the ferryman's was obvious. You've already heard the story. I just read a little bit at the hotel, Sakura lied. I'm sure you know more about it than something in a travel brochure. I suppose that I would. Well, you're right that a ninja built this wall, but he only did it after he tore down the old one. The canal began to widen after flowing past the wall. Space was still somewhat at a premium due to all the makeshift piers and docks lining the walls. The ferryman kept the water taxi drifting toward the center where the current ran the swiftest. That was over 100 years ago, though. In those days river country was nothing more than another province inside of the Land of Fire. It was before any of those ninjas started gathering in villages. You know, back when each country had an army made up of honest men with nothing but bows and spears. Sure, the countries would use ninja every once in a while, but mostly they had their fights and we had ours. The problem was that this city had taken just a bit too many licks from the fire daimyo and we decided to break away. It was as good a time as any, we figured back then. The fire and wind countries were at war, so one little city splitting away should have been more trouble than it was worth, especially since the fire country had taken a beating that year. History had never been Sakura's strong point, but it wasn't hard to see where the story was going. So the fire daimyo hired one of the old ninja clans to bring you back. Just so, young miss. They sent Storm and Senjo Tobirama to put us down. The second Hokage? He's the one that ripped down the first wall. The ferryman gave his passengers' surprise a chuckle and nodded. The one and only. Back then, the only thing that saved the city from being burnt to the ground was that the fire daimyo wanted it back in one piece. Tobirama damned the Funaho with his ninja magic, roasted our boats, and kept us all huddled up behind our wall like rats on a piece of flotsam. How long did the city manage to hold out? Sakura asked. 3 months, said the ferryman. For 3 months one man kept a city of 20,000 from getting a single night of honest sleep. Every day he ordered us to surrender and every day our city council would tell him to stick his head in the mud. Eventually he got tired of waiting. So he broke down the wall and won the war? How did River get its independence, then? And how did the wall get rebuilt? Sakura heard the ferryman's pole slap at the water. Slowly, the taxi was making its way toward another canal in the distance that branched off. His brother did it, Senju Hashirama. A day after Tobirama broke through, the first Hokage himself showed up and rebuilt the entire thing with his magic. It's why we're such good allies with the fire country today. All of us owe old Hashirama. It was undoubtedly an amazing story, almost too amazing, if Sakura was any judge. The first and second Hokages getting personally involved with a then tiny trading city that had decided to rebel and then not burning the place to cinders. The first overruling his brother and rebuilding everything that was destroyed. But, then, she had felt something in that wall. There was chakra there that hadn't dissipated after however long the wall had been standing, and that meant there was a real power behind its creation. She wasn't ready to chalk it up to the first Hokage, but the ferryman might actually be onto something with his story. There wasn't much time to dwell on the interesting question, though. The bicanal the ferryman had turned into ran swifter than the main one. Any more small talk was forestalled by the ferryman's need to safely navigate them through the narrow passage. With the sun dipping below the tall buildings, his task was obviously aggravated further, and Sakura let the silence lie. It was another 10 minutes before their boat encountered any others. Unlike the frantic push and shove of the main canal, this new stretch was downright civilized in comparison. Fancy water taxis made way for Sakura's and she joined a slow procession of well-dressed passengers. Even Sakura's own ferryman was straightening his outfit. He was obviously practiced at it, as all it took were a few tugs of his coat and a quick hand through his hair and he was back to looking every bit as professional as he'd seemed when Sakura had first stepped on board. Storms, but this is some fancy company, he muttered, looking around at the other boats with their fresh coats of paint and expensive decoration. I see half a dozen private taxi companies here and none of them come cheap. You've never dropped anyone off at one of these government banquets? Sakura asked. Now she felt uneasy as well. I mean, the hotel looked so fancy and nice. And it is, but we mostly cater to out-of-town folks. You know, rich tourists on pleasure cruises and their type. Not people that would be in with the River Council. He started to say something else, but his voice turned into a low whistle and Sakura twisted in her seat. She hadn't seen the building from a distance, it was much too short to make it above its multi-story neighbors. The Capitol complex wasn't by any means meager, though. Where the rest of the city grew up, the Capitol grew out. Like a great wooden snake, it lounged right next to the canal's edge for as far as Sakura could see into the distance. The entire palace was lit like a tiny city within a city, individual offices all had their own lanterns burning and the glow's reflection made the canal seem like it was on fire. There were dozens, maybe even hundreds, of individual docks as well as small canals flowing into the complex itself. Sakura's ferryman fell in behind a host of others as they turned into one en masse. The small passage opened up into a large artificial lagoon a few dozen feet in with moorings to spare. Someone on the bank waved at Sakura's ferryman and ushered them into one of the moorings. A few gentle pokes of the pole and the taxi was out of the press and secure against an ornate stone pile. A hand reached down to Sakura. After sitting for an hour in a kimono, she was glad for the help. That same hand pulled back when she reached for it, though. Invitation, the man said, looking neither annoyed nor amused. Flushing, Sakura pulled the envelope she'd been delivered out of her sleeve and handed it up. As her eyes adjusted to the low lamplight of the evening, Sakura realized that her new helper was dressed well, but in the same finery the male waiters and service workers at the Alistidi. His demeanor changed quick enough as he scanned her invitation and it was handed back with more courtesy than when it was taken. This time his hand was extended to help her out of the water taxi. The servant stayed with Sakura the whole way up to the wide staircase leading into the Capitol and then escorted her through the door. She was a bit wary of that at first, but upon seeing what passed as the building's foyer she was glad for his humble direction. It seemed like an entire city block could sit comfortably in here. 2 more staircases took up the breadth of the far end of the room, but the lion's share of the space felt open despite the clutches of people that tried to chip away at that emptiness. As soon as she stepped inside, Sakura was receiving looks. Eyes slid to her first, and then behind, then back. Sakura knew they were looking for her parents. It took a conscious effort to keep her face neutral as those looks took on a more incredulous tint when no one else followed her. Sakura walked through them all like a tiny giant, setting off a new round of conversation whenever she stepped. It was an undeniably heady feeling for someone used to sitting still and being quiet while others decided her life for her. For once Sakura was being noticed for her own self and not because of who she was with. Eyes gleaming, she raked her gaze over each person who noticed her and held it until their looks broke first. They never lasted more than a few heartbeats. Sakura spotted Maoto Ning before he saw her and angled toward him. The undersecretary was dressed in a different suit than the one she'd last seen him in, but no less fine. His grin widened when he finally noticed the girl. "And there's Our Lady of the Hour," he greeted, stepping around Sakura and making a show of appraising her kimono. "Very nice. I was worried the sudden invitation would put you at a disadvantage." "Oh no, I'm staying at the Alistidi and it has an in-house boutique. I told them if they let me borrow some clothes I'd mention them to anyone who asks." Ning chuckled, approval lighting his eyes. "You've grasped the way this city works very quickly. I suppose I shouldn't underestimate a ninja, though. It's good that you're quick on the uptake." There was no accusation or implication hidden in Ning's tone, but the beginnings of a frown tugged at Sakura's lips. "I didn't think tonight was going to be about business," she murmured. "Everything is business." Ning's smile wasn't unkind, but it wasn't pleasant to look at either. "There's enough time for that later, though. You look like you could use some food in you before we get to the main course." Ning flashed a government pass of some sort at one of the guards and led Sakura up to a balcony table for 2 set in a little alcove that overlooked the main dining hall. They were above the dangling lights of the room and Sakura figured that this was as close to hiding in plain sight as one could get. Anyone trying to get more than a passing look up would stand out like a sore thumb. The offer of food turned out to not be a ruse either. Sakura had her own menu and didn't recognize even half of the dishes, but picked out something called Comtam that Ning had suggested. Happily, most of the food was ready to serve and Sakura had a steaming bowl of rice and pork sitting in front of her in hardly any time at all. She thanked the server and fumbled with her chopsticks for a moment. Konoha hardly used them anymore for anything other than street vendors. Forks and knives were the norm for most of the things her mom cooked. "Take a look at the third table from the main door," Ning said, casually, between sips of his own food. "Some kind of stew, it looked." "Got it. Now, look for the short gentleman with brownish hair." It only took Sakura a moment to find him. "The one wearing sunglasses? Inside? He's a bit hard to miss." "That's him," Ning confirmed. Flippantly, he added, "He's the man who's going to try and kill you tonight." For a beat Sakura paused, mid-bite. The undersecretary continued with his soup and made appreciative noises, but otherwise said nothing else. She looked at the short little man again. He had his stubby arms halfway around the waist of a waitress who looked like she was only halfway resisting. "You're joking, right? He looks like he doesn't even come up to my neck. You think he'll do it himself?" Ning set his spoon down and dabbed at his lips, tracing the smile that had just came to him. "Takarada Geto doesn't do anything himself. He's going to use the ninja he hired to fill all the canals to do it for him, of course. They're already back in the capital." Sakura swayed in her seat and Ning had to reach out to keep her upright. "He's going to try and kill me? Tonight? How? Why? How do you even know that?" Her eyes darted across the tabletop to where Ning's dinner knife was and then up to the undersecretary. It took him a moment, but he caught on to her train of thought and jerked his hand back like he was grabbing the eye of a stove. "I don't have anything to do with it. I sent you the invitation to warn you." Sakura watched his hand, the one closest to the knife, tense once, and then slowly move back. "I swear it, Harano-san. I want you to be as informed about what Geto intends as you can possibly be. Repaying what you did for the Commerce Secretary is worth that and more. Start talking. Start with just who that guy is and why he's walking around if he's the one behind your canal system getting wrecked." Ning's jaw clenched and unclenched a few times before he found the words. "He is Takarada Geto, head of the Geto Shipping Company and one of the world's richest men. He owns the Wave Country thanks to his monopoly of its shipping lanes and he's one of River Country's leading businessmen. So he's very rich and very influential." Now Sakura knew why the server didn't seem to mind the little troll pawing at her. "Okay, so why does a shipping magnate want to stop shipping?" "Because he doesn't just want to dominate the economy in a country, he wants the entire country itself." Ning ran a hand through his hair and pulled his gaze away from the sharp bits of cutlery sitting between them. "Geto," he spat, sounding angry for the first time Sakura had seen, "took over Wave this same way. He manufactured a shipping crisis, bought all the businesses when their bottoms fell out, and then used his economic power to put the local daimyo under his thumb." "Manufactured a crisis?" Sakura asked. "Pirates. Lightning Country pirates, if you want to be specific. He paid several captains to sail down to Wave and basically blockade the island for a few months. Once people got it into their heads that the pirates were there to stay, every investment in the country looked toxic. Investors with assets looked to sell quickly and leave before the sharks truly moved in on them. And naturally Geto had ships standing by that the pirates just so happened to not attack and was interested in buying their worthless property." Ning gave a sharp jerk of his head. As underhanded as it sounded, Sakura had to appreciate the brilliant simplicity of Geto's plan. It certainly seemed like the best way to put the screws to an island. What a bug to get caught in, Sakura thought. Geto was clearly trying to repeat his success with Wave and River, but Sakura had been a one-girl wrecking crew and demolished his scheme. "He took months with Wave, you said, and it was a poor country. The canals have only been sitting like that for a week and I freed a lot of them up." "You did?" 13, as a matter of fact, at last count. "Business leaders have been singing your praises to me all night. They would have paid to have them cleared eventually, but you doing it for free has a few of my friends convinced someone is looking out for River. It'll be that much harder for Geto to start rumors that the area is too violent for proper investment." Sakura wasn't as quick on business practice as she was with ninjutsu theory, but she could see how much money Geto stood to lose. Hiring a hidden village to fool around with the country's infrastructure to this degree couldn't have been cheap. For it to produce so simple a result would have Geto fuming. Sakura fell back into the plush cushions of her chair. How much does he know about me? My name? Age? Gender? How did he get any information about me at all? The same way anyone did, word of mouth. You've turned into a local hero. River captains have been talking about your exploits for days now. Ning gave a wry smile. They gossip like old women. Geto knows that you're in town because of the traders that docked this morning, and he knows that you're a young girl. Sakura felt like a moron. It had never occurred to her that whoever was behind the sabotage was still in the country, so she'd made no effort to be circumspect about her travel through river. The only bright side Sakura could see was that no one knew what village she was from. She'd made a point of not wearing her forehead protector since crossing into river. A shiver went up Sakura's spine as she realized just how much trouble she was in. Geto, one of the richest men in the world, wanted her head, ninja that had been trusted by their village to invade a foreign country without being detected and then wage a campaign to sabotage one of the greatest civil engineering projects among the nations were out to kill her. They already had a very decent head start and likely a firm description from the dozens upon dozens of captains, deckhands, government officials, and dock workers that had seen her. That shiver crystallized into a razor sharpness that threatened to cut Sakura's legs out from under her. I need to leave. Now. Ning nodded. I thought you'd say that. You can follow the hall all the way to the kitchens and then take the staff exit. He saw Sakura's surprised look and shrugged. You're not the first agent the government has had to sneak into, or out of, the capital. The kitchen staff knows the drill by now and we pay them exceptionally well to be resistant to bribes. Geto's men won't find you thanks to anyone in the building. Sakura felt more than a little off tilt. Things were happening too quickly. Dinner had turned into a death threat in less than half an hour and now she had to flee into the night? Again? All you can offer me is a quick way out of the building? I'm in this mess because I helped you. Sakura hissed. And you have our thanks for that, but the River Council cannot move against Geto. He's too powerful. This will frustrate his efforts and give us time to breath, but it won't work if he thinks the council is privy to his plans. Sakura gripped the table so hard the wood groaned. Stupid, 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 she'd honestly expected a reprieve this close to home. She jumped to her feet so savagely that her chair went clattering onto the floor behind her. Ning's hand shot out and he finally grabbed his dinner knife, holding the little thing to his chest like it was a life preserver and he was drowning. She wanted to hurt him. The thought came so suddenly, so strongly, that Sakura almost acted on it without thinking. All the dread and worry was starting to bleed away in a tide of adrenaline that washed over her like a cold bucket of water. Give me that, Sakura grunted as she yanked at Ning's tie, ignoring the way he held the trembling knife out to somehow ward her off. She undid the neat knot and used the silk tie to pull back her hair in a long ponytail. Her kimono went next and Sakura tugged down her spats and unruffled her tank top. Sakura thanked the impulse that had prompted her to wear something more than her usual undergarments. She made for the alcove door with nothing more than a clipped, "Thanks for the warning about Geto," before stepping out. True to Ning's word, the only people in the hall were staff using the access to quickly get to the kitchen and back out to the main banquet floor. None of them gave her too long a look even with her quick pace and odd clothing. There were twists and turns, but Sakura welcomed the long walk to get her thoughts in order. Leaving river couldn't wait until the morning. Sakura mentally tallied what Ryo she had left and wagered it would be enough to cover supplies for getting through the Land of Fire, but little more. Getting across the river might very well involve a great deal of swimming. The kitchen staff barely glanced up as Sakura weaved her way through them. By now the banquet would be in full swing and the plates were flying out the door as quickly as the cooks could get them fixed. She caught a few grumbles when she failed to get out of a waiter's way quick enough, but for the most part she passed through the kitchen ignored. A back exit was past the giant freezers and Sakura ducked out of the capital and onto a riverside loading dock. All the walking had put her much farther down from the main entrance and Sakura hoped that her water taxi driver would eventually get the hint and stop waiting on her because she didn't dare go and cut him loose herself. She had her own problems now. The canal between her and the city proper was a solid 70 yards wide and deep enough that cargo barges could come in and dock without scraping bottom. Looking around, Sakura saw that the nearest bridge spanning the canal was several hundred yards down, far past the dock, and filled with foot traffic. Something else, too, guards. It was the first time Sakura had seen river guards, but the men wearing leather jerkins, walking in pairs, and carrying crossbows could be nothing else. They stalked up and down the bank of the canal with lanterns that lit up the waterfront in an almost uniform dotted line for as far as Sakura could see. In her shoddy clothes and on the wrong side of the canal, Sakura was sure she'd be questioned by every guard between her and the bridge. That left one avenue. Sakura set her jaw and slipped down the dock to the water. A moment's thought made her, reluctantly, put her folded kimono down on the pier rather than ruin the fine silk in the water. Sakura's education on swimming at the academy had been somewhat more extensive than many people outside of Konoha would normally assume. While the village itself wasn't near the ocean, many clients came from the wealthy coastal cities that put Konohana in direct competition with their traditional enemy, Kirigakure, who were masters at waterborne combat. Every summer the instructors took them out to the pool for several months of swimming and diving practice. On the technical side, Sakura was near perfect. She had learned all the proper swimming strokes as easily as she learned everything else at the academy. Physically, though, Sakura had never been able to last as long as any of the boys and many of the girls in endurance swimming, and the choppy river canal wasn't anything like Konoha's placid practice pool. It took a moment for her to get oriented in the dark water before she could start a quick side stroke to the other side. Boat traffic was light thanks to the festivities still raging in the capital. Only once did she have to slip under the surface to kick her way under a small flat-bottomed boat that had closed distance with her. Sakura touched the far side of the canal and stayed still in the water as it slowly drifted by before starting her slow climb up the sheer canal wall. At the top, she looked back over the water while she caught her breath. The guards were still moving back and forth with no visible alarm to their actions. Good enough. Sakura didn't bother with being careful now. She had to make it back to her hotel as quickly as possible to gather her gear and then get out of the city before Gato's team caught up to her. A look down the street sitting next to the canal showed that no one was close enough to immediately raise an alarm, so Sakura stoked her chakra and leapt at the nearest building. 1 jump, 2 jumps, 3 jumps, and she stood atop the squat little office building's roof. Next to most buildings in Konoha it would be a decent size, but standing near the tall spires of glass and concrete in River Capital it was absolutely insignificant. Never tried climbing on glass before, Sakura thought as she bolted across the roof. In one great bound she was off, hands and legs spread out, toward one of the skyscrapers. She hit a wide glass window with a bone-rattling smack, but it didn't crack and she didn't slip. It was simple work after that. Some of the jumps were harrowing, but Sakura knew that with enough chakra to cushion the impact the glass wouldn't break. River, despite not having a hidden village, had an excellent ninja highway in its urban density that Konoha couldn't possibly compete with. Thanks to that she made excellent time even though the occasional detour away from windows that showed signs of life was necessary. Sakura made it to the Alistidi Drive from her sky run through the city. Rather than use the main entrance, she let herself in through the roof maintenance access to avoid any prying eyes that would be watching the lobby. Luckily she seemed to have caught the janitorial staff between shifts and no one was waiting on her in the little maintenance office where the roof access ended. Stepping out through the unlocked door, Sakura checked the hallway for maids or other guests, but saw no one. Either it was too late for leisure walks or dinner was still being served downstairs. Either way it worked for Sakura since she didn't have her key, it was waiting on her at the front desk. Sakura huddled around her room door and pushed a finger onto the face of the lock. Slowly, she extended her chakra into the locking mechanism and started probing the half-dozen locking pins. She felt the resistance when the door first pushed out of the frame. She heard the hiss of a triggered explosive tag. She only had time to throw herself backwards before the entire east wall of the Alistides' top floor erupted in a conflagration of flames and smoke. Sakura managed to count 5 floors before her drop through center atrium came to a sudden, abrupt end and her vision exploded into a blissfully numb whiteness. Chapter 19. As explosions went, the one that blasted Sakura into the open air of the atrium was tame. One blast, likely set off by a single tag, blew the thick door of her room off its hinges and sent plaster and wood chips flying with her. Sakura felt the safety rail hit her back and flipped over it right before the door knocked the entire section of railing down behind her. Sakura was more stunned than injured. She met the wide eyes of several other guests as she plummeted downwards, ears ringing and vision swimming, before catching the third-floor ledge and halting her fall. Her door made a terrific crash when it hit bottom, and the screams of a frightened woman who'd nearly got flattened brought the whole symphony of panic to a fever pitch. People were yelling for guards and flooding down the stairs, pouring out into the lobby like a school of frightened sardines. She took the ledge when the sounds of frantic feet died down a bit, only clenching her teeth when her sore shoulder protested the motion. Sakura looked up at the smoking remains of the hole where her door used to be and let out a ragged breath. That had been too close. If the tag had been stronger or her door weaker, it would have been a different outcome. She wondered if the trap had been made to injure or kill. One was an end, the other was just a prelude. Either way, Sakura couldn't wait on a sign from heaven. She had to see if her things had survived the explosion. It was an easy walk back up to the top floor. The pandemonium on the first floor had abated. Every step her sandal made on the plush carpeting seemed too loud, too exposed. Sakura fell into the comfortable instinct of staying low and small as she traversed the distance. Another attack could come at any second, and this time they might not rely on something as arbitrary as an explosive tag to do the job. Being weaponless had never felt so stupid, but all her things were in her room. Sakura wasn't defenseless, though. Adrenaline became a wellspring of chakra that was a pleasant thrum in her tense body. The earth was far, far below, but Sakura knew she could put the chakra to good use in a fist fight. As frightened as she was, her body wanted to go faster. Be reckless. Go for the ugly, transparent fight that might be lurking right around the corner. The sense of just getting it over with was attractive, and Sakura was having a hard time putting the thought down when it was smoldering in the pit of her stomach like a blacksmith's fire. It's an adrenaline high, Sakura told herself, basic human fight or flight instinct. Same with her hitching breath and trembling hands. She just clenched her hands into fists and started breathing in and out through her nose in a slow, steady rhythm. She was still shaking when the ruined doorway to her room appeared across the open space of the atrium. Motes of red coals burned in the wall like glowing worms, but it didn't look like anything inside had caught fire. The room's fire sprinklers were probably helping with that. They were drenching the inside of the room so much that water was starting to trickle over the ledge. Sakura crouched close to the floor and crept her way around the rim of the atrium. Her back pressed up against the still warm wall at the edge of her doorway as she snuck a look into the room. She saw the mess the explosion had made through the haze of water. All the fancy furniture was blown to the back of the room, creating a horrifying maze of overturned chairs, sofas, and a few tables. Anything even remotely large enough to hide a body could be an ambush platform. Sakura's frayed nerves kept telling her, yes, that half of a coffee table could have a full 2.3 enemy shinobi hiding behind it, or that overturned book between her and the bedroom could be stuffed full of explosive notes on proximity triggers. No matter that no ninja could have set up traps that quickly, no matter that her attacker could even be sure she'd come back to the room, no matter that. Can you hurry it up a bit? I'm getting bored. The voice shocked Sakura enough that she cracked her head when threw herself back up flat against the wall. It'd come from her bedroom, but it could be a trick. Kakashi could throw his voice so well that it seemed like it was coming from a completely different direction. Something made the bed springs squeak. Okay, that's it. I'm coming out there and we can do this thing before I die of old age. And, remarkably, someone did step out of the bedroom. Sakura heard their shoes stomp on the wet carpet until they were standing in the middle of the den. She risked a peek back around the corner again and saw a girl, probably a few years older than she was, standing right in the center of the room with her arms crossed, looking very put out with the way her shaggy hair was now sopping wet from the sprinklers. The situation was surreal. Undoubtedly this girl had just tried to blow her to bits, and now she wanted Sakura to just jump out and say hello. I can see your hair, you know. Bright pink isn't exactly the best color for cover, she said, giving Sakura a flat look through her soaked bangs. Sakura felt that was a bit hypocritical of the teen, considering she had pink, pupil-less eyes. Sakura could spot those clearly even through all the water. She wore a black tank top that showed off a strip of firm abs that Sakura envied. The teen's arms were similarly well defined, and even though she was wearing baggy black pants, Sakura didn't think for a moment that they wouldn't be in top shape either. Something hanging on the girl's belt caught Sakura's attention, her gray pouch. The same pouch that held all of her weapons, money, and scrolls, including the one Orochimaru had given her to deliver. Sakura had hollowed out a bit of the floor under a loose hardwood panel. She'd thought it'd been an inspired hiding spot. The teen followed Sakura's stare and gave the wet pouch a few affectionate pats. Lost something, huh? Good thing I picked it up for ya. You never know what kind of people might stumble upon something so important. Did the girl know what she had? Sakura hadn't risked trying to open Orochimaru's scroll because she feared traps, but maybe the teen had tried it and found out what was inside. The teen's long, nimble fingers toyed with the pouch's clasp and slipped inside. 2 long strips of leather followed her hand back out. Her Konoha and Otagaku were forward protectors. You're a busy girl, she said, making a game out of twirling them in the air like slings. Already worked your way up to being an infiltrator, and you're younger than I am. Her grin gained an edge. It kind of pisses me off, to be honest. Do you know what kind of trouble you got me into when you busted my canal plugs? I'm going to be polishing rocks for weeks. Sakura sucked in a lungful of air. That was it, then. This was someone from Gato and not something more disturbing. Oddly, something as mundane as revenge for screwing up a mission was much better than this being a directed attack because of what she was carrying to Konoha in that pouch. She stepped out into the doorway and tried to look nonchalant. The teenager had at least 1.5 inches on her as well as a lot of muscle mass, so it wasn't that easy. It's not my fault that you do sloppy work, Sakura said, sizing up as much of the room as she could while still looking in the teen's direction. There was nothing wrong with it, the teen insisted, taking a step forward. You just got very, very lucky. Sakura let the fire in her stomach burn a bit hotter. Give me back my pouch and my forward protectors and maybe I won't get lucky again. The teen took another step forward. Is that right? Maybe I'll just show you how lucky I dash. Sakura knew that it wasn't likely she could beat the older, more experienced ninja in a fair fight and get her pouch back. Even escape was going to be tricky. However, the teen had walked forward just enough that everything in the room clicked into place inside Sakura's head like the last piece of a huge jigsaw puzzle. She saw the path she'd have to take, the angle of attack, the things she could use, and she moved. Chakra uncoiled in her legs as she pushed as much power and spring into her muscles as she could. In 3 long strides she'd crossed the room, only slowing down long enough to snag the leg of a ruined chair, and swung up at the teen's head mid-sentence. The older girl ducked the blow, but Sakura could see a long string of blood follow her down from where she'd bit her tongue. Sakura's shoulder popped as she rolled her arm to change the vector of her swing to follow the older girl. She missed, but Sakura had expected that and kicked an overturned table at the teen with all the strength she could muster. It pinwheeled in the air and the young bomber had to physically stop it with her hands. She couldn't stop the drop kick Sakura drilled into the table before it hit the floor. The force of the kick didn't transfer through the wood very well, but it was enough to topple the teen and send her sliding along the slick floor into a pile of charred rubble across the room. Sakura's hands flashed through seals. Right when the teen started to shake herself free of the debris, Sakura sucked in a lungful of damp air to feed the wildfire racing up her throat. Katon. Grand Fireball. Sutin. Water Horn. The spray in the room raced toward the teen faster than Sakura's fireball, and she felt the heaviness of a jutsu being created at a short distance in the air. Suddenly her fireball, large as a carriage and hot enough to bathe the room in steam, was engulfed in a deluge of water that hit the stunned genin like a brick wall after cutting through her jutsu like it was rice paper. Sakura tried to hold her breath, but then her back was slammed against the far wall of the room and she gasped in a lungful of water. The giant bay window exploded in a shudder of cracking glass and the water flooded out of the room into the night air, leaving her on her stomach and gasping like a fish. Sakura rolled just in time to avoid a stomp aimed at the back of her head. The teen growled and went after her again, but Sakura caught the bottom of the girl's boot with her hands and locked her arms. From her new position Sakura could see the fresh cuts and blood on the teen's face, as well as the shine of an IWA forward protector under her drenched hair. IWA, the village from which Sakura took most of her jutsu from. The teen could use Doton and Sutin. Sakura's grand total of jutsu consisted of a half-learned katon and a few doton. The teen grinned when Sakura's arms started to shake and she leaned forward, putting more pressure on. Any second now, she cooed, triumphant. Sakura hissed and twisted her arms. She was horrible at taijutsu, but not because of lack of training. Like everything she had learned, she remembered it all with near crystal clarity. She simply didn't have the body for it at the academy. Short, scrawny, and lacking in confidence, she'd shied from the sparring matches and had taken any out she could to end a match. The teen's foot turned with only a little effort. Through the look on pain on the girl's face, she seemed just as surprised as Sakura. She fell with an awkward gasp, bracing herself on the floor with one hand. Her free leg whipped out like a snake and struck Sakura on the elbow, making her whole arm go numb. Free from the hold, the Iwanin spun completely around on just one hand and a leg before she lunged. Something flashed in the low light of the room. The teen had managed to get a kunao out and was doing her best to push it between Sakura's eyes. Sakura had caught the Iwanin's wrist and was once again in the uncomfortable position of trying to hold back the weight of someone taller and heavier than she was. This time Sakura's strength wasn't enough to turn the blade. The older girl was stronger, pressing down with her entire upper body rather than with just a foot, and Sakura couldn't lock her arms this close. The tip of the kunao brushed against Sakura's forehead and she pushed back with all her might. Slowly, the pressure abated, but there was a dangerous gleam in the teen's eyes that said she wasn't going to move so easily the next time. Sakura had only one more card to play. She let her chakra pool back down in her lungs, feeling the last lump of hope still smoldering in her lungs, a tiny bit of leftover chakra from her last jutsu. She sucked in a great bellow of air and poured what chakra she had into the tiny spark, nurturing it, feeding it, until the heat in her chest became uncomfortable. Starting to get tired, the teen rasped, pushing down harder. Winded? Don't have much left in you, do ya? Nothing could have been farther from the truth. Sakura took one last deep breath and felt the fire raging behind her teeth. At the same moment, the Iwanin realized that something had gone very wrong and let one of her hands go from the kunao. The small burst of flame spewed forth and engulfed the teen's hand like a match to a fat wax candle right before it could clap over Sakura's mouth. She screamed and rolled away, clutching that hand and smothering it in the wet carpet. Sakura was already up and moving. She ripped her pouch away from the Iwanin's belt and ran at the busted window. She jumped. It wasn't a nice, controlled leap like the ones she'd made earlier through the city. Her feet skidded on the side of the Alistity as she fought to balance speed and control. The side of the building was slick glass and her chakra didn't want to stick to it once she had a bit of momentum going. Finally, one floor up from the street, Sakura's foot found a concrete strut and held. A small crowd was in the street below her, but from all the noise Sakura realized that the majority of the attention was at the front near the main entrance. Guards were probably already there, with some luck maybe they would slow down her attacker. Shattering glass from above ruined that thought. Sakura leapt away from her perch just before a chair smashed into it. 3 stories up, the lithe figure of the Iwanin slipped out of the window and started down the building after her. She was prowling, slowly gliding down the glass building with an ease Sakura envied. Sakura couldn't go to the crowd. Falling out of the sky would draw all kinds of bad attention. There was no telling if the teenage Iwanin was working alone or if there was a team. At this point, even the civilian guard could do more harm than good for her escape. There was only one option. Sakura molded as much chakra as her legs could hold and stooped until her knees touched the glass. The river capital's roads were purposefully narrow, but the next building was still over 30 feet across and more than 12 feet down to the roof. She lingered for as long as she dared, the clap-tat-tat of the Iwanin's sandals as she swiftly crossed the distance between them made the decision. Sakura pushed off with the snap of a coiled spring, cracking the glass under her feet and sailing elegantly through the air. Her feet flailed in circles, which did nothing to help control her jump, and she had to clench her jaw hard to keep the screams behind her teeth as she flew across the street. Landing wasn't nearly as easy as takeoff. The roof of the little apartment Sakura had picked looked much flatter from the Alistity. Like errant weeds, chimneys and exhaust pipes seemed to sprout from the shingles right before the girl's eyes. There was little Sakura could do but try and come down in a place where she wouldn't get impaled or smashed. She landed hard on the roof and ran with the momentum, banging her knees on a flat-topped mushroom of an exhaust pipe that suddenly appeared in front of her. Sakura stopped long enough to catch her breath and look back at her pursuer. The teen hadn't followed and was glaring at her over the distance. Her baggy shirt whipped in the wind as she turned smartly on her heels and slipped in an open window. There was little chance of the girl giving up the chase so soon, but it looked like she wasn't quite the daredevil her attitude suggested. The few precious minutes Sakura had bought herself were used putting as much distance between her and the Alistidi as possible. She went from roof to roof, using her earlier run through the city as her map to lead the way toward the north end of the city, where the Funaho River coiled around the peninsula like a snake. Just across that river was the way back to the land of fire and Konoha, the hard way, through miles and miles of swamp. Floki was lost in the city until morning, and just as well that he was. Sakura wouldn't bring this kind of trouble down on his head, even if he was a miserable old goat. Better to let him think she'd found a better ride and go back to his village than go off on another adventure. Sakura made it to the northern harbor in half an hour. Commerce never rested, and so the harbor was still a nest of activity despite the late hour. No one batted an eye when one more dirty urchin joined the crowds from behind a fish market. Sakura went with the crowds all the way to the waterfront before slipping away and down an old dock. Trees crowded the river's edge on the other side. Between their trunks was a darkness Sakura had only imagined in dreams, like the first moments of dark after an exceptionally bright light had been snuffed out. It is at least 400 miles to your home from this point. Sakura whirled around. Between her and the safety of the crowds was a massive wall of a man. He wasn't overly tall, but what he lacked in height he made up for in sheer bulk. At the shoulders, he seemed as broad as Sakura was high, and his arms were like tree trunks. When he crossed them it seemed like he was carrying a barrel. One of his huge hands went up as Sakura reached for a weapon. "Peace, girl. You have nothing to fear from me." "That's what they all say right before the knife slips in," Sakura said, threading her finger through a kunai pommel and flicking it out. "What do you people want from me? I'm already leaving." The big man scratched at the trimmed stubble of his chin. "You've been busy around here for the last few days. I want to know why Orochimaru's eyes are on river country." Sakura gaped before she could master her face. The man grunted and waved his hand about and plowed onward despite Sakura's sputtering. "Yes, we already know you're working for the snake. My daughter had ample time to go through your things while you were at the Capitol building. What's important for you is that we can't let this go unanswered. Thought you said I didn't have anything to fear. From me you don't. My daughter's set on killing you." The big man, Sakura finally realized, had a metal forehead protector covering his head. IWA, same as the teen that had tried to blow her up. Kuratsuka was the one who plugged the canals you unplugged. She's upset about it. Sakura wanted to say tough luck and get to swimming, but the man hadn't attacked her yet and he'd given up the name of her would-be killer. There was always the chance he was keeping her occupied until Kuratsuka caught up, but what was the point? Even if he wasn't wearing a Jounin vest, Sakura wouldn't have put money on her winning a fight with someone that big. He could probably squish her like a bug if he wanted. "I don't suppose it would help my situation if I said I'm not here on orders?" Sakura wondered. "The canal plugs were keeping me from getting to the capital. That's the only reason I took them out." The big man considered. "You're right, it doesn't help. Now I know that Otogakuer is unlikely to pay us any reprisals if you were killed here." Sakura looked to the water, it was more inviting than ever. The furious pounding of shoes on wood came to her before she could take the plunge. Kuratsuka, spitting mad, stomped onto the pier. She'd taken the time to wrap her burnt hand, but the rest of her cuts and bruises were on grisly display. The IWA Jounin raised a single bushy eyebrow at his disheveled daughter. His big eye swiveled down to her hand, which was held tight to her chest, and then to her other injuries. He frowned. "There was one girl, younger, and you with the element of surprise." Kuratsuki's entire body seemed to shiver at the implied rebuke. Her burned hand twitched. Sakura didn't know if it was a conscious action on the teen's part or not. "She got lucky. That's all it is, Dad." The big IWAnin clicked his tongue. "Luck, is it? Then you won't object to giving the girl a half-hour head start on you. Since I held her up." Sakura looked at the big man like he'd just told a horrible joke. Kuratsuka's shiver had turned into barely suppressed rage. "I suppose I won't," she growled. That was all the encouragement Sakura needed. She spun around and dove into the rolling river. The water was warmer than the night air and Sakura cut through the depths with wide strokes before coming up a few dozen yards away for air. One look back showed that both father and daughter were still standing on the pier, but Sakura could feel Kuratsuka's eyes on her through the darkness and water. River country was all swampland across the Funaho. Waves from the choppy delta lapped at the cypress thicket that carpeted the northern bank. This far away the lights from the capital lit nothing and Sakura was plunged into that complete darkness she'd only spied tacitly from the dock back in the city. A bit of ease blanketed her when her feet finally hit living wood for the first time in days. This was how a Konohanin should travel. Here, in this forest, she was more at home than anyone from IWA could be. Sakura bolted through the dark canopy without a sound or trail to mark her going. She was meticulous, wasting precious moments detouring around soft, older trees that would show a passing footprint and avoiding the ground altogether. Because of it, the genin only figured only a few miles had been put behind her when the 30 minutes were up. Back in the river capital her pursuer had just been let off her leash. Sakura knew she had a good lead, but how much of it would hold was completely up to chance. Kuratsuka could be the best tracker of her generation or literally be lost in the woods. Given her father, though, Sakura would have put Ryo on the teen having a robust education. Kuratsuka certainly hadn't lacked in combat skills. Sakura had no qualms admitting that the teen could beat her in a straight fight. She was from IWA, which made her better than Sakura was at any of the Doton jutsu she likely knew, and her Suiten had been incredible. Furthermore, Kuratsuka had somehow mixed the two natures together to create her cement. Sakura's mind wouldn't even wrap around that concept. She had enough trouble just shifting from fire nature to earth. What was the counter if Kuratsuka started using that in combat? An image of a Sakura-sized statue sitting in this swamp for who knows how long was a lot more frightening than simply being killed in a fight. So Sakura continued her run. The miles fell underfoot and after a half dozen she settled into a good rhythm. The surprising strength she'd developed over the last few months let her go longer and longer between slowdowns as her body got well and truly warmed up. All the little aches and pains began to work themselves out on the fly and Sakura began to pull back in her chakra, letting her muscles take over the heavy lifting. A mile or so and the comfortable burn of good exercise started to simmer. 30 minutes was a massive lead for a ninja. Sakura only had the vaguest of notions regarding where she was, but that wasn't so bad. It wasn't likely that Kuratsuka would know either, and the idea of the teen fumbling her way through the swamp all night was a pleasant one. Let the teen try and catch her. Sakura was confident in her ability to make it to the border. She was quick and could read the forest. With that thought in mind, she headed further into the swamp. Somewhere hundreds of miles ahead Konoha waited for her. Chapter 20. As Sakura sawed through the belly of the large alligator, she thought about how cheap life was. Hours ago this creature had been at the top of the food chain. Other animals feared and respected it. Lesser men told stories about its kind and how they could sink boats or snatch the stupid from the decks of ships in the night. They would tell their children and their children would tell their children, and the beast would ascend to the plateau of immortality without even knowing what it meant to truly think. Now it was Sakura's dinner. She hadn't thought she'd be able to stomach eating one of the massive reptiles, but 3 days into her journey home that squeamishness had all but disappeared. The meat was actually quite good if it was the right cut and cooked slow enough. She had gotten a lot of practice cooking the beasts over the tiny fires she'd dared to light each night. Sakura had nestled into the overturned roots of a massive cypress tree when the sun had started to dip below the summit of the swampy forest. Finding and killing the alligator took no time. The things were everywhere, always eager to investigate at a naked arm worming through their water. Their hides were tough, though no match for a mud lance through the skull. It was the dressing that took time. The smell of blood had to be covered and the remains disposed of in a way larger, nastier beasts wouldn't be drawn to in the night. Or smaller, craftier, more tenacious ones either. She cut the gator meat into strips and suspended them inside her small fire. It was shielded by a fine bit of Doton crafting that made it into more of a kill than a fire pit, so the meat instantly started to sizzle. This alligator would last her quite a few days. It was her biggest catch yet at a little over 4 feet. The tail alone would make a handsome dinner. Another bit of earth shaping and she had a clay bowl that would hold enough water to boil. It wouldn't get the swamp taste out, but at least Sakura would be alive after she drank it. Someone that could use a Suton would naturally be better at fixing the water, but Sakura had done well enough back at the academy with survival skills to live off the land for as long as she needed to. The meat on the fire started to brown and wasn't spitting fat every few seconds, so Sakura stuck it with a kunao and flicked it out onto a crude little wooden plate she'd carved. Tail meat was thick like a cut of steak, but it tasted like fried pork from back home. As she ate, Sakura wondered what her mother would think of her little swamp child boiling water and chomping down on alligator. For sure Sakura knew she was going to have to find something that tasted like this back home. An arm's length away a little twig sticking up out of the dirt fell over. Sakura raised an eye at it and put her plate down. A tiny tripwire had been rigged to it. Really? In the middle of dinner? Sakura asked. In the stillness of the swamp the human voice sounded so very alien and she regretted breaking the silence. Something glittered in the flickering firelight. Sakura brought her foot down hard on a log smoldering in her fire. It flipped up into the air and exploded like a firecracker when the shuriken struck it. Katon. Grand fireball. The massive reprisal flashed through the night and the young cypress tree it hit caught fire in a matter of seconds. Sakura didn't watch it go up, she scanned the other trees and the water for her attacker. The splashing was faint, but to Sakura, Kurotsuka might as well have been playing the trumpet out on the water. Her first time using that trick had nearly gotten the younger girl, but now it was practically old hat. Kurotsuka was just a slightly darker shadow out on the water and Sakura didn't have the chakra to launch fireballs all night at her. Sakura had to wait for the gap to close. The Iwanin knew her advantage, though. She stayed out where Sakura hadn't learned to tread yet. Deadly darts of wood flew from the inky ring beyond Sakura's sight. They were unbalanced and didn't fly nearly as straight as a worked kunao, but Sakura still had to split her attention to bat them away. A heel descended out of the darkness as the last dart skittered off into the night. Sakura turned her body and let it fall on her shoulder instead of her head. It hurt horribly, but it didn't drop her. Kurotsuka twisted her body and her other leg sailed up toward Sakura's head, but the smaller girl chose to collapse. Sakura ran through seals on the way down. Doton. Earth flow spears. Doton. Bedrock coffin. Two massive slabs of mud shot up on either side of Kurotsuka and fell like dominoes toward Sakura. A split-second decision sent the earth spikes shooting up toward Kurotsuka's jutsu rather than the teen herself. The choice saved Sakura's life, but it let Kurotsuka press in close with fist and foot. Sakura took 3 hard shots to the ribs before she could get away that made her chest ache. The big surgical scar there was mostly healed, but the bone underneath probably couldn't say the same at this point no matter what kind of jutsu and Medsuna had pumped into her. She rolled away from the teen and straight over her fire. The pain of the burns was probably nothing compared to another poke in the ribs, but Sakura's eyes still watered. Kurotsuka stomped after her, though now Sakura was up and ready. The older, taller girl made a few exploratory jabs, lazy by her usual standard. Sakura had discovered over the last few days that her hunter was indeed well-rounded. She could use 2 different elemental types in combat, had an affinity for a third, and also knew taijutsu beyond what Sakura had learned at the academy. When she moved, Kurotsuka flowed from a punch to a kick to a feint. Her body moved just the way she wanted without any noticeable trouble. It was amazing to watch and horrible to endure. But Sakura did endure. She kept her guard up just the way Iruka and Mizuki had once demonstrated. Kunoichi didn't get the robust physical education that the boys received, but Sakura could make a decent showing of academically remembering all the steps and poses she'd been haphazardly taught. Because of that Kurotsuka couldn't run completely roughshod over her. Everyone had their strengths, Sakura thought as she flicked a kunao out into the woods. Kurotsuka couldn't help but follow its flight path as it missed her by a mile. Where she couldn't see that kunao hit an explosive note Sakura had prepared earlier dead center. A reverberating crack thundered through the swamp as an enormous tree at the end of its life went out with a kick. Kurotsuka groaned right before the skeletal topiary crashed into the camp and sent both girls scattering. Dead branches flew everywhere like shrapnel, but Sakura had already determined the best place to take shelter in if she had to use that particular trap. In this case it was a rock she'd unearthed from deep below the sifting mud. Sakura leapt behind it just before the hurricane of splinters ripped her to shreds. More of the swamp went up in fire. It was so bright it seemed like the sun had skipped a few hours and rose early to see a bit of fighting. The old cypress had added itself to the conflagration. Sakura had already started with her opening katon, and now the entire campsite was awash in patches of orange. Of Kurotsuka there was no clue. It was far too much to hope she was roasting somewhere in the heart of that fire, though. Sakura skipped through the worst bits to gather her things. They too had been placed just so in case things went sideways. She shouldered the rucksack she'd made out of alligator leather and her handmade weapons. Sakura never let her weapons pouch off her person now. Then she went to what remained of her campfire. Something looked wrong. It didn't take Sakura very long to figure out what. She was now down dinner, tomorrow's breakfast, and lunch. Kurotsuki had just been out for a bit of shopping at the Sakura market. Angry at herself for not anticipating such a thing and still hungry, Sakura hopped off into the trees to find a new place to camp. Traveling in the swamp wasn't as easy as Sakura first thought going in. First, it wasn't a true forest, nothing but exotic, waterborne trees could stand so much constant moisture. Sakura recognized all the different species, of course, but knowing and experiencing were different things. A dozen different considerations went into traversing an arboreal highway. How strong was the branch of a particular tree? Was that vine growing on that limb ahead the type that bit deep into the wood and weakened it, or was it a strengthener? Was a cypress more susceptible to types of moss that made the wood slick? All that information was in Sakura's head, but the hot embers of a headache were brewing. She wished she'd have eaten just a little to stave it off. Sakura didn't trust herself in this darkness to find any edible foliage either. "You're not that bad a cook." Sakura landed hard on the next branch and spun around just in time to block Kurotsuka's punch. The Iwanin followed it with a tackle that backed Sakura into the thick trunk of the tree. As they struggled, Sakura could smell her dinner on the teen's breath. No wonder she seemed so spry. Desperate, Sakura sucked in a deep, stuttering breath. Immediately one of Kurotsuka's hands slapped over Sakura's mouth to keep the weak, seal-less katon behind her teeth. With only one of Kurotsuka's arms to struggle with, it went better for Sakura. She hooked the teen around the elbow and twisted the limb back so harshly that Kurotsuka yelped. Sensing the momentum shift, Sakura pushed forward with all her weight. Kurotsuka couldn't compensate and both grapplers tumbled off the perch and into the murky water below. Sakura realized her deadly mistake almost instantly. Her head broke the surface and 100 gleaming eyes stared back at her. Alligators. Dozens of them. Splashes came from all sides as they slid into the water for an easy meal. Even though she'd been burning chakra hard for the last few minutes, Sakura found desperate reserves and crawled up onto the surface of the swamp. A few feet away Kurotsuka was doing the same. She looked surprised that Sakura could water walk. That was one less surprise to spring on the teen later, Sakura thought as she started running. She jerked her foot upright before one of the smaller, faster alligators could snap it up. The little ones were obvious with their thrashing through the water and easy to avoid. It was the larger gators that had learned subtlety over the decades that made Sakura's blood turn to ice. Nothing in the water looked larger than a few feet. Kurotsuka leapt up into the air as one of the ancient swamp residents tried its luck. Sudden. Water horn. A hard spray of water blasted down at the creature before it could get back under the water. It hit the surface so hard Sakura bobbed up and down like a cork. Sakura used the wave's crest to get a jump on her hunters as well. Branches were hanging overhead and with the extra boost Sakura managed to snag her lifeline. She scrambled into the canopy while Kurotsuka tried to fight her way out of the press. Sakura's disappointed pursuers turned their attention to the meat still on the water. The last she saw of Kurotsuka was the teen kicking and jumping her way through a swamp filled with teeth. Morning found Sakura far too soon. Sunlight split the canopy in spears of warm yellow, dragging her out of her sleep. She'd gone to bed hungry, tired, and stressed, and only one of those conditions had been remedied by a night's sleep. Sakura leaned her head out over the branch she'd perched in for the night. Below her, the swamp looked placid. Almost inviting. Somewhere below that facade was the ugly truth, though. As much as Sakura had been preying on the alligators, they were more than willing to repay the favor. She decided not to bother with hunting near the water. Roosting waterfowl were plentiful and Sakura caught swamp duck that was slower than its fellows in leaving their treetop roost. After the plucking and gutting and cooking, Sakura polished off half her breakfast right as the sun was starting to sail over the treetops. To Sakura's satisfaction, the swamp had started draining into damp forests of trees that weren't all cypress by noon. Several times as she was going through the trees she saw deer, a sure sign the land was becoming more Konoha than river. The border itself wasn't designated, but Sakura thought she could tell she was home. Hopefully there would be a patrol this far out she could make contact with before Kurotsuka caught up. The sun was still high in the sky when running on the ground became a necessity. Nearby villages had worked the land here, cutting undergrowth and trees prime for lumber, which created bald spots in the forest. Between the trees, where the canopy allowed, patches of tall grass tickled Sakura's legs as she ran through the heavy blades. Eventually she gave up on staying aloft entirely because the forest had become small clutches of trees and shrubs in otherwise open grassland. This was the western land of fire. In the east, the forests stretched for as far as the eye could see, turning the mountains green and going right up to the ocean. In the east, though, the land was flat, wet, and urban. Megakure had an urban sprawl unrivaled in the world, but the fire country had its own great cities where markets formed between clutches of farms. Sakura had never ventured out to them, but her mother said that some had buildings that reached the clouds. Honestly, she wouldn't have believed it was possible for buildings that big until she'd sailed into river capital. Now she was watching for a glass spire to break the horizon. Sakura found a road by lunch. It was actually fully gravel, something she'd never seen. Konoha had either dirt or cobblestone, same as Suna and probably the same as every old ninja village. Something about how laying that much gravel would be too disruptive for the village. That, Sakura thought, en route's underground highway might be discovered. That kind of construction would probably show way too much of the village to any spies. The roadway went as far as Sakura could see in either direction. She'd memorized all the fire country maps she could back in the academy, but there were too many roads being built every year. Cartographers could only keep up so much in the face of runaway public works. Still, the road was roughly east-west, so she started down the direction to the ocean. Eventually she'd hit somewhere and she could buy a map. There was very little traffic. Sakura kept off the road whenever she felt as much as a hint of company. Beyond a few farmers and their wagons, however, there wasn't much to it. Weathered men with their heads down, minding only what was right in front of them like every other civilian. Sakura followed one such wagon from a distance. It wasn't lingering long and was moving with a purpose. The wagon load of vegetables piled high on the back probably explained that. Carrots and beets and lettuce bounced along with the wagon, ready to be sold. The man driving ate in the seat, forcing Sakura to do the same on the run. She lost track of how many hours went by. Gradually the prairie gave way to rocky badlands, which in turn became forest again. The first time a tree so tall it blocked out the afternoon sun cast a shadow over the road, Sakura let out a deep breath. Now she was home. The farmer had stopped hours ago at a small roadside inn. Sakura was miles past that now. Traffic was steadier now, even at the cusp of day and night, and something huge was on the horizon. It was bigger than even the tallest trees and rose out of the flat landscape like sculpted, multi-tiered mountain. Tanzakujo, the poem card castle. Sakura knew what it looked like from books and videos back in Konoha. It was one of the main attractions of Tanzakugai, the oldest city in the western part of the Land of Fire. The city was also one of the main linchpins in the country's defensive ring. It was a walled city, defended by soldiers loyal to the Fire Daimyo as well as a Konoha regional office. Customers could apply for missions here instead of having to go all the way to Konoha. Tanzakugai was the preferred point of entry for anyone outside of the Land of Fire to put in mission requests. River Capital had been impressive with all its new buildings and canals, but stepping through the massive gate of Tanzakugai was felt like walking into the jaws of a monster. Beyond those lips, the Swallowed had created a noisy paradise of stalls and storefronts that crammed every free inch of space. Konoha may have been bigger, but Sakura had no doubt whatsoever that the Tanzakugai market was busier. Even this late at night there was a festive feeling in the air. The hawkers gave Sakura the same attention they gave all the other sticky-fingered children. Sakura was better than most, though. She snagged an entire kebab spit from a roadside stall before the owner even realized she had walked past. Any guilt that she may have felt melted away as the first real, decent food she'd had in days hit her tongue. She snatched an unattended cup of tea a few stalls down as well. Hunger sated, Sakura began thinking of how she was going to find the Konoha branch office. For once her prodigious memory failed her, or perhaps the lessons had never mentioned exactly where the office was, because Sakura had only one idea where to start: local police. Of course, police would never be the same as ninja, and many of them didn't want to even invite that kind of comparison. More often than not, ninja and police were at odds with each other. One tried to preserve the law as much as possible while the other perverted it for profit. However, because of that, a local police station would make it business practice to keep tabs on any ninja operating in their area. Even if they could never catch the perpetrators, they could at least build case files. Once in a while Sakura even heard that ninja who ran afoul of their villages were willingly turned over to civilian justice. An irrational bit of fear cropped up as Sakura made her way through the crowds toward the prominent municipal police station near the center of the market. Kakashi knew. What he knew, or how much, Sakura couldn't know, but he knew something. That meant that Konoha knew something. What action they would take was anyone's guess. It wasn't likely that they'd put out some kind of arrest warrant with civilian police, but Sakura couldn't shake the unease she felt walking past the prominent stables where the police kept their patrol horses. Several officers in flowing kimonos, holding wooden polearms, gave her dirty looks as she pushed past them. No one tried to outright stop her. Two receptionists were behind the main desk, and the chick of typewriters drowned out whatever conversation they were having with each other. Sakura stood in front of one of them and cleared her throat until the clacking stopped. One of the women looked over the counter at her and put on a fake smile. "Can I help you, miss?" she asked. The other secretary spared a moment to roll her eyes at their conversation being interrupted. "I'd like to see a what? A patrolman?" There were enough of those walking around, but Sakura didn't think they'd be high enough on the food chain to help her. She looked around the room to buy time, and her eyes caught on a framed picture hanging on one of the pillars. It was a youngish, taciturn-looking man in a dress suit who'd been given an outstanding performance commendation. His name was on a small placard underneath. "I'd like to see Detective Akaki. He's unavailable at the moment." "What is it you want to speak with him about?" "You didn't even check," Sakura pointed out. "Look, I know I look like I just crawled up from the sewer, but it's really important. Detective Akaki would want to know." The secretary's lips pinched. She looked to her partner in typing. The other, younger woman rolled her eyes and rolled back from her desk to a phone. "Detective Akaki, you have someone at the front desk that would like to speak with you. Do you have a few minutes?" Sakura heard a man's voice on the line, but she was too far away to make it out. "I think it has something to do with that child trafficking case you are looking into." "Yes. About 10. 9. Sakura sniffed. 12. 13 this year." The woman laughed into the phone, ignoring Sakura's indignation. She leaned back in her chair and started chatting up the detective. "She's going to be a while," the original secretary said. "His office is straight through that door, to the right. Keep going down that hall and you'll be in investigations. Detective Akaki is the third door down." She slid a little plastic card over to Sakura. "This is a visitor pass. Pin it to your shirt and don't take it off." Sakura did just that and thanked the woman for her time. Largely she was ignored on the walk to the investigations office. The patrolmen in their flowery kimonos gave way to men in suits, all taking phone calls or typing on typewriters in large office spaces filled with cubicles. Investigations was one such room, though it was lined with individual offices for senior detectives. 3 doors past the threshold a tinted glass door had "Sergeant Akaki" painted on it. It looked fresh. Sakura knocked once and then went inside before the detective could rethink letting her in. The door hit one of many stacks of boxes and Sakura had to squeeze in sideways. It was dark with the thin rays of light coming in through the blinds having to cut their way through a thick cloud of smoke and dust in the air. Yeah. My witness is here. I'll talk to you tonight. Sakura hadn't seen the man at first. He was hunched almost behind his desk, phone in one hand and cigarette in the other. I won't forget this time. I don't have to work late tonight. See you after work. Akaki was younger than his picture in the lobby made him look, the dress uniform helped. Sakura guessed that he was in his late 20s or early 30s, young enough for this recent move to be a huge step up for him. A few knickknacks were scattered around, but for the most part the office seemed empty and unused except for the boxes. The clatter of Akaki tapping out his cigarette into an ashtray on his desk drew Sakura's attention back to the detective. He smiled in a way he probably thought was disarming as he looked her up and down with a professional eye. "You're no orphan," he realized. Sakura was actually impressed. "I'm not," Sakura confirmed. She reached into her makeshift bag and pulled out her headband. "I need to find the Konoha branch office." Akaki stared at the headband for a long moment and then fished his bent cigarette back out of his ashtray. "That's not funny, kid," he said as he struggled to get his lighter to work. Sakura leaned over the table and puffed out a small stream of fire to help. The detective let it burn all the way down to his fingertips. Do you know how many warrants are out for you, ninja? Do you think you can collect?" Sakura nodded to the poleaxe leaning up against the wall. She was between it and the detective. "I just want to get back to Konoha. I'll be out of your city before you know it. Is bringing me in really worth the diplomatic headache with the daimyo?" Akaki dusted his fingers off on his jacket. "I guess not. Besides, you've got me over a barrel. Consider yourself warned, though. The ninja operating here have an understanding with us, the civilian police. If you upset that, you'll only make things harder for your own people." Sakura thought about that for a moment. "So you're saying that Konohanin have used your police force in missions before? All I'm saying is that you can count on things getting harder around here if you don't cooperate. We're not the usual naive villagers you are used to." They certainly weren't, Sakura thought. She only had experience with civilians in Konoha and the Rain capital, but she hadn't been impressed. Ninja were scary, alien things that used magic to murder each other to the vast majority of people. They were only useful to have around if you were the person who wanted some murdering done. It was something to remember. "I'm not here to cause trouble or mess up whatever kind of local arrangement you have with the village. I just need to find them. And how do I know you're actually from Konoha? Just a toy any kid could buy down in the market in a bit of magic? How do I know you aren't some enemy of Konoha who wants to start a war? Because I could just start randomly asking people where the Konoha division headquarters is? We take missions from civilians here, after all. I'd eventually find someone who knew the address or at least how to contact them. I could arrest you for vagrancy," Akaki threatened with a frown. His eyes flicked down to the remains of his cigarette. He pulled out a pen and a memo pad. "But then, this is a ninja problem. Here's the address. Talk to them or kill each other. Either way, don't disturb the regular people." Sakura took the slip of paper. The street name and building number meant nothing to her, but she could find that easy enough. "Thank you. I promise I'm just going there to get away home." "Fair enough. Just leave Tanzikugai as soon as you can. I don't want you making a headache for me." As Sakura left Akaki's office, she heard him start dialing his phone. "And use the back exit to the station. I don't want people linking us." The door shutting behind her obscured whether he was calling back the young secretary at the desk or someone else. The address she'd gotten from the detective took her close to the landmark castle Tanzikugai was known for. Judging from the crowds, it was quite a tourist attraction. There were families with kids and cameras and festive clothes that Konoha, Suna, and the river capital just didn't have. Granted that two of those cities were basically under military rule and the other was more an economic center than a tourist stop, but it was still striking to see so many carefree people. That was the civilian life, she supposed. Still, Tanzikujo was amazing. It wasn't so much a castle as it was a compound with castle-like features, a city within a city. Flags fluttered along its perimeter wall, but it was obviously more a government administrative building than a military fortification these days. Tourist and bureaucrat alike came and went through the wide-open gates. Sakura had an unpleasant sense of déjà vu when she joined the traffic going in. It reminded her of the night she'd followed Baki into the Kazekige's tower. According to Akaki, the Konoha district headquarters operated in one of the old armories inside the castle grounds. There were obvious implications there about a technically illegal ninja operation being so close to the regional governor's office, but Sakura wasn't going to be the one to go shaking any bushes. It must make getting missions simple, though. That armory was inconspicuous as an old armory could be. Dirty stone and sunken into the ground, Sakura had to step down a few steps to get to the door. She tried the knob first, and when it didn't budge she knocked. Sakura knew she had the right place when a slot opened from the seamless door without the slightest hint of approaching footsteps or noise. It was pitch black darkness past the slot, but Sakura felt that someone was eyeing her headband. Registration 0126001. The slot slid closed with the same softness as it opened. There was a loud thunk of a metal bolt being slid back and the door swung inward. Just beyond that doorway was something amazing, a green flak vest. Individually made, yet uniform, it was the greatest sight Sakura had seen in weeks. A Konohanin. The headband was new and polished above a taciturn face that Sakura thought she might have seen once or twice. Right now he was the most precious person in all of Tanzikugai. He was an ally. He was a real tether to home. His hand came up, beckoning, and Sakura stepped inside the armory. "Hara no Sakura," he said, nearly a question. Naturally they had thought her dead, Sakura thought. Kakashi had probably already started the paperwork. There would have been a memorial. She opened her mouth to say something, some silly understatement that she was so happy to see a friendly face. His fingers made signals. He wasn't beckoning. "No closer. Do not move, do not speak." Sakura felt someone behind her. How they had gotten there she didn't know, but they had something sharp pointed at the back of her neck. Another person was at her side and suddenly her bag and weapons pouch were taken away. The man made another gesture. Sakura sucked in a last breath of air before a dark bag was roughly shoved over her head and the chemicals it had been soaking in began their business. Check the description for the links to the author.